I get loads of messages on my Facebook when I come off shows at 6 o'clock, which is lovely. But also you can get in touch via our website if you want to, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. There's a little bar where it says contact the studio, and you can just basically put a little message in there, send it through to us in the gallery, and Laura, our producer today, will pop it on the screen for you as well. Now, I always like to introduce the team at the start of the day. So let's introduce everyone that's in the studio first of all. Susan, my new guest, is here. Hello, Susan.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
We'll find out all about you in just a second. Alex is on the floor. There he is. He makes me tea for me too, bless him, and he produces later on. He does a bit of everything. Steve's on camera too. There we are. In the gallery today, we have got Adam on knobs and buttons and Laura, producer extraordinaire, who will drive the show and put all your messages through to the studio as well. So lots to look forward to this afternoon. Now, let me introduce you to the lovely Susan Yates, who's here today. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Yes, very good. And excited to be launching the book.
Well, we're excited to have it. We've actually got it ahead of anybody else, haven't we?
You have indeed. It's an exclusive big launch preview, especially for Hobbymaker TV.
Wait, it shouldn't be on until late July. That's when it officially gets launched, but we've got it here for you today. Now, it's all about sketching.
It is indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. And you are an artist, aren't you?
That's correct, yes. So I trained in Fine Art at university, and I did the classic thing of doing loads of art at university, then came out and went, oh, I've done an art degree, what do I do now?
Fair enough.
So I went off and got what I would call real jobs, and I hadn't been sketching for a really, really long time. And then I just needed a way to get back to sketching myself. And so I basically challenged myself to do 30 days of drawing in a sketchbook. So literally just a little tiny weeny sketchbook like this, something portable, handheld. And I was like, right, okay, to get my sketching mojo back, I just need to sort of do a little something every day. So I challenged myself personally. I also invited some people. I just put it on the Facebook. Anyone want to do this little sketching challenge? And loads of people joined in. So that's how this concept of a sketchbook challenge started.
Can I ask you, did it kind of come to the fore in lockdown? Is that when you suddenly realised that you wanted something to do to kind of occupy your time?
It was slightly before then, actually. Right. It was when I was on maternity leave. So I was on a little gap from working, and I was at home, and I was like, I just want to do creative stuff. I want to do something at home. And that's what spurred me to do it. I really wanted to spend time doing stuff that I loved, which is making stuff, drawing, sketching. As long as I'm making, I'm happy, basically.
Okay. A lot of people watching may know that I did a sketch a little while ago, a year and a half ago, to raise money for charity. And I found it a little bit daunting to start with and a little bit intimidating. Do you find a lot of people find that?
100%, 100%. I think it is incredibly daunting to buy a sketchbook and you open this and you grab your pencils and you see all this wonderful sketching online or from other artists, and you want to start, but it's really hard to know what to do.
It's the blank page.
It's the blank page. It's terrifying. I mean, it shouldn't be. And I went through a weird phase when I first started sketching. I wouldn't use the first page of my sketchbook, so I was like, no, I can't use that. Let me start a little way in, and I don't know what it's about, but it's really intimidating. And so something that I've developed over time as I've been sketching myself and begun to fill a bunch of sketchbooks, actually finish them, which is almost a miracle, is by being given a subject matter, just being almost told what to do can be super helpful to get you started. Because I just think getting started is the hardest thing of everything when you're sketching.
I just think it's so great that you're here with this because one really, really popular brand that we have here at Hobbymaker is Sanntangle. Now, this isn't tangling, nothing like that. This is sketching, but I know loads of you have found an inner artist in yourself that you didn't really know was there. And now you're getting excited, and that's why the Sanntangle thing has really kind of exploded. I think it's one of our most popular shows that we actually have here. So this is going in another direction, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of similar but different is a really good way to say it. And I'm glad you mentioned it because it's the thing with doing this sort of Sanntangles, it's a really mindful, relaxing, enjoyable thing. And it's the process of picking up a pen, picking up a pencil, making your marks, making your patterns, and you just get lost in the moment. And it's really great. And it's been really great over the last few years when it has been a difficult few years for many people, is just that ability to just get lost in creativity and not necessarily worry about the end result, although half the time you do get a really nice end result, which is wonderful. So it's definitely that just enjoying creativity for creativity's sake.
And having a bit of you time.
Yeah, 100% having a bit of you time.
Do you reckon there's an artist in everyone?
Absolutely. absolutely. It's like one of my big things I'm incredibly passionate about, that everybody is creative. And when you look at children, like toddlers, they will grab a paintbrush, they will grab a pencil, they'll grab a bit of, paint, whatever it might be, and they'll just draw, they'll splat, they'll experiment. They don't think, oh, is that splat correct? Is that they don't care. They go for it. And then the next minute they've dropped it, they're onto something else. I think we can learn so much from small children because they're inherently curious.
Yeah.
They want to explore, find out what everything is. And I think as grown-ups, we can learn so much from it.
And also, maybe you were put off by comments made by a grumpy old art teacher when you were at school. You thought, oh, I'm no good at this, I can never be an artist.
I'm glad you brought that up, not me.
Actually, at school, my art teacher was really, really good.
Oh, fantastic.
And very kind of positive. Even if it's what I did was rubbish, there was positivity there. But I know an awful lot of people I've spoken to over the years have said, oh, I was put off by bad comments at school. So who does this appeal to then, this book? Who are you aiming this at?
Well, I think exactly that person that you just spoken about. Anybody who likes to create, and it might be that creativity happens in another form. It could be that they do crochet, they do tangling, suntangle, jewellery making, whatever it might be, but want to try sort of sketching, it definitely appeals to them. And anyone that's sort of a frustrated artist that hasn't got time and just wants to do a little bit of something, but just needs to be pointed in the right direction.
So if you are daunted by the blank page, which I think an awful lot of people who don't class themselves as artists are, this is going to be an absolute godsend because this gives you the prompts. This is the key thing, the 100 prompts. In other words, it shows you how to get started and shows you what to do to get started. Before you know it, the rest of it just kind of follows.
Absolutely, absolutely. Should we have a look in the book?
Yeah,
Is that
I'll tell you what, I'll just give you the details for the book. If you know that this is for you, if this is kind of ticking that box and you're thinking, this is what I've been looking for, there's never been a book like it as far as I'm concerned.
No, it's quite different. It's quite unique. And I've really spent time, I mean, it takes over 2 years to write a book like this. So it takes ages to kind of prep all the illustrations, construct it. It then gets edited. My words get made better. So it takes a long time to construct a book like this. And it's been done with a lot of feedback from people who, like we've said, are frustrated artists that want to start. So it's been carefully created.
And Search Press are just brilliant at books like this, tutorial books, to get you motivated, to get you inspired. Now it's QAPU 72. QAPU 72. It's brand new. You're going to get ahead of anybody else in the country. It doesn't get launched officially until the end of July. The first 300 of you that buy this, Susan will sign the book. You've already done that.
I have indeed. I had a big drive the other day down to Search Press. We had a pile of books on the table and I worked through. So there's only 300 signed copies of these.
Okay, and the price will come up on the screen in a second. Remember, if you order at any point during a show, everyone always pays the final low price. Let's have a little look through and see what to expect.
Absolutely. So the book begins with just a little bit of an introduction into who I am. And let me find, so that's the introduction here. I won't read this to you, there's a lot of text there, but it's a fabulous little read. And we talk about why, in this page here, why do people sketch? Why do people want to sketch? And there's a little exercise about uncovering why the reader in particular would want to sketch, because we're all different, we all have different reasons. So it could be that you want to improve your drawing skills. It could be purely that you want to relax and unwind. It could be to sort of find your passion for drawing again if you have lost it for any reason. And one of the biggies is to remove the fear of the blank page. So this is a really interesting little discussion.
I think especially in this moment in our lives, a lot of us aren't using pens or pencils hardly at all because it's all text, it's all screens.
We're all on computer screens, mobile phones, texting, and there's something so different about using your hands in an analogue way to just disconnect from all the technology and the pressure perhaps that comes from the technology. So we talk about what a sketch is, and this is a really important point because a sketch, in my opinion, and in the opinion of quite a fair amount of people, it's not a finished piece of work. And this is why I love sketchbooks, is it's a little private place to have a little draw, have a little sketch. You don't need to show anyone. They're your drawings, they're your experiments. It's a way to play. And a sketch is an unfinished piece of art. So it's hopefully a little bit less intimidating than I'm going to do a painting that's going to go in a gallery and be seen. It's just it's a play with your pencils and pens. And I think that's a really important thing to bear in mind when you start sketching or if you start looking through this book. So we
don't
talk
take it
about
too
that.
seriously. Have fun
Exactly
with it.
that. Have fun, play. Like some of the sketches in this book are just a bit fun and they're a bit ridiculous and they're my playing. Like this particular page here, I was doing some drawings of faces, like a continuous line drawing. And I'm going to do a demo of that later on today on the show, but using cups as the subject matter.
I suppose it's like bringing back your inner child, isn't it?
Absolutely.
When you're a kid, drawing and colouring, it's playtime.
Yeah, it is playtime and kids love to do it. It's what they just go and grab stuff and have a bit of a fun. And as grown-ups, we can perhaps lose that sense of fun with a sketchbook, and that's what this is all about, is just making it fun. And I'm a big believer in having sketching as a habit as well, something that you do regularly. Maybe just a couple of minutes a day. It doesn't have to be, I'm going to now sit for my hour and do my sketching practice. It can literally be, oh, I'm sat on the train, here's my pen, I've got a biro, here's my little sketchbook, I'll just doodle something. And doodling is sketching. It doesn't have to be finished. It can just be a play with a line.
And art, let's face it, it's so diverse. If you go into a gallery, if you look at modern art and you look at kind of impressionist art, it's all completely different.
So different, yeah. And that is what I think is so wonderful about sketchbooks and people using sketchbooks, is the huge diversity in the marks made, the styles used, and that's something that I love to see. Like if I told you to do a sketching thing and me as well, our finished pieces would look so different. We'd interpret it a different way. And that's what's wonderful about sketching.
And also, when you've done a sketch that you're quite proud of or happy with, speaking personally, your confidence goes sky high.
Absolutely.
I've done that.
Yeah, it's a huge confidence booster. And you might do sort of 10 sketches and some of them are a bit wonky, some of them you enjoy the process of, but you're not sure. And then you might get one that you're like, oh, actually, there's something there. I'm pretty good, aren't I?
Good,
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah,
so, yeah, it's a really nice feeling. And I've been teaching sketching and art for a long time. I do online courses and stuff. And I've really seen people grow in their confidence. And that's not just in art. It can just be a really wonderful thing. They feel confidence in expressing themselves through their sketching, but then that comes out perhaps and then they're comfortable with choosing colours for what they're going to wear.
Now we're going to go into the book in more detail in just a second and look at some of those all-important prompts. 100 in the book. Here comes the price if you'd like to get it today. Maybe this is for you. Maybe it's something you've been looking for and wanting for a long, long time. Maybe you are already with us with Sandra and Santangling and you're thinking, do you know what? This is going to be right up my street, because it's nothing to do with tangling, but there are similarities there. £12.99, which is actually £1 less than the cover price. And this isn't due out until the end of July. We're launching it here today. This is the first ever Search Press book we've launched on Hobbymaker. They are on board with us as well. And all their catalogue, I'm sure, will be here book by book. It's a fantastic, I was flicking through it earlier on before in our little meeting we have before the shows, and it just really is inspiration on every single page. I won't flick through this one, I'll let Susan do that.
Oh, thank you very much. It is a big book. There's 160 pages. It's a weighty book. It's been beautifully put together as well, which is nothing to do with me. That's Search Press, yeah, absolutely. They've taken my sketches from the book, and I've given you some of the sketches from the book here, actually. They're all from my sketchbooks, stuff I've doodled and played with over the years. They've all been put together in here, just as examples of things that you can do, and all different materials as well. Whatever you've got, you can use.
So do you cover lots of different aspects? Do you cover like people, objects, landscape?
Yeah, so the prompts, which is the biggest part of the book, 100 different prompts. So let me flick to some at random. So they're all numbered, and each prompt is completely different. But the thing about the prompts is I've really, really tried hard and thought about them deeply to make them very approachable prompts. So for example, if you look at these two here, we've got boxes, windows and doors. I'm sure you've all got a window somewhere or a door in your house that you could draw. It doesn't have to be fancy, but these are approachable subject matters that you will find. And I'm sure you've got a box somewhere in your house. And throughout the books as well, it's sort of peppered with little demonstrations. So this one just gives a quick demo. It's just in pencil, so it's just done with a simple pencil like this, of how you could draw a square, draw another one, and build up to actually having a 3D form depicted on paper.
So you're taking away that daunting blank page.
Yeah,
You're
absolutely.
giving the basic shape to get started with, and then
Yeah,
off you go.
yeah, exactly. So there's a prompt there, but also if you are new to sketching and this all feels a bit like, oh no, I don't do sketching, I don't do drawing, it will guide you through, but subtly. So it's sort of peppered in there like, oh yeah, I could give that a go. And then you've done some sketching, you've got a sketch, you've got a page done, turn over, and you're ready for the next day.
Almost 10% of the stock is already gone before we've even really had a good look through the book. So this
fantastic.
is obviously something that is kind of resonating with you. It's maybe the guide you've been looking for. Maybe you haven't got the time or indeed the inclination to go to classes. Maybe you feel intimidated with access. Everyone's judging each other's work. This is something you can just do in the privacy of your own home. When you've got half an hour on a Sunday afternoon, pick up Susan's book and just have a little sketch, have a little go. She'll give you the starting point and see where it goes.
Exactly that. And there's two other important sections of this book I wanted to just talk about. There's a whole section on mindset and creativity, and we've talked about some of this already in the last few minutes, so that's just how important these kind of discussions are. And I've not seen this in many other books, which is why I wanted to include it. So for example, here I'm talking about process, not perfection. And what I mean by that is actually it's the process of picking up your pencil, opening your sketchbook, making your marks, so it becomes a habit. And actually, it's about not worrying about what the sketch will look like, not worrying about your previous experience with sketching, which might have been that art teacher or that parent, perhaps not giving a really positive comment. Mm-hmm. It's putting all that aside and just being in the present moment and experimenting and just playing and enjoying the process.
You know what I also like as well is if you're using a pencil, there are always erasers.
There are.
Oh, that wasn't right. You know, you've not ruined the picture.
No.
Get the rubber out and do the line.
It absolutely doesn't matter. And we already mentioned about being more like toddlers. That's a whole page in the book is where I talk about being a toddler. And my little girl has done some drawings here and we've sketched together. Like she's scribbled over my sketchbooks and that's fine. We kind of work with that, we play. And it just makes it really, really fun because we'll make a mark and go, that looks like a banana, or oh, that looks like a weird shaped rainbow. And it just brings a little bit of that joy back to sketching.
Do you know what I found as well? When I did my sketch, I found it really beneficial to sketch something that I really loved.
Yes. Yeah.
Not just a random object for no reason.
Yeah.
Something that means a lot to me.
Yeah.
Sketch that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because then that's going to give you the motivation.
Yeah, and I think that's brilliant advice. And I will talk about it with people that I teach, and I'll say to them, if you don't enjoy drawing people, you don't have to draw people. No. If you like flowers, draw the flowers, draw all the flowers, spend a whole sketchbook drawing flowers. You're going to enjoy it. You're going to want to open the sketchbook. You're going to be excited to open your sketchbook and just keep drawing.
I thought we'd get quite a few messages this afternoon for Susan, and thank you for these messages that are coming through. Susan in Derbyshire, she says, I've always been able to draw, but was fearful of putting on colour. Through lockdown and beyond, I've overcome that. Next is watercolour. See? Yeah, I mean, an awful lot of bad happened in lockdown, very well aware of that, but also an awful lot of good came from it because we've all found we have more time to do things that maybe we didn't have time to do before. And art is one of them, crafting is another one. Yeah, absolutely. Start sketching, add a bit of colour if you want to. Another one coming in from Jen in Norfolk. She says, good afternoon, Susan and Dave. Your book is wonderfully inspirational. Hope you don't mind, but can we have a peek at your journals, please?
We've been teasing, haven't we? We've had them sat there sort of teasing us. I will show you my sketchbooks. It's quite a weird thing showing your sketchbooks because they are quite private to you. And as I've said already, you don't have to show anyone. So my biggest tip is don't come on TV with your sketchbooks because you're going to be told to show them. So this is the first page I've just randomly opened to. And this is just literally pages of me swatching different colours.
Right.
And one of the brilliant things that you can do with sketchbooks is explore your colours. So I think from that comment earlier about exploring with colour, and I'm going to do some colour play in the show later on today from 3 o'clock. We're going to look at colour and how you can explore in a really non-scary way in your sketchbook.
Great.
So we've got, I'll just turn it to this way.
So Jen, make sure you're watching or recording 3 o'clock because colour will be used there. So
it will indeed. I'm going to play with some paint at 3 o'clock. We'll get a bit mucky, which is great. So for example here, this sketchbook has a whole different load of sketches in. And this is actually a sketchbook challenge. So this is me responding to sketching prompts. The first one was draw a pen, so I've drawn it in pencil, a cup, some feathers. This is watercolour. That's chocolate. Do love a chocolate.
I did say sketch things you like.
I do love chocolate, so sketching chocolate is right up my street. I've drawn a rainbow cupcake, a gnome. I mean, these are completely mixed prompts. We've got twigs, we've got glasses, we've got this colour play. I'm flicking through quickly just to kind of give you the idea that every single page is different. Some are more finished than others. Others are pencil sketches. Even draw the tiles on the kitchen floor.
It's like a pictorial diary, isn't it? Really?
It is a little bit, yeah. We didn't see this beetle on the floor, though.
You said, though, it's a bit odd sharing your own personal sketchbooks. But
Very odd,
Here at Hobby Maker, we have Share Your Makes. So whatever you sketch, whatever you paint, whatever you make, you can share with us. We share with everybody else, and then you may stand, well, you will stand a chance of winning £100 credit on your account at the end of every month. So that's something we do all the time.
That would be fantastic. To see your sketches as you respond to the prompts in the book would be amazing. So I sketch all sorts of different things in here. So that's that one, bit of watercolour, a few flowers, so that's this one. Now these ones here are actually sketchbooks that I did especially for the book.
Okay.
So these were created from me responding to the prompts that are actually in the book. So for example here, we've got some watches and clocks. That again were done a bit of pencil drawing first, and I've added on a little bit of, this is actually gouache paint, which is an opaque type of watercolour. And it's me just playing with different shapes. These are me just using whatever popped into my head, sketching those shapes out and planning and have a bit of colour.
Do you prefer doing just like pencil sketches, or do you prefer using colour, and what type of colour do you like to use?
Depends what day it is.
Okay.
Really depends what day it is. I think for convenience, I just love a pencil and maybe a fine liner pen. So if I'm going out for the day, like I always have a small sketchbook, a pencil and a pen stuffed in a rucksack, a handbag, and this will go with me everywhere. So on a day-to-day basis, I will tend to go towards your pencil, a single pen. If I'm at home, I get the paints out. I tend to find if I'm sort of out and about getting paints out, if I go to a cafe and start getting acrylic paints out, they might frown slightly. So
there are cafes,
yeah,
aren't there?
yeah, there are.
I'm just thinking as well, if you go out and about, maybe go on a trip on the train or something like that, if you've got your phone with you, take pictures of things that you find really attractive and then sketch them when you get back home.
That's a brilliant idea. Yeah, really good. I've got a whole folder on my phone called Inspiration.
Yep.
And it's just pictures that I've taken of trees, of fish. I'm in the florists. I just take photos, and that's a really great way to inspire yourself, because again, like the prompts in the book, it gives you something to work from when you do want to sketch. Because I just think it's so important that when you want to do something creative, you need to have your stuff to hand really easily. So if that means that you've got your little sketchbook and your pen stuffed in your pocket or your bag, you can go, right, I'm ready, let's go. And you're off and ready.
We're getting some really lovely messages. And remember, if you want to ask Susan a question, she's here for this show and 3 o'clock this afternoon. Please do feel free. Or you just want to say hello and say how fantastic you think the book is or whatever, we'd love to hear from you. Vivian in County Londonderry. Hello, Vivian. She says, this looks really interesting and I'm going to give it a go. Love your hair too. Can tell you love colour.
Yes, it's very blue. It's very blue. When I'm not painting in sketchbooks, I'm painting my own hair.
And one more for now. Jane in Nottinghamshire says, ordered for my teenager grandson. I feel he's quite talented, but he has to. Everything has to be perfect. Hoping this will reach him. Okay. It's okay not to be perfect. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, he wants everything to be perfect. Yeah, I kind of get that. Yeah. To not be perfect is okay.
It is, and as a recovering perfectionist myself, I just think that's so important, that it's okay not to be perfect and to have...
But what is perfect anyway? That's only someone's perception.
That's very true. That's very true. I think sometimes it's what you've got in your head of how you want something to look, and then you draw and you're like, oh, it's not like that. Or there's definitely that thing about people wanting sketches to look like reality. We could take a photo for that. Whereas I think sketching something in your own style, in your own way, with your squonky lines, it just gives it so much personality, and it's just an expression of yourself and your experience and how you see the world, which I think is wonderful.
Do you know the hardest thing I found was to know when to stop?
Yeah.
When have I done it? When is that point?
Yeah. I don't think I can answer that one for you. It is a really, really hard question. I think that's one that everybody struggles with. Sometimes that's directed by, you've only got 10 minutes, so you've got to stop. You know, kids are demanding your attention or the dinner's ready, you've got to go. Other times I think you just keep going until you've had enough of it almost, because sometimes you can be painting something, drawing it for a long time, and then you're like, I'm over this now, just move on, turn the page.
Also, maybe showing it to someone else helps as well. So what do you think of that? And if they go, well, what have you done there? You haven't finished that bit there or whatever. But if they go, perfect, love it, yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Surprise a relative, surprise your friends. You can do it. Everyone has got an artist in them somewhere.
100% I agree with that. Everybody has entirely.
Do we have a look at a few more pages? Is that all right?
Sketchbook or the book?
The book.
The book, lovely. So this page here, this is again still on mindset and creativity. It talks about using positive language when you're sketching. So instead of saying, oh, that sketch was bad, or I didn't do that right, it's to use things like, oh, I learnt something today, or this was a really fun 10 minutes that I had experimenting with pencil. So it's just about replacing some of the wordage that you have when you're talking about sketching. And I hear people say things a lot like, I can't draw or I can't sketch. And it's more about, I haven't done it before. It's not that you can't sketch. I mean, if you can do this, if you can hold a pencil, you can sketch. So, yeah.
Also, I think, speaking personally, from when I was a teenager at school, I always felt I was being judged against other pupils.
Yeah.
Everyone was being kind of, oh, his is better than yours, hers is better than yours. Whereas when you're doing it on your own,
Yeah. It's
there's
just
no one to
yourself.
judge you.
There's no one to judge you. And weirdly, there's a quote here on this page that says, the only one judging you is yourself.
oh wow, that's coincidence.
That was, a coincidence. And that there is no way to do sketching wrong. There is absolutely no way to do it wrong, because there is no sketchbook police that are coming to get you. It is simply just have a go, have fun, enjoy it, and what's the worst that can happen?
Can you give us a little bit of a demo, what you give us and what you give people watching at home, how it's going to help them progress to do a sketch?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'll do, it will talk about materials that you need to be sketching with, which again, you need something to draw with and something to draw on. It's as simple as that. So I don't get super technical on all the materials you need, because you just need whatever you've got to hand already. So that is the fantastic thing. It's incredibly accessible. And then what I did want to show you today was one of the warm-up exercises. So one of the really great things about this book is, as well as the sketching prompts, which give you subject matter, there are some super warm-up exercises just to kind of get you in the zone that are really approachable. So this first one here is called Mindful Circles. And this will be a little bit like the Santangles. It's this whole idea of inducing mindfulness, relaxation and calm through making marks on paper. So let's do a little demo of this, I think. So I'm going to grab a sketchbook, and anyone watching can join in with this too. If you can go and grab a pencil or a pen, a bit of paper, back of a receipt, that's all you need to give this one a try.
Okay, great.
I'm going to get a sketchbook, and I'm going to take a really small one, because I actually think a really good bit of advice is if you use a small sketchbook, this isn't as scary
It's not intimidating,
as a
is it?
massive sketchbook. So big tip for you today is find and use small sketchbooks, because they're portable, they're non-scary, and you can fill them quickly, which is great.
Okay, cool.
So I'll start with a pencil. I'll do this in a few different materials. So I've brought some pens, big marker pens, fine liner pens, fountain pen and pencil. So just to demonstrate that this can be done with all sorts of materials. So the premise of this exercise is that we are going to be drawing little circles and repeating drawing little circles. And the first thing we do is we take a breath and relax.
Good.
we just chill with it. This is enjoyable. So we take a breath and we relax. And then we then draw a tiny circle. So I'm just going to draw a little circle. And I'm hoping you can see that.
Yeah.
Just about, tiny circle. What we then do is we move somewhere else on the page and we just draw another circle. And we just keep going. And what we'll find as we do this, organically, a pattern just starts to form. And I haven't planned a pattern. I haven't planned this at all. I've not spent hours going, right, I'm going to do these circles in this way. It's just, I'm just sitting here chilling.
So you're not sketching anything per se, an object.
Tiny
you're just
circles.
kind of doodling.
Little tiny circles.
Yeah.
And doodling is such a great warm-up exercise, because this is really accessible for everybody. Anyone can do this. You could be doing this right now with me. And you just draw the circles. And what you'll find is perhaps you do bigger circles, smaller circles, and a sort of maybe a pattern forms, maybe an organic shape forms, and you just see what happens.
Nearly 20% of our book has gone in half an hour.
Oh my goodness.
You're loving the concept, you're loving the idea. It's a really unique idea, isn't it? To strip back sketching, anyone can do it.
Yeah, absolutely anybody can do it. I 100% agree, definitely anybody can do this. So the rules of this, I mean, rules sounds a bit official, doesn't it? Not rules. Guidelines for this exercise are that you've got to complete your circles. So I don't want you to rush it. Take your time. And you could spend doing this 2 minutes. You could be doing it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. If you really get into this, you could probably lose an afternoon. If you've got a big bit of paper and a great big pen. And you just keep drawing circles, big and small, filling the page. And what this does is it's a warm-up exercise, so it warms you up. It helps me to sort of forget what day I've had so far, what's coming up in my day. I could just forget that I'm here on Hobby Maker TV and just sit here sketch. And this is doable for everybody. And then you can also try it in different materials. So if I wanted to, I could use a big marker pen or a brush pen,
right,
and do exactly the same exercise, but with bigger circles.
I know many of you watching have got the fine liners. Maybe you've got Posca pens as well. I mean, anything.
Anything works, and it looks really different depending on what material you're using. So for some reason I've decided to go in straight lines for this. That's just popped into my head. So I might want to do, this is more like a sort of, I suppose in my head it's a bit of a sunburst kind of thing. And again, this is not something I've planned. I've just letting the pen walk across the page, just using little circles. So it's really approachable and kind of a fun experiment, really.
And when you filled up your sketchbooks, eventually, they're lovely to look back on.
Yeah.
Maybe it will remind you of a certain day, a certain mood you were in, a certain event that happened in your life that week or those months ago, or whatever it might be. But I think it's great. And if I just at random open the book at a few pages, process, not perfection. Make it easier for yourself. Those are the circles that we talked about earlier on. Faces and portraits. But there's all sorts here. Sketching, prompts, the prompts, there are 100 of them. Everyday objects, angle poise lamp, I've got the original of that here.
It is there, yes. And you were just saying about it taking you back to a time and a place where you did this. This was a tutorial I was teaching some of my students about having like a really loose background. And it's just there it is, that's the one. So it's just a wash of ink, yellow ink that I mixed up really loose in the background, and then over the top I used a fine liner pen to add a bit of detail. And yeah, it doesn't quite, it's, you know, slightly going off the page, it's a little bit wonky, but I remember exactly where I was that day when I sketched that. I was sat in my studio, I was playing with my paints, I was having a lovely old time. I did have to wait for the paint to dry for the first layer, for the second layer, but it was great fun.
So we've got bugs and beasties, we've got mushrooms and fungi, we've got clocks, buildings, mandalas, which I know loads of you absolutely adore, how to do mandalas successfully. Just like your paintbrushes in a pot on your desk. That makes a fantastic picture. Geometry. So it really does cover so many things, whether it's the room that you're actually sketching, whether it's your mobile phone, got a bit of sport going on there, Wimbledon maybe, or football, or whatever it might be, sci-fi. So it's really, in landscapes, it really does tackle all sorts of things. Christmas trees, things under the sink. It's really fantastic.
I literally opened the doors of my kitchen cupboard, just opened the doors. I sat in the middle of the kitchen floor and just drew.
Wow.
Just grabbed the sketchbook and drew. So, I mean, there's subject matter everywhere. And I know that one thing that people struggle with, as we've probably said already, is what to sketch. Like, you know you want to, but you don't know what to sketch. And I think you just sort of start, and if you just keep going and trying things and experimenting and trying different subject matters, perhaps prompted by the prompts here, you begin to get the confidence, and then you can draw everything, and you're just excited to draw whatever you see in front of you. So it really does inspire you to be excited by sketching.
I mean, I mentioned earlier on that I found it really helpful to sketch something that I loved, Maybe you love your house that you live in and you want to sketch that. I mean, these are just little, tiny little sketches, but they're fantastic. It could be the house in your road. It could be a little lane or alleyway that you've got just down by the side of your house. Favourite shop in the high street. I mean, all of these, you've labelled these as that took 15 minutes, that took 10 minutes.
Yeah, so this is an exercise that I do share in the book, and that is literally me walking out of my house, walking for 5 minutes and sketching what I see. I then walked another 5 minutes. So it literally was the house down the road, the alleyways, I walked to the shops, just sketching those little scenes, which I probably walk past every day and don't pay attention to. So what this will get you to do is start to really look at the world and appreciate things.
Absolutely. Now, I tell you, this is going very, very fast now. The first 300 will be autographed and signed by Susan herself. Update on the stock now? 20% of the stock is now gone. We're going to take a short break at this point. We'll be back in a second with more inspiration, more chat, more ideas, and more flicking through this book. But remember, to get 100 prompts that will give you the inspiration to start to sketch, even if you don't think you can do it, Susan knows you can. I didn't think I was an artist, but I can now draw and sketch, and I surprised myself. So that's what this book is all about, giving you that little nudge to go do this, and then you can do that. We're back in a minute.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Well, you know you were doing those little circles a minute ago.
Absolutely, yeah.
Alex on our floor was doing them at the same time too. There's his little doodles. Look, there we go.
It looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Totally different to yours, but that's his interpretation. So start off with something like this. Get the feel of it. Get the pencil, get the fine liner, whatever you want to do. I'd do pencil first, would you?
Yeah, pencil or pen, whatever you've got to hand. Pencil, I think, is a really great one because I think there's always that feeling that, like you said, you could just rub it out if it goes wrong. If you're not happy, it doesn't matter. You could just rub it out. I mean, I quite like doing things in pen because it just feels a bit bold that you just go for it and then you can't rub it out. So you've got to commit. So there's something about that, but also perhaps that needs a little bit of confidence. So a pencil can be a really approachable thing to start with because maybe I could rub it out and it's fine. And it doesn't matter, it's your sketchbook. If you want to rub it out, have another go. Yeah.
Well, this is really tapping a nerve, you're loving it, which is fantastic. Thank you for all your messages coming in. Alison has got in touch from North Yorkshire. This is so interesting, I agree with you, it really is. Ordered the book, we'll give it a go. I never know what to draw, thank you. Well, that's where the book comes in, because it gives you hints and tips and prompts you.
Absolutely, I think that's the biggest thing about the book, because I think that is one of the biggest barriers to people sketching and drawing, is that they just don't know what to draw. And if you open, so one way to use the book, you've got the logical people who, perhaps a bit like me, will start at prompt number 1 and you'll work through. But another great way to use the book is to just flick and stop.
That's what I'm doing today.
Yeah, just flick and stop and open and see what comes up. And you've got something hot, something cold here, is this one I've opened on here. So my something hot I sketched for as a demo was a candle. Something cold, I went to my freezer, got out my ice cube tray and sketched that. That's on page 84 and 85.
The thing is, there's beauty in everything, isn't there?
There is.
There's a carrot here, a banana, a strawberry.
It's a very beautiful carrot.
A London bus.
Yeah.
Just pens and pencils. If you're into art and you love your craft, why not sketch what you actually use to do your art? How cool's that?
Yeah.
I've got the original one of those here as well.
Yeah, there's a few of those here. I was actually going to demonstrate drawing some pens and pencils
Great, yeah.
in the sketchbook for everybody.
Well, there's one more message, I think.
Yep.
Elaine in Greater Manchester, she says, hi, I've always wanted to draw. I'm not very good. However, I've ordered the sketchbook. It looks just what I need. Thank you, Elaine. Elaine, you're absolutely right. That's exactly the way I felt. I didn't think I was any good at drawing or art because of my experiences at school, but Sandra Rushton gave me the inspiration to give it a go, and this is what Susan's doing for you today, but in a slightly different way.
Yeah, absolutely. And generally, the only way to get better is to practice. And it's not about being the best. It's not a competition. It's just about enjoying it, improving, and with time, you'll begin to really love what you're doing.
But if you get to sketch 10 and you've still got sketch number 1, you look back and you go, oh, look at how far I've come.
Yeah, the continuous sketching, like say you do 30 days in a row, and this is something I do at the beginning of every year. I run an online 30-day sketchbook challenge, which is where this idea came from.
Can people watch and get involved in that?
They can, yeah. It's available on YouTube, on my website, so it's all available, and there's a free version as well as a paid version that has some educational videos on there and tutorials that I deliver. But the great thing with that challenge, and if you use the book in that way, as in if you did a sketch every day for 30 days or 100 days even, you did 100 in a row, keeping it small so it takes you 5 minutes, you get to the end of the 30 days, 40 days, 100 days, you look back at day 1 and you just go, gosh, yes, there has been progress. And I started my first sketchbook challenge in 2018. This was when I was off on maternity leave and I wanted to kickstart my creativity. My sketching has improved in 5 years, and I've seen people do the challenge with me, and sketching from prompts, their sketching has got so much more accomplished over that time, and they're just really happy, which I just, you know, if I can make one person happy in life, then I'm winning at life, definitely.
But it's a great book to have by your side. You'll never outgrow it. There's always going to be, whenever, we always hear about people saying that they've lost their crafty mojo, they don't know what card to make or whatever it might be. You know, if ever you've got that block and you think, oh, I don't know what to do today, do what Susan said, just open it at random. Okay, a jug and a vase. I'll go into the kitchen, I'll get a jug and a vase, I'll sketch that today.
Yeah.
Fish under the sea, I'll sketch those today. So yeah, can we have another demo?
Of course you can.
Great.
So what I thought I'd do is I'd pick one of the prompts in the book. So if I just move that down so you can see it, we've got pens and pencils. So if you're sketching, having some pens and pencils around is probably something that you'll have available. So I've got a selection of pens and pencils now. So I'm just going to have a little go at sketching in a similar style to what's in the book here. So let me grab my sketchbook. And this is just ordinary sort of cartridge paper, nothing special. And I'm going to grab a fine liner pen. And what shall I draw? Let's have a look at drawing another fine liner pen. Okay. So what I tend to do is just place what I'm drawing in front of me so I can see it. So I've got this one just here. And I'm going to start with this little top bit here, just the little nib. And what I'm going to aim to do is fit the size of this pen just somewhere here on this page. And I'm just going to go for it. I'm not going to overthink, because if it all goes wrong, it's fine. No one's watching. It's just me sketching in my sketchbook.
Normally,
no one is here. No one can see this go horribly wrong. But the good thing is that there actually isn't any wrong. It's just me sketching. Yeah. So it doesn't matter what this little sketch looks like. So I'm just trying to find like the edges of the sketch. And I have chosen to do it in pen so that I don't rub it out and have another go and rub it out. I just go for it. And what I find is when I'm sketching, my first one will be a little uncertain, perhaps. I'm not worried if I get a perfect line. I'm just having a little play with this and just trying to get the lid here. And
so do you look at the pen in different sections? Is that what you do?
I do, yeah. And one of the biggest tips I can give when sketching is to look at your object more than you're looking at your sketch. The thing that I was taught when I was learning to draw, when I was at art college, was look at your object almost 80% of the time. Most art, most sketching, most drawing is observation. It's looking. And that's one thing that sketching really does teach you, is the art of observation. So I've tried to sort of draw the different sections of the pen, almost like an outline.
Yeah.
And then what I'm now going to do is just look to see if I can find where the light and the dark is on this pen. So I can see here, there's a sort of white line where the lights are reflecting on the top of the pen.
Yep.
So that's lighter. And down here at the side, it's darker where there's a bit more shadow because the lights are coming down this way. So what I'm going to do is just with a bit of scribbly scribble, and that's an incredibly technical term, a scribbly scribble, is just shade in that bit of shadow. And that will start to give a sense of 3D on the page.
And you're not being exact, precise, it's just random squiggles.
Random scribbles, just trying to get a sense of this pen on the page. And then what I'd probably do is go, right, yeah, that's a good one. Let's draw this pencil and move on to the pencil. And again, I'm just going to try and pick up the major shapes.
So is the trick then to start off with something relatively simple to start with?
I think that's a great idea, yeah. Starting with something simple. For me, I think some of the hardest things to draw are people and faces, because there's something about us humans that our eyes are adjusted to know when something isn't quite right. So if you draw a face and the eyes are too far apart, or one's up, one's down, we know it's, let's say, wrong. I don't like using that word, but we know that there's something not quite right with the interpretation. Whereas if you're drawing a pencil or a pen.
Or a building.
Yeah, or a building. If you get it a bit too tall, a bit too short, a bit too wiggly, it doesn't really matter. And this is, again, we've got to remember this is sketching. This is our little interpretation. It's not a finished work of art. It's almost us understanding what does a pencil look like? What does a pen look like? How can I try and get this on the page? So this pencil has little lines up the side.
And you also kind of cover lots of different styles as well. We've got almost comedic pets, a section on pets in here.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, for me, sketchbooks are a place for me to experiment and have fun, because I think anybody that's creative has this thing where they have all different crafts that they like to do. If they're into one thing, they'll be into another thing, and I'm the same. I love a bit of sewing, a bit of crochet, a bit of drawing, and sketchbooks give me the opportunity to play perhaps with brush pens, to play with paints.
Well, actually, we've got the brush pens available in the show,
these are great.
And these are double-ended and dual-colour brush pens as well. So you've got like a lighter colour and a darker colour in the same colour family, so a bright pink and a light pink.
So let's have a little play with one of these, shall we? So brush pens are great because they usually have a brush end, so it's a bit like a paintbrush, but it's also a pen. So you can use it like a pen, but it works that you can get a really fine, and I'm just going to do some little marks over here, you can get a really fine line by pressing really light, but you can also experiment with getting really lovely marks like this.
Now these are Kurataki pens, and if you know your pens, that is top drawer. Really good quality. You've got a total of, does it say the quantity? 24, but they're double-ended.
It's a lot. There's a lot of pens in here.
Colours. Yeah, they're fantastic.
I've gone into lovely playing with brush pens mode now. And as you can see, I've sketched some pencils here, but I'm also having a whale of a time just mark making with brush pens. So mark making is another great way to use a sketchbook, to play, to experiment without sort of, you know, it doesn't matter what this looks like. I'm just using this brush pen. And as you said, this has got the slightly lighter colour on this side, so I can play here. I'm just going to play.
They're fabulous. They really are. So 47.75, TJPQ02 is the product code if you want the Kurataki Zig pens, double-ended, 24 pens but 48 colours. They are fantastic, and I believe they're water-based. Yes, they are. Water-based pigment and photo-safe, acid-free as well. Perfect.
Yeah, they're really lovely. So how about I use one of these on this pencil drawing? So if I draw the pencil again, actually, tell you what I'll draw my fountain pen, because that is it's got a lovely red colour on it, and it's just a nice little shape. And I'll draw that little pen. So again, I'll start with the fine liner, just trying to get the shape of the fountain pen at the top. And I'm going quite quickly. I tend to be a bit of a quick sketcher, and obviously you may be different. You might sketch slowly, more carefully. That's great. I mean, we've all got different styles and ways of working, but I'm just going to get this onto the page, get a rough sense of the lid here.
I found the quicker I sketched, the less I thought about things and the better things turned out.
Yeah. Sometimes, our brains are amazing, fabulous things. They do 100 things at once. But sometimes they can get in our way because they make us overthink, they make us worry what it's going to look like. They stop us from just going for it. And the sketching warm-ups and just doing sketching regularly, you just begin to not think. So what I'm going to do is grab a colour from here. Let's find one of these lovely reds. And I'm just going to add colour on. So brush pens are great for adding colour to a pen or a pencil sketch. So I'm just going to use the brush pen and just run it along here to add some colour. And where they are water-based, you can blend colours, which I think is really lovely. I'm just going to add a little bit of colour in. And this isn't taking me too long. I'm just adding a little bit in. And let's see what else we've got. Having a great old time playing here.
I can't believe this hour isn't nearly up. Where's it gone?
Oh, is it going? Oh my goodness.
Well, the good news is that Susan's with us for another show at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So if you're tempted to get the book maybe in between the shows, come back and watch more inspiration and more ideas with Susan later on.
Fantastic,
but it's going down a storm. Everybody's loving it, which is fantastic.
Oh, I'm
It's
so
great to see
pleased. Yeah, I'm so pleased. Yeah, it's good fun. So what I would probably do now is carry on sketching different pens. I'll just show you the ones that are in the book here, again, just as another example, is, yeah, they just have some like lines. They're not particularly overly complicated drawings. They're very simple. There's wonky lines, there's sort of shaky bits, but that's a sketch. It's
what
perfectly
defines
good.
art? What is the definition of art? Art is every artist's own interpretation, basically, at the end of the day, whether it's something really pristine and spot on and accurate, whether it's something very, very random. Well, like this one here, prompt number 3, sketch your lunch.
I had pizza for lunch, can you tell?
Oh, how cool is that, though? Why not? Who would have thought of doing that? Isn't that just amazing? A few more, just as I flick through the pages. Some seashells, maybe off to the seaside, maybe off to the wildlife park. There's a toucan there. Maybe you've got a robin or two in the back garden. And if you analyse that, there aren't many lines on there at all.
No,
really.
it's just a bit of a splatter, a bit of a play. It's not, let's say, anatomically accurate of a robin, but it's just, I've got a bit of colour. You can see the little red breast.
Yep.
It's, yeah,
the
just
pens.
depicting it.
Flowers. So everything's covered here. Utensils in the kitchen, butterflies, wildlife, pots and pans, fish, fungi, insects. It's a brilliant, brilliant book, and it's giving you, I mean, this is what I've picked up on messages from people today that have messaged into the show. It's knowing where to start. If you look at a blank page, and we have got some sketch pads in the show today, so I'd certainly recommend going for this sort of size, because it's not too daunting to get started. Watercolour paper. This is 180 GSM with 20 sheets in there. But that's a really good size that I wouldn't get daunted by.
Yeah, it's a great size for paper. And also that being a 180 gram, it will take the wet media like watercolour and acrylic paint and not buckle and warp. So it's a really nice quality paper, so you can have a good old play with it. And
well, that's in the show today. It's on the website right now if you want to add it into your order with the book at the same time. The Kurataki pens are proving popular too. But it's all about the book today. Another hour dedicated to it at 3 o'clock this afternoon. But as soon as I saw this today, actually I saw it a couple of days ago on Liam's desk in the office, and I had a little look, and I thought this is going to appeal to our viewers because it appeals to me. Sanntangle appeals to me. So it's the same sort of person, basically. I think that if you love that, you will love this as well. Even just colouring in, drawing your wheelie bin, for goodness sake.
yeah,
you know.
that's my kitchen bin at home.
Is it? But it's great. You've got to start somewhere, and that's what this book's all about. And I don't think there's been a book like this.
No, it's the main concept behind the book is having the prompts that give you ideas for what to do, because it's just knowing what to do when you open your sketchbook. It can be so daunting. You just want a starting point. So literally just flicking the book, letting it fall open, draw what comes up, and you're good to go, basically.
And if people want to get in touch with you or follow you on Facebook or social media, how do they do it? What do they say?
So I'm online. I've got a website, susanyates.co.uk, and I have a very funny spelt surname, so it's Yeates.
Okay.
I'm also online. I'm on Instagram as @learninglinocut, and I'm also on Facebook as Susan Yates Artist as well.
So you'll get the book, that will get you started, but then you of course can take part in all the kind of sociable things that Susan does online as well and be part of that community. And don't forget to share your makes with us, because if you do, you could win yourself a £100 credit at the end of every month. See you at 3. It's been a brilliant show.
It's been great fun. Thank you ever so much for having me on. And yeah, we'll see you at 3.
Okay, Hunkydory's up next though at 2. Don't go away.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. Think I'll get 5 more Zs in.
David, wake up! What are you doing?
I'm catching some rays and having a pina colada.
There's no time to laze around. Christmas is coming to Hobbymaker.
It's June.
I know, only 6 months to go. Up you get, my friend.
There's a lot of love for Santa at Hobbymaker.
Hey guys, it's Sarah Davies here. I just want to say you have got to tune in on Monday because it is going to be a big day. I'm going to be in the studios and I am taking over. I'm going to be on Sewing Street live from 8 o'clock in the morning, Jewellery Maker from 11 o'clock and then Hobby Maker from 1 o'clock. Now, when we do one of our big takeover days, trust me, it is a day you do not want to miss. We've got goodie bags, we've got some amazing special deals, I've got a ton of demonstrations, brand new product launches, I've got the team in with me. It is going to be epic. So whatever you do not miss it. Whether you're a sewer, whether you love your jewellery making, whether you love your paper craft, we've got something for everyone. So I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on Sewing Street, from 11 o'clock on Jewellery Maker, and from 1 o'clock on Hobby Maker. We'll be there all day. I can't wait to see you there.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random and will announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Afternoon or good afternoon. Welcome back to Hobbymaker on this Sunday. Wasn't Susan great?
It was so much fun, wasn't it? How interesting is that?
Yeah, I know. Wonderful. Start sketching, get the book, you'll love it. You really will.
Yeah.
She'll be back at 3 o'clock. Lovely Natalie's here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. You having a good weekend so far?
Yes, it's been very, very busy.
And very, very fun.
Very, very fun, yeah. Got up for lots of mischief. Slowly but surely.
Okay.
My Cornish pasty helped.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bit of carbs.
Yeah.
Okay, now I've got to be honest with you. This is one of my favourite things that Hunkydory have ever done. We're bringing you now. Can I just show you this?
It's so sweet.
How cool is this? This is the book. I've seen it before. This is something that you've done for a number of years. But if you've never seen it, this is an heirloom, a family object that will come out every single Christmas. You can read it to the grandchildren, read it to the kids, or just have it on display. It is Twas the Night Before Christmas. How stunning is this?
It's really, really fun. And I absolutely love the fact that with this, like you say, it's something for the family, something that you can bring out on Christmas Eve in the day when you're just pottering around, you've not got much to do. You can make it with the children. And then at night time, when they're already in their Christmas jammies, you can read it to them.
Yeah, put it on their bedside cabinet.
It is, and like you say, there's ways in which you can personalise it as well, which I'm really interested to show you. But it's just so much fun. The full instructions are with it. We've got videos online if you're someone who likes to watch videos, but we're going to show you how to make it today.
Okay.
It is just the most... It's the most special story anyway.
Totally.
Twas the Night Before Christmas. So
well, it is a kit, so you'll have fun putting it together and making it. The whole family can do it. That's only part, though, of what's in the collection.
Yes,
that's the
it is.
made-up book. In the bundle, you're also going to get this, which I absolutely love. The artwork in this is amazing. This is picture perfect. So this is actually Twas the Night Before Christmas, picture perfect. It's the 8x8 paper pad. Let me just bring this into the centre so you can see all the artwork beautifully.
And it's really fun because the way that this was sort of like put together and designed was actually from Anne-Marie getting her Joseph's school photographs. And she thought, well, this will be a great idea because we could have artwork all chopped up and put into little sections, which you can either use together or use separately. But it's just a great way to create different size toppers for all of your cards. And obviously we've got coordinating papers on the reverse, which you can use for mat and layering. You can get really into this, but I think if you love the Twas the Night story and you love the storybook, then you're going to love that paper pad.
Absolutely, it goes together so well. And that's not all, because you're also going to get a lovely selection of Hunkydory. I can't reach it. Hunkydory.
You pushed it too far, didn't you?
There we go. So adorable, scoreable. In all these wonderful colourways. Look at this.
And they're going to match so perfectly because we've gone through all that book. We've picked out your reds, your Christmas greens. We've got your browns in there, that lovely deep blue. All of the colours that run throughout that artwork we've selected to help you out with matting and layering. Maybe you're going to make your card blanks from these colours. Everything works so perfectly together, and it's a great reason why you should get the bundle.
What a brilliant offer this is. 30 sheets of adorable scoreable. The book itself, which will become an heirloom. Maybe if you've had it in the family for a number of years, take a photograph of it, send it in, show it to us. Show me maybe a photograph of the kids reading it or something like that.
That would be so lovely.
And then you've got your printed paper pads there as well in the 7x7. So over 250 images you've got in that paper pad as well, with a wonderful gloss finish to them, easily trimmable and cut outable. If you would like to go for that today, it's historically been one of the most popular Hunkydory items, that book, Twas the Night Before Christmas. Here's your chance to make it for your family or maybe someone else's family. DZHD26, and look, the price has come down to less than £30. $29.99 is all it is for all of those three items. And this is how it comes, the book. You've got all the grey board, you've got all the elements, all the different elements that you just literally pop into the openings. You've got the ribbon to actually bind it. So all these sheets, as you can see, wonderful, absolutely wonderful printing, wonderful quality. And the story is just absolutely magical, as you can imagine. And then all of these elements just pop out, all die cut for you. So all the individual sheets, build up your book, make it, and just enjoy it every single Christmas going forward. Make it part of the family tradition. And you've got the grey board there as well, which gives it its stiffness and its rigidity. And you get full instructions as well, how to do each page bit by bit. Does it take you very long to do it?
Not at all.
Really?
Not at all. Do you want to start off and we'll do sort of like the first bits of putting it together. So when you get it home, you have full instructions to look through. What I would suggest is that it might seem very silly for me to say it, but make sure you're following the pictures and you're putting your images on on the board the right way round as shown here, because once you've done that, then it's gluing the sides together, and you don't want to have an upside down image.
And you've got to do them in the right order, otherwise the story doesn't make sense.
Exactly. So I've got my bits here, I've got my chipboard, and I'm just going to pop out this aperture. Then I've got the covering for it, which is beautifully foiled in this gorgeous gold design, and then I've got my image which sits underneath it. So a top tip as well is to just take a little bit of sandpaper and go over these grooves, because obviously this has been die cut and it's still a little bit messy. You've still got loose bits of card that will appear. So if you just give it a little once over with some sandpaper or a nail file, yeah, just to loosen off all those edges, because it's going to give you a cleaner finish. Your one item that is a must-have for making these books is our amazing construction glue, and I'm just going to use this around the outside edges. I'm very lightly pressing on here, but I'm making sure I'm adding glue to all those edges and then everything in between, so that this sticks down beautifully. So I've got my first layer ready to go, and then I'm going to stick the design onto here. Now there are a couple of different ways in which you put your book together. This is one of them, where we place the paper on top of the chipboard, and then I'm going to stick this image underneath. So just with, again, some glue. You can use tape for this, but obviously when you're wanting it to look so professional, you want to be able to move it around when you're making it. So,
well, hopefully we've still got the construction glue available.
I think we do. We've had a very big delivery of our construction glue. So I think it is in those pots of 6 as well.
Absolutely.
Which is an essential for this, isn't it? So that is page 1. Then page 2 is slightly different. It's got some other elements, and on my instructions as well, it also says to face your sort of bindings on the right hand side. So I'm going to get that out. We'll again pop out these elements and stick it together in exactly the same way as you've just seen.
And you get 6 bottles, I think it is. Yes,
it is.
60ml bottles for $11.99, which is pretty incredible. It's in stock at the moment. It's perfect for using
with any constructions,
any construction at all, or any card making project, but it's perfect for this book make.
Perfect. It really, really is. So again, just go around all of the shapes, making sure all of those edgings, we've got glue on there. You don't want to add too much, because you don't want it to take too long to dry. But again, pop over the pretty design to hide all of those workings, and it's been designed so well that everything fits so perfectly together. So this is sort of page 1 of the book, which obviously starts off with the most famous line, "'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse." Oh. Isn't it? So I think even when you just hear the first line of that poem, it takes you back to childhood, to reading this story for so many years. And I just think it's so precious and such a fun project to have, not only maybe to make for your grandchildren, but to make with the grandchildren as well. So we're going to sort of build up half of this book, and then we're going to come back to it and show you how to sort of construct it together. Okay. So I just wanted to show you how to do all of the pages. This time, this one, you want your holes to be on the left-hand side, because they will all stick together to create your book. So you want to make sure, and it's the most important thing, that these are all the right way around when you're gluing these together. And
I'm sure this is going to become a really cherished part of your family Christmas on a
Definitely.
yearly basis. Even when the kids grow up and fly the nest and stuff like that, you'll still get "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" book out.
And it can be handed down as well then, can't it, to their children and then the great-grandchildren. It is one of those things that is going to be so perfect. And maybe you'd want to have a book for each child on the very last page. There's actually some squares that say "Merry Christmas, love from Santa," but there's no reason why you couldn't put your own little message in there and have like "Merry Christmas from Grandma," "Happy First Christmas," and then it's something that you're going to keep and treasure for years and years to come. So again, just add in this, and then you pop in your design
underneath those frames.
That gives you the pad, gives you the book, and also gives you the adorable scoreable. 10% of that stock is now gone at $29.99.
I'm not surprised at all. So they're sort of the first 3 pages, and then the fourth one is designed a little bit differently. So this one you just have a blank piece of the board, and you have a full image to stick on there because your elements are actually pop-outs that you can stick on top. So for this part of the board, we'll just pop this together, go all the way around, and then we're gonna...
Lots of you putting the construction glue in your basket as well.
Yeah, it's definitely the one thing that I would suggest if you're getting this today, your construction glue is what you're gonna need to stick it together.
Decades to come.
So then pop out your toppers, and to make this stand out from that image even more, although you've got that beautiful gold foiling on it, I've added some foam pads to the back, which we're just going to give us a little bit more dimension and height to our book. So let's just pop the image on the top section so we know where we're going to stick this down. And like you said, knowing that you've got the book, it's in the right order, we can pop it together really, really easily. You've got everything you need with these instructions, you really have.
And the artwork is incredible. It's gorgeous.
It's just the most stunning like photos, isn't it, and illustrations. And I think that's what really makes it just how beautiful it is. So that's how you sort of build up your pages.
Well, I know we want to give you details of the individuals. I know
let's do that.
Want to have the paper pad maybe on its own first of all. So the paper pad is part of the Picture Perfect collection. They're 8x8. I think I said 7x7, but they're 8x8. 48 double-sided pages, 12 layouts, 4 of each. And let's have another little flick through. There we go. Now watch this. All straight lines, so it's easy to trim or use a guillotine or whatever.
Yeah, you can get your trimmer into those little sections. Maybe you just want a tiny bit of the wording because the wording from the original story is all throughout the pages as well, which I think is really nice. Maybe you're really inspired by this book and you want to create your own version of the storybook, then you can use these pages to do that as well.
There he is, starting to come down the chimney. Off he goes. Is he arriving or going? I think he's just pulling in.
I think he's pulling in, isn't he?
Pulling in to drop off, there we go. But absolutely amazing, amazing artwork. And the paper is gorgeous quality. Look at the shine you've got on there.
It really has that nice professional finish, doesn't it?
Really does. So this is only $11.99. If you just want this paper pad on its own, all the artwork is listed on the back. That's a brilliant price when you consider how many sheets you get. And there's actually 250 images, so potentially 250 cards you could make or projects you can make using this. But like you said, Natalie, the actual words of the story run through the pages as well.
Yeah.
So $11.99 if you just want that on its own, something for everyone.
I think it's a really good thing to just add in as well because you can make so much with this, or maybe you've got some stuff in the week you can craft along with this and add the images as just toppers to cards.
Absolutely. Now, only one P&P as well, remember, no matter how many things you buy, if you bought maybe the book from Susan in the last show, you've paid your $3.95 postage, that will be delivered without any more P&P. Now, the storybook on its own, yes, this is it. This is it. It comes in pieces, which is here. And Natalie's already shown you how easy it is to actually put the pieces together. All we recommend you need is construction glue, but all the elements are there. All the different sheets, all the holes for the ribbon to go through are all pre-cut for you as well.
All foiled, all die cut. So easy to put together. You just pop them out and then layer them over your artwork and the chipboard. And then we'll show you how to assemble all the pages together next.
And remember, the most important sheet of all is the instructions.
Definitely.
That shows you what page to do where,
which
when
layout.
to do which one. Yeah, and just how to actually finish it off. And we'll put it together and construct it for you a little bit later in this show. It's only $14.99 if you want the Night Before Christmas, Twas the Night Before Christmas book, and it'll become an heirloom of the future. A wonderful gift as well, maybe for a mum and dad who are having their first Christmas with newborn or something like that.
Definitely. All of those special occasions, like you say, new children in the family, it's going to be something that'll last for years and years and years.
And this is definitely one of my favourite things that Hunkydory do. Absolutely love it. Margot has messaged in. Hello, Margot. Nice to hear from you again. She says, we got the storybook a few years back for our great-grandson, and his mum reads it every year, although he can read it for himself now.
But
it's tradition.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so special.
It's special for you, it's special for them. Yeah, it's really, 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 really superb. Now, the adorable scoreable as well, We haven't got a massive quantity. Again, I'm going to have to go around here to pick it up. The desk is too deep. There we go. Let's have a look. So these have been hand selected by Hunkydory to complement the colours in the book and in the pad. So you've got these lovely greens. You've got a good, 2 different colours of greens, a cream in there, very pale green, 2 shades of blue, chocolate brown, lovely festive red and gold in there as well. So this is just $9.99 and this is 30 sheets. So it's only about 30p a sheet, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
But which is amazing when you think about the quality of the cardstock. And matte and layering for creating your own card blanks, steppers, all those different types of fancy folds. You're going to be able to use your scoreboard and create them with this. And maybe even gift boxes as well. Gift boxes that you could be gifting your storybook in.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Thinking about that.
Put the book in a book. Yeah,
Put the book in a box. Gift
Love
it.
So the best way to order it, though, if you want to save the most money, if you like all 3 of them, is to go for the bundle. But if you want just the adorable scorable, it's $9.99, and that will be delivered again as part of your capped P&P for the day of $3.95. The most popular option, obviously, is the bundle, because you're going to get the book, you're going to get the pad, and you're going to get the 30 sheets of adorable scorable, and nearly 20% of the entire stock of that bundle is gone. DZHD26, and those 3 things will be on their way to you. Sandra is in Kent. Hello, Sandra. Hope you're well. She says, well, Hunkydory has done it again. Absolutely beautiful. I couldn't agree with you more. It's the artwork for me.
It's the artwork. It really is. It's so... It's the Santa that describes Christmas for everyone, isn't it? It's so traditional and fun, and just everything about it is just beautiful.
Can I just be a bit naughty?
Oh, yeah, you're going to do it. Are you going to do it because it's nearly selling out?
Maybe. Maybe. We've got Snowfall Acetate in the show. We had a massive run on this the other day. Thousands of you wanted it. If we've got this, we don't have much of it left at the moment, okay? So it's $14.99, ONHD 36. How many sheets was it again? I've forgotten.
I think it's
24.
24.
Yeah. 24 sheets of snowflake acetate. I've got a dark top on so you can see just how good that would be to put on shaker cards, all that sort of thing.
It's going to add such a beautiful effect as well, sort of having it on a bow front of your card with that amazing Santa image with him coming.
And it's strong enough, it can actually be a card blank.
It can, yeah, definitely.
Crease it, that could be actually
a card blank.
Yeah, so 24 sheets of that, that's in stock at the moment, but we haven't got as many as we would like. So please, if you fancy that, pop it in your basket.
So shall we move on to putting this together now?
Yeah,
then?
let's do it.
Because this is the best bit. So like we said before, the way you stick your images down on the page is very specific, because then what we're going to do is stick each image together, which will give you that really strong storybook. So I'm going to lay down now the very first page onto that second one. And again, just using your construction glue, making sure all your edges are covered. You've got lots and lots on here, because this is the bit that you really want to sort of hold together. So then I'm just going to add a few little dots around the centre.
Well, I've just been told loads of you
just to get this in.
Coming in for the storybook on its own. 10% of a big stock of that's already gone. So all these people on the bottom of the screen have got it in their basket and they're checking out right now. So well done to all of you. You're going to love it. You're going to love reading it to your family. You really will.
And the thing is as well, if you have a number of grandchildren and you want to get one for everyone, I mean, that's the best way to do it, isn't it? Buy the bundle and then get the rest individually. So just popping them onto each other, and then I would recommend putting it under something that's quite heavy, something that's flat but heavy, just to make sure it adheres together and you've got no sort of movement in there. So that's the first page, and then we'll pop the second bits together.
Maybe if you've got a heavy book or something like that,
yeah,
encyclopedia
yeah.
or something.
A box of pens, you know, anything that's super
like
heavy.
A4 storage box you've got that's full of, I don't know, your
tools,
ink pads or whatever. Stick it on top of that.
Your die machine. Get your Gempo or your die cutting machine out. You can use that as a nice little weight to make sure this all sticks nicely together.
Good idea.
So then the second page, and this is going to go on the top of this one. So just sticking that together. And then again as well, once you've stuck these together, if you're feeling that the edges are a little bit rough, just go over it with a piece of sandpaper, a nail file, just to loosen it and make it quite a nice sort of feel together. But once that's all together then, and I've got my first 2 pages, just making sure that they come together. I've already stuck down the last 3 pages. So all we need to do now is pop it together. So making sure that my story, using my instructions, my handy instructions, all goes together really well, and I'm not putting any pages wrong.
Yeah, don't get the story out of...
No, you don't want to do that. Then I'm going to use my ribbon that comes with my kit to tie this together. Now, you don't have to do it in this way. What would be really nice is with like bookbinding rings or maybe some string, but I'm going to tie it with the ribbon sort of as it comes. So just making sure that it's even, and then what I like to do is go over the top and create sort of like a nice fold. Something that's really handy as well to have around when you're trying to do this is a pencil or a pen or even your pokey tool, just to get the ribbon
feed it through
nice and easily. I'm dropping it now. Here we go. So once that's sort of tucked in there, you'll be able to grab it from the other side.
Gives it a little bit more decoration, doesn't it?
Yeah, it gives it a bit more strength as well. You've got to be careful not to do it too tight because you do have to sort of open it up. So then I'm just going to pop that one up again and then squeeze this through. Another handy tip, if you're struggling with doing this, is to actually add a little bit of tape onto the end of your ribbon to make it more of like an easier
more
path.
Of a point
to
go through,
to pass it through. But it just takes a little bit of time to cross all of this over and create your beautiful book. But once it's done then, isn't it? And
Absolutely.
You've got so many times. And then, as I was saying to you earlier, Dave, that last page in the book, it has that from Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from Santa.
Okay.
That's where if I was going to personalise this, I wouldn't use that back panel and I would put in my own message to maybe like my nephews, Merry Christmas from Auntie Nat, and maybe have some pictures of us together from like...
That'd be a nice touch, wouldn't it?
And that would be so lovely to really personalise your book to your recipient.
We have that lovely message from Margot saying, you know, how it's read every single year, even though he can now read himself, it's read by mum and so on. When it's not actually being read, it's an ornament. I mean, just have it on the windowsill, have it on the bedside cabinet as a lovely ornament for Christmas.
A Christmas decoration that you bring out time and time again. Everyone that's going to come around to your house is going to pick it up, aren't they, and have a look at it because it is so fun.
Margot also said that a big eye needle is handy as well.
Oh yes, or a crochet hook.
Yeah.
Because you could just pull it through. I am nearly finished. But this is, I would say, the most fiddliest bit of putting your book together. But once I'm nearly there, last one to go now.
Like doing up your shoes.
It is, isn't it? And then I'll just move that over. Pop this.
I remember when this first came out, I loved it then and I love it now. It's a tradition for Hunkydory to produce this. So if you've not got one in your family yet, get it today. It's in the bundle for $29.99 and it will be as appreciated and as loved as the Christmas tree is, as the crackers on the table are. It will become part of your family Christmas as much as mince pies and...
There'll be that thing that everyone talks about every year, and that one year that you don't get it out, someone will go,
where is it?
Where's the book?
Yeah.
What do you mean, where's the book? So then we can just tie it in a really nice bow towards the end. Again, just make sure that you do have enough room to move the pages around. And what I would do myself, and I tend to do when I've made these up a number of times, is just stretch out that ribbon first of all. Make sure you can open all of those stunning pages and you can see all of the beautiful artwork really clearly. And then once you've finished and you're happy with it, we can just trim off the ends.
I mean, it's actually a lovely Christmas gift for a family as well, isn't it? It really is.
I think so.
It's not just something that's ornamental, it's something that will become a real part of Christmas, just like the tree is every single year.
And so many people as well have sort of like Christmas Eve boxes where they gift things to the kids as well. So you could pop these in your Christmas Eve boxes. They could be making them before it's time to go to bed.
Okay, so you'll get the book, you'll get the pad, which has got, again, stunning artwork in it, and you'll also get the adorable scorable as well that all works so well with those two bundles. So there we are, all three things for $29.99, DZHD26. Free phone number, remember, the call centre in the UK, it's in this building actually, and it's 24/7. So if you've got any queries about an order, if you want the operator to make your order for you, just give them a call, 0800 001 4433. And also the website as well. If you go to hobbymaker.co.uk, you can register with with your email address and make up a password and become a member as well if you're a brand new customer. And all the individual items from Hunkydory are also on the website right now for you, including the gemstone strips. We've got the individuals in the kits, of course, the pads, the actual book, and the adorable scorable too. And of course, the snowflake acetate is there as well. So have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. Back in a couple of minutes.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Well, we're busy, especially for that fantastic Twas the Night Before Christmas book. More on that a bit later on. Now, something else that's in the show that you and I did a couple of weeks ago, and they absolutely flew. This is the Christmas edition of our gemstone rolls. Now, what you've actually got is 1,236 stones on each metre strip, and you get 4 metres. So that's about 5,000, isn't it? Over 5,000?
Over 5,000, yeah.
Now, we've got two choices. You can either go for the pearl finish, or we can go for the sparkle. So let me just show you. These are, if I put them down, you can see them a little bit easier. Oh, hang on. Stuck together. There we go. So there are your sparkles. And these basically are self-adhesive gemstones, and you can use them singularly, you can use them in individual strips, you can use them in strips of 4. 4,944, nearly 5,000 of these gemstones in total, and each one's got its own adhesive on the back, hasn't it?
Yeah, so it's on a big strip. So we just my favourite way to use it is to cut into them and then use them as big long strips or decorating them as borders around cards. They're really, really useful. But I love that we have the special Christmas edition, and you're going to get 4 of these rolls as well.
£2.50 a pack.
£2.50 a pack.
For 1,236 gemstones. And again, you can just trim them to whatever length you want with your scissors. You don't need to have to take each individual one off, but if you wanted to do that, you could.
Yeah, you can do, definitely.
Yeah, it's up to you. So there they are. That's the ones that have got the sparkle. So you get all 4 packs of those. And then if you prefer to have the pearlescent finish, we've got that available for you as well. Again, they're in similar colourways. I'd be tempted to go for both, actually.
I'd go for both. I'd be going for the glitter ones as well you're going to show next. Because there's so much at Christmas time you use gemstones for, just to add that little touch of sparkle. So these are perfect.
And these are brand new colourways, £9.99, BMHD60. If you're new to us and you're thinking, oh, it's letters and numbers, that's what we do here at Hobbymaker. So yes, it's a combination of letters and numbers for your item number or your product number. £9.99 gets you all 4 rolls of those, working out to only £2.50 each. They flew when we had them in other colourways recently. These are the new Christmas colourways for you, and they're available right now as well. And that's a delivered price if you've already bought something today. And then the other stones that we've got for you, you get 4 packs, and these vary in their size, as you can probably see here. So these are more individual and larger gemstones. You've got 288 in total for £9.99, and you've got purple, blue, red, green, gold, and the clear as well. Good that they're in different sizes too.
I like that they're in different sizes, and these are our glitter ones as well. So if you want to be a bit more fancier, and that's something that you want to do, then grab the glitter ones. Grab them all, so then you've got the choice. You can have glitter if you want, you can have the classic sparkle, or you can have the pearls.
and they're working out to £2.50 a pack as well. So really good value for money. $9.99 YGHD78 is your item number for that. And again, that's the delivered price if you've already bought something, because it's only 1 PMP, $3.95 every single day, midnight to midnight. So fantastic. Right, and don't forget your snowflake acetate, that's in the show as well.
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? And it's a great thing to use alongside your Twas the Night as well. So next up, we're going to do a card using the beautiful imagery. Now, I've chosen this one here, and we're actually going to make a, I think it's a 7x7 card, but we're going to cut the front a little bit. So let's trim down our imagery first of all. I'm going to use, and I'm using the same sheet because what's really nice about these is the coordinating side, the design works beautifully. So just going to trim it down to 6 3/4. So I've got a nice space to add a border of that coordinating cardstock, and then I'm going to use my trimmer to trim out these designs. Now I know that this large one here, if I use my trimmer, I can just remove that out of there. Like
the Hunkydory trimmer will be on the website as well if you fancy investing in one of those today. They're
and then
always
that's
really
just
good.
going to pop out. And then I think I'm going to use this section here from the storybook. So I'm just going to again bring that in line and just trim this out. So just using that really thin, and you'll see it when you get it home, there's a really thin white guide on all of the detailing. So we'll bring this together because I think that's what we're going to use. And then I'm going to trim my cardstock. So I've just got a panel of 4 on the front. So with a larger card, it's a little bit more difficult to do it because you can't fit it in. So I always say you can still do it, but what you need to do is just be really light when you're putting pressure on so that you only go through the first piece of cardstock, or it's kind of like you're just marking that cardstock. So then we can lift it away and we can use our scissors if we need to, just to get along that guideline that we've created with the trimmer. And then I'm just going to flip it over and remove this front panel. And this is going to allow me to add in a little bit of acetate to make the front of this card really quite special. So we can start adding this together now.
Would it be snowflake acetate by any chance?
It will be.
Oh, might be.
It definitely will be. So paper pad, I'm going to use my tape to do this. You can use your construction glue if you want to. You could use your wet glue as well.
But look at how the adorable scoreable colours work so well with the artwork in the pad. Perfect red.
The perfect Christmas red. So popping that onto here now. Making
And
sure
all those
I've got
sheets
a
in the pad
nice
are double-sided as well. So.
edge. And then I'll pop this into the centre of my card. Oops. I can't get that up now. No.
Doesn't want to play.
Let's go the other way. There we are. So this will go onto the back panel here, just to decorate up everything that we're going to be able to see on this card. And then my snowfall acetate, I'm going to stick onto the front of here because we're going to hide this with some of our really nice artwork and imagery that we've got in here. So popping this onto here, this is just a 7x7 piece of acetate. You could use it smaller if you wanted to, but I like to have the full length to keep the strength of the card in there. And then I think I've got a panel which should fit. Let's see, is it this one? It is that one, but I think that one's too small. Let's just go. We'll pop that on here. And then I think I might need to cut an extra piece here because I've done some sort of random cutting. I'm not sure what we've done, but we'll make it work.
Okay.
Let's just see if I've got an extra sheet of that red in my pack here. And we'll recut that. Have you got it?
I've got one here if you want that.
Oh no, it's fine, I've got some. So we'll move these bits to one side because they can come in handy at another time. And we're just going to cut this to 4x7 and then we can lay that on top. And I've even got some other pieces left over from the panel we did before that we can sort
Just
of
to let you
add
know,
this
tomorrow
onto.
morning, 6 o'clock, we're waking up with Hobby Maker, aren't we? You and
We
I,
are, both of us will be here
on the breakfast shift.
on the breakfast shift. I actually quite like them.
I do too.
It's nice to get the day done, kind of, in a way. So I'm just going to add a little panel over here because we are going to stick some of our artwork on top, so you won't actually need to cover the whole piece. So I'm just going to trim this down because I've already made this the right size in length. So just pop that onto there. I'm just going to lift this up and trim away that white section because it's just hanging off there. So just make sure that that's nice and in line. And then let's bring in our design that we're going to work with. So this little happy chappy is going to stick. Again, I'm keeping it to the red and the blue. Popping him onto here.
I must admit, he's the traditional Santa that I'm drawn to. That's what, if I saw
Yeah.
that on a shelf for sale, that's the Santa that I want to
Me
have.
too. He is super, super fun, isn't he? So he's going to sit on there. I'm going to give him a little bit of a lift with some foam pads. And then our artwork that I've chosen to use, sort of the really nice text, is a bit from the story that works with this design. So again, just adding that.
And if you buy
red.
the bundle with the pad, the book, and the adorable scorable, you could be making this card or card very similar to it.
Definitely.
You could get probably dozens out of that pad, couldn't you?
I think so, because you're using them in so many different ways as well. You don't have to use it all. So I'm just going to pop my foam pads sort of halfway on here because I'm going to have it sort of lifted up off the front. So just adding that onto here. And then my other image I'm going to pop just sort of over the top of this side. So again, just
Also,
another
just a
piece.
thought, if you are selling your cards, either for personal profit or for charity, the traditional Santa always, I think, proves to be the most popular. So.
Yeah, it really does. Again, as well, selling those books.
Yeah? To be honest, though, if I made one, I'd want to keep it.
You would want to keep it, wouldn't you? To finish it off with, I'm going to bring in some of those pearls. I've got my reds here, and I've just cut the strip of the red off from the design. And I think if I can fit them on, I'm going to add a piece up here. They've got a little bit squished in my bag. So I think we'll
So do
go.
they come off in a line? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
No. They come off in a line. So the
you can
whole
separate
strip
them.
is adhesive. You can separate them, but they just peel off in a really big line, and then you can pop them wherever you want to. So for me, I'm going to pop a couple up this side, maybe like 5 or 6 on that bit there, and then I'll match that design up here. And then we're going to leave it like that. So you've got that really nice sort of like fake front with your snowfall acetate with that design just sitting there.
It's gorgeous. Love it.
So pretty.
And the $29.99, remember, is for everything on the stand there. So you're going to get the pages in the book. The book, remember, is just stunning. 250 images, so potentially 250 cards you can get out of this. And again, if you didn't see the artwork before, let me just have a little flick through for you. Santa's not in every one, but he is quite prominent throughout. But you've got that little dog curled up in front of the fire, waiting for Santa's arrival. How cool is that? There he comes. He's on his way, dashing over the rooftops. I think I've skipped a one. There we go. There he is, kind of coming down to land. Ho, ho, ho.
I love that image.
There he is, just about to kind of clamber onto the rooftop, and then next page you'll be going down the chimney. So it's, again, kind of all in time with the story, all in order. And you do get little clippets, or little snippets, should I say, or clips of the story as you go through the pad as well. So it works with the book beautifully, beautifully well. There we go. So if you don't want all the images, do what Natalie did and actually use the other side, which is beautiful backgrounds. But it does seem a sin not to use all these images.
It does, doesn't it?
Look at him, there he is, enjoying his mince pie and his brandy. Absolutely brilliant. So $29.99 gets you the book, gets you the pad, and gets you 30 sheets of adorable scorable. And as we proved in that demonstration, all those colours in the adorable scorable will match the colours of the artwork in the book and in the pad as well. Under £30 for all three of those. That is brilliant. DCHD 26, and you could be making this book the night, or Twas the Night before Christmas. Very busy on the website, very busy for the acetate and those gem rolls, of course, as well. We've got the pearl and we've got the sparkling ones too. It's all at hobbymaker.co.uk.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Yes, it's Hobbymaker on a Sunday afternoon, here till 6 o'clock as we are every single day, 1 until 6 at the weekends and 6 until 8 in the morning, weekdays, and also 1 until 6 in the afternoon as well. So we're together on the early shift tomorrow.
We are, bright and early.
Then we've got a Crafters Companion takeover tomorrow with Sarah in the building and Debbie Fisher as well. So that's going to be a really, really exciting day tomorrow. But we're back with Hunkydory. It's exciting this afternoon, of course, as well, because we've got Hunkydory and we've got these fantastic sentiments. You've actually got, does it say how many?
It's 640.
Wow.
I want to say. All
40
in there.
sheets of foiled sentiments. And they're all die cut. And as you would expect with Hunkydory, the foiling is absolutely flawless. And they're all Christmas related, but you've got all sorts of different Christmas messages.
There's some really nice ones, isn't there?
You're on my nice list. Santa baby.
You've got some really fun ones too.
Sending Christmas cuddles. Christmas love with all the trimmings. Yeah, so they're a bit different to the normal sentiments and they're in all these lovely colourways. And it's cardstock, not paper.
No, these are printed and foiled and die cut on our adorable scoreable cardstock. So it's 350 GSM that you're getting these in. But just a really nice way to spread out your Christmas crafting. Maybe you're using some of those items you bought on Tuesday in the core show. Maybe you're going to be iris folding. We've got that coming up later.
Yeah.
Those don't have sentiments with them. So this is the perfect accompaniment for those type of projects.
Jingle all the way, holly jolly, let it snow. Aren't they fantastic? And you know, you've got the right colour foil for the actual coloured card that it's on.
Yeah.
Some silver, some are gold. Look at the gold on the purple, that's lovely.
So pretty.
Beautiful.
Very regal.
So you always have the right sentiment for the cards that you're making. So that is $11.99, DMHD 23 if you fancy popping that in your basket today. And remember, once you've paid your P&P of $3.95 for one item, you've got no P&P to worry about for the rest of the day. It's just a blanket $3.95 for the entire day's orders. And over the weekend, we find we get an awful lot more viewers watching that maybe can't watch during the week. So if you are a new customer and you haven't got an account with us and you want to take part and you want to buy something, just phone the free phone number on the screen. The operator will answer. It's a call centre here in the building. I've had so many messages actually on my Facebook page from people saying, oh, I joined Hobbymaker yesterday. The call centre staff are so friendly. They helped me out with a question, all this sort of thing. There's loads and loads and loads of positivity about the call centres. Because basically, over the years that I've been broadcasting and being on TV, postage was always a real bugbear that people complained about. Well, we sorted that out here. And the fact that the call centre was in a foreign country, that was always a bit of a bugbear as well. They couldn't understand them sometimes and that sort of thing. So, you know, to have it in this country, nothing wrong with offshore call centres. They do a good job as well. But to have it in this country, and it's a free phone number as well, that was another thing. So no phone call to pay for either.
Nope.
And cap P&P, so it's tick, tick, tick.
I know.
Now, parchment, not vellum. This is parchment. Parchment's posh vellum, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It's that higher higher quality of vellum. And again, if you're Christmas crafting, then this festive selection is going to be one for you. You can see already you've got your purples, a lovely selection of greens, you've got black in there, you've got some contemporary colours as well.
Black parchment, I mean, wow. But you can see it's translucent.
It is.
It's a lot thicker than
and it's so
conventional
vibrant
vellums.
as well.
Yeah.
So imagine if you're doing some beautiful parchment work this Christmas. These deeper colours with those sort of like drawn lines on are really going to stand out.
It's maybe a silly question, but could you use parchment for iris folding as well?
Yeah,
You can?
yeah, you can use it. We're going to do it a little later on, actually.
Okay.
We've got some parchment to show with you. But yeah, you can use parchment for your iris folding. Obviously, I like to do it in strips then, because your colours are, you can kind of see that translucent look.
And there is a definite front and back.
Yes.
There's like a rougher side one side, which is the back of the parchment, and a smoother side at the front, which is the front side. And if you emboss it, it's going to look like you've been doing white work on it. You can use your parchment tools. Yeah, you can do your piercing with it as well if you want to, or just use it in strips and cut it, or whatever you like. You're going to get a total of 24 sheets of parchment, 3 of each of 8 designs or 8 colours, and that's $9.99 for parchment. That's a bargain.
Really good deal, isn't it?
Really good.
And I don't think anyone really does parchment the way that we do it now in those types of colourways either.
And to have it delivered, you know, for just $3.95 maximum P&P is fantastic. So this is when it's a really good idea if you bought something like maybe like Susan's book from the last show. She's back at 3 o'clock, by the way. But if you've already bought that, you know that all those essentials that you need to buy that you're running out of, construction glue, trimmers, parchment, all that sort of thing, you're not having to pay any postage after you've paid that first one. Now, next one.
This is exciting. And this would work perfectly with your Twas the Night as well, because these colours are so good.
This is non-shed glitter card, and you get 10 sheets of each of these 5 colourways. 10 of the blue, 10 of the silver, 10 of the gold, 10 of the green, and 10 of the Christmas red. And that is $19.95 is what it should be, but we're going to take the price down. WYHD 76 will get you 50 sheets. And what's the price going to be? $14.99 for 50 sheets.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Love it. And just to prove a point,
No
shed.
No shed.
No glitter anywhere apart from on the card. So if you die cut it, trim it, it's not going to end up all over your lap.
You can use it in your electronic die cutting machines as well, make bunting from it, and honestly, nothing comes off. It's amazing.
Now we've also got Miri.
Miri, our ever so famous Miri.
Yep.
And perfect to be in so many different colours, especially at Christmas time, because, you know, I think Miri is something we all know and love, but some of our Blockbuster has coloured Miri.
Now,
it has different colours throughout it, so being able to mix and match them with this is great.
Now, we don't know if this sells out, how long it's going to be before we can get any more. So if you do want to get for this one, you've got the black Miri in there as well, which is one of my personal favourites. It's like a piano black, like a grand piano. Really lovely. But look at that rose gold. You've got your almost like Arctic green there, that wonderful ice. Look at this. Isn't that just a lovely colour?
And these colours as well are not repeated in any other packs that we do at Hunkydory, so you won't find these anywhere else.
And when this goes, it may be a while, if at all, that we can actually restock it. We'll try to. But you're loving it. You get 50 sheets, and it's $11.99 in total. Really good price. And remember, it can only be Miri if it's genuine Miri, because that is a brand, okay? WGHD 39 for £11.99p.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Let's do our last card then. So we're going to mix and match everything that we've had on the show. I'm using this Santa because he is my favourite. Just dashing through there. So again, I'm just going to trim it in line with those markings, and we'll go all the way up on this one because we can keep those together as well. So just trim that down so we've got our main image, and then I think I'm going to use the ho 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 as my sentiment. So again, we'll just trim that out of there, and I would get some of our little storage boxes. Once you've got all these little bits and pieces cut out, then use them again to create other cards. But we're just going to do a nice 8x8 for this one. So I've already cut my blue adorable scorable, and we're going to bring in some gold Miri as well. So let's just pop this on top of here, and then I've got some of my papers from the book. I've tried to pick out designs as well that kind of come out through the image. So on this one, we've got really nice deep red tones, and then we've got more of like a paisley green design as well. So we're going to add this to it as well. So we'll show you that one there. So pop that in line here on there, and then we'll use that really nice.
And by the way, if you ever get fingerprints on the mirror, just use like a microfiber cloth.
Oh yeah, you
That
can
gets
just buff it up.
Yeah.
There's no problem with that. So then pop this on, that'll give us a nice little edge on here. And then my first image is going to go on this side, and I think I've got a mirror mat that will fit that perfectly on there. So I'll just, again, a little bit of tape on this panel to stick this down with. I've got tape going everywhere now. So add that onto here.
So Natalie and I are going to be here at 4 and 5 this afternoon with Iris folding and a look at the blockbuster.
Yeah, we're going to bring it back because it's been ever so popular.
Massively popular.
Everyone has loved it. So I'm going to put a little panel across here just to break it up and be able to add more of these designs in. So let's just check what I've done there. That's 2 inches across. So we'll do that one 2 notches under to match my edging on my first section here. I'll stick this onto my mirror, and then we can add another piece of that adorable scribble from the selection. So I think it's a great idea to go for that bundle because you can see how everything works so
You're not
well
rummaging
together.
around trying to find a colour that works with...
No, it's all gonna fit really nicely. And then this now we can stick onto that blue panel. So just stick that underneath. I'm gonna put that on here like so. And then I've got some ribbon as well. So just take off my little bits of tape we've got on there. I'm not going to stick it centrally. I'm going to kind of stick it, not that way anyway, Natalie. I'm going to try and stick it just about 1/3 of the way around this panel. Let's trim that off. Where are my scissors? Here we go. Trim that off. We'll stick this now with some foam pads just to give it a bit of height. I got my big chunky foam pads for that.
It kind of warms your heart as well when you look at the artwork, doesn't it? When you're working with it, it takes you back. I think a lot of us tend to kind of regress to our childhood when Christmas
so nostalgic, isn't it?
Yeah.
So add that onto that section there, and then I'm going to pop this on top here. So again, might just need to add some more foam pads to the top just to be able to match the height of my panel that I've just added on. I'll put another.
Do people, because you are Natalie from Hunkydory, do people expect really, really elaborate cards from you at Christmas?
I do like to make the cards at Christmas. I thought you were going to say all times of the year. I think Christmas is probably it sounds really bad, Christmas is probably the only time that I actually make my cards because I'm just too busy the rest of the time. And I do feel terrible. I'll do it for special birthdays and occasions, but Christmas, I love to make stamp cards at Christmas.
Stamp cards?
Yeah, so I always do the same sort of card for everyone. But I'll do it using stamps, and sometimes I've done funny ones. I think our first Christmas in our new house, I made Christmas cards with buttons as snowmen, and did them as sort of like me and Dan. And then the year after that, I did reindeers with like twine and made like their ears connect.
Right.
So I do like to make fun cards at Christmas for everyone, but I've not done it.
That's how a lot of people get started in card making, is making Christmas cards. Maybe not for themselves, but to sell, for charity, that sort of thing. Suddenly it just kind of goes from there.
For family, for friends, and then you realise how much you actually enjoy it, and you're like, actually, this is quite fun.
And then you get messages from friends when they realise that you make cards.
Yeah.
For me, and,
So a little bit of glue on there. I've got a nice big bow, which I think at Christmas time, the bigger the bow, the better.
Yeah.
And then let's stick this onto our card blank. So I'll just stick that on with some construction glue. Let's get that coming back through.
Don't forget, in a few minutes, Susan's going to be back with a brand new book that is going to encourage you and give you all the encouragement you need to start to draw and sketch. It's the first book of Search Press's releases that we've actually featured. Search Press is a brilliant brand that do great tutorial books, and they're going to be launching more books with us as well. And the book that we're going to show you with Susan isn't actually launched until the end of July, so we've got it exclusively.
Ooh.
And if you're tempted in art, it's going to be a good book for you.
There you go.
Look at that. Isn't that lovely?
Classic Christmas cards. That's what you're going to get with this Twas the Night.
Absolutely you are. So the $29.99 price tag refers to the bundle. So you're going to get the paper pad, you're going to get the Twas the Night Before Christmas book, which has since become iconic from Hunkydory, and you're going to get your 30 sheets, of course, of your adorable scoreable. All the colours will work with the artwork in the pad, in the book, and of course, with the cardstock. $29.99 your price for this one, DZHD 26. All the other Hunkydory goodies, including the Blockbuster and the Ultimate Collection, which was launched about a week ago, is on the website as well under the Hunkydory brand. So we'll be demonstrating that a bit later, or you will.
We will.
So I'll see you in an hour.
You will.
Okay, and that new book on the way with Susan and myself after a short break.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
David, wake up! What are you doing?
I'm catching some rays and having a pina colada.
There's no time to laze around. Christmas is coming to Hobbymaker.
It's June.
I know, only 6 months to go. Up you get, my friend.
There's a lot of love for Santa at Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hey guys, it's Sarah Davies here. I just want to say you have got to tune in on Monday because it is going to be a big day. I'm going to be in the studios and I am taking over. I'm going to be on Sewing Street live from 8 o'clock in the morning, Jewellery Maker from 11 o'clock and then Hobby Maker from 1 o'clock. Now, when we do one of our big takeover days, trust me, it is a day you do not want to miss. We've got goodie bags, we've got some amazing special deals, I've got a ton of demonstrations, brand new product launches, I've got the team in with me. It is going to be epic. So whatever you do not miss it. Whether you're a sewer, whether you love your jewellery making, whether you love your paper craft, we've got something for everyone. So I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on Sewing Street, from 11 o'clock on Jewellery Maker, and from 1 o'clock on Hobby Maker. We'll be there all day. I can't wait to see you there.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Well, a couple of hours ago, we had another launch here at Hobbymaker. Good afternoon, by the way. Great to have your company. I'm Dave, and with you through until 6. Lovely Susan is back with us for the second hour of this fantastic book. Now, Search Press is a brand I'm sure you've heard of, a book company you've heard of. Search Press are famous for their step-by-step books, whether it's step-by-step knitting, crocheting, jewellery making, whatever it might be. They are the go-to company when it comes to how to learn to do something, whether it's a craft or an art. So to have this book today, ahead of the actual launch, it's not officially launched until the end of July, we've got it here at Hobbymaker. And what this is, I can so relate to this, 100 prompts for daily drawing. Now, you might think to yourself, maybe your art teacher when you're at school said, oh, it's rubbish, you're not going to be an artist. And that's always stuck with you in your mind. Or maybe you've just got that opinion of your own art that you can't do it, you're not an artist. Susan, I mean, everyone has got an artistic streak, I think, in them somewhere.
Oh, they absolutely do. I 100% believe that. And, you know, we're born creative. And I think as we spoke about on the show earlier today, toddlers, little people, when they pick up a paintbrush and they start sketching from a really young age, they just naturally go for it. They experiment, they're curious, they're creative. And I think sometimes as we grow up and we become adults, we perhaps lose that. We start to overthink, and all our previous experience, unfortunately, some of them negative, where teachers, parents, or even friends have said to us, oh, that's not good, is it? And that can be really disheartening if somebody says to you, your drawing isn't good. It makes you not want to do it. And to be honest, I just think there is nothing wrong with doing a really bad sketch and having fun whilst you're doing it. Just drawing something, because the process of sketching is just super, super fun.
Now, I said before in the first show that one of our most popular hours that we have, or shows that we have here at Hobbymaker, has been Sanntangle. Now, I've watched Sandra Rushton and the Sanntangle business start small and grow and grow and grow, and the popularity, we get more reaction to Sanntangle shows than we do for virtually any other show. So if you are tempted by that, and you've maybe started doing that, this is going to kind of complement it, I think, because it's not tangling, but it's kind of going along those lines.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going along those lines, but perhaps just a sidestep and giving you different subject matter that you can explore. So one of the really different things about this book, and we've spent 2 years creating it, putting it together, editing it, putting in loads and loads of my own sketches from my sketchbook, is that this provides you with subject matter to draw and really varied subject matter that you can use that most of the time you'll find easily around your home, on your desk in front of you, for example.
I think the most daunting thing, if ever you've started to draw or do art, is the blank page. Seeing a white sheet in a sketchbook or whatever, and you think to yourself, I want to draw, but where do I start? What part of the page do I start with? What's the subject that I'm going to be drawing? So the smaller pages, or the smaller books to start off with, are less daunting. That's how I started with smaller books. Would you recommend that as a...
Yeah, I 100% recommend that. So I always carry around with me a little pocket sketchbook, something like this, that will easily fit into a handbag, a rucksack, even a great big pocket will fit in there. And just a simple pen or pencil, fine liner pen, something like this. This will easily be a great starting point. People sometimes think you need special materials or very fancy things, but you can get started with just a really simple sketchbook, tiny sketchbook page, and you're off.
So it says 100 prompts. What is a prompt?
Very good question. So a prompt is basically a word, an object, a theme, something that you can use as your starting point for sketching. So if I have a little flick through the book and just stop at random, here we go. We've landed on prompts number 37 and 38. 37 is numbers. Now this is a really great one because you're using numbers as your starting point. And I've given some advice. So what you'll find in the book is the main prompt. So this one is pets, this one is numbers. But then you'll also find a little bit of advice to help you know then what to sketch, because numbers could be anything. And this sketch here, I've actually literally drawn some numbers and then painted them in. Really simple. Here, I've drawn a dice, and obviously a dice has numbers on it. But you could, for example, look for signs on the front of houses that have numbers. You could find an item in your home that has numbers. You could sketch the items on the little numbers on your keypad, for example.
Telephone.
A telephone, yeah, a watch. There's so many numbers everywhere. So although this is very specific, it's also broad. So the prompts are never going to be something very loose or obscure. So I don't have things like emotions in there. They're actual things. So like pets, we know what pets are. They're the lovely animals that we have at home, our cats, our dogs. And here I've just done some little cartoon doodles as I've sort of played about with the ideas of cats and dogs and our pets. Another example, if I just flick at random, we've got jewellery. So you could sketch some jewellery. I sketched a few of my earrings here. Technology.
Your mobile phone.
My mobile phone. I drew my mobile phone. So,
I mean, I'm just looking here at random. Prompt 5, by the way, is boxes. How to do three-dimensional boxes and how to shade them in, where the light's coming from. 29, buttons and beads. 31 is garden. 34 is mandalas, which I know loads of you love, with the Santangling that we're talking about. Shopping. Just sketching your own local convenience store. Other stores are available. Paints and paintbrushes. Yeah, it's just great, because I think a lot of the time is you don't do art because maybe you're too busy. Maybe now you're making sure that you're going to have a little bit of your time on a Sunday afternoon or a Saturday afternoon or whatever, and you want to sketch something but you don't know where to start. This book is for you, because it will give you the nudge and give you the encouragement to give it a go.
yeah, and one thing that I definitely am is encouraging. So there's lots of positive words in the book as well. I talk a lot about having a positive mindset towards sketching and very much having an approach of just give it a go, and you can't do it wrong.
Now, it's only £12.99 for this book, which is brilliant. It should be £13.99, so you've got £1 saving there as well. If you've already bought something from us today, it'll be delivered for that price of £12.99 because you've already paid your postage. And it will be signed. The first 300 will be signed by Susan herself, which is fantastic. Is this one signed in here?
It should be, yeah.
There it
I
is.
spent a morning the other day at the Search Press offices signing piles and piles of books, especially for you guys.
Fantastic. So a rather nice special signed copy coming your way if you order it ASAP while we've got the 300 signed ones. QAPU72 is the product code. If you've got any questions or any messages that you want to send through, do that right now if you'd like to. Send them in. We'd love to hear from you. It's, of course, the website, hobbymaker.co.uk, and just where it says contact the studio, just send us a question or send us a message. Loads of you got in touch in the first show saying that this is the book that you wanted because you want to take up sketching, didn't know where to start. This is the answer. Right then, we're going to do a bit more demoing this show, aren't we?
I think we should do some demoing, absolutely.
Okay.
So what I wanted to do was pick some suggestions and exercises from the book that are some of the most approachable ones, just to give you a flavour of my opinion on sketching and the way that I think it is super approachable. And I've even put a fancy apron on today for this show. I'm getting serious now, we're getting sketching. So first of all, I just wanted to show you this little sketchbook. It's one of my sketchbooks that I basically draw cups in. Nothing fancy, I just do line drawings of cups. And I've put the little dates on them. So each day, I've just spent 5 minutes drawing a cup with a single pen. So this has been one of those 5 minutes a day, and basically it's a catalogue of all the coffees I've been drinking over the past few weeks, and all the cups that I've got. There is some glasses of water there too. I do drink other things, but coffee is my main flavour of beverage. So what I wanted to do is show you what this technique is, and it's something I suggest in the book on page 43, and it's called continuous line drawing. I love doing this. It's really, really fun. Sometimes it's also called spaghetti drawing, which makes it sound even more fun because that's a bit of a ridiculous title. And essentially what it is that you use a single pen, and I've got a fountain pen that I'm going to use today just because I love using this pen. And you do one single line to draw your cup. Now, the kind people here at Hobbymaker have let me borrow one of their lovely cups.
They are incredibly scarce and rare. Very, very special Hobbymaker mugs.
So I'm going to pop this in front of me, and this is going to be my subject matter for drawing. It's a really simple cup. So again, this is one that I'd have just had a coffee out of. So you could do this at home, and you're welcome to follow along at home if you want to. If you've got a piece of paper and you've got a pen or a pencil, a biro, whatever you've got, you can do this too. It's just going to take us a couple of moments. So what we do is we spend a few moments just looking at our object in front of us, and that is this cup. And it's almost cylindrical in shape. You've got a circle at the top, which when we're looking at this, I'm not quite overhead, I'm at a slight angle. The circle just changes its shape, but we've got this almost cylindrical shape. So I'm just looking at what shape this is. And then I'm going to grab my pen and I'm going to put it down on the page, and I'm going to join up from where I finished my last drawing. So where my last drawing finished, I'm going to continue on. And now I've put my pen down on the page, I am not going to lift it up at all. So I'm going to look at my cup, I'm going to put this pen down, and I am just going to draw. So what I'm going to do is go all the way up to the top of the cup. I'm then going to try and depict that circular top bit here. And because this has a bit of shape to it, it's three-dimensional, I'm just going to go around a couple of times to get the idea of shape. And as you can see, I can't lift my pen up, really tricky. So this is what makes it a fun challenge rather than being a very serious study. I am not about the serious when it comes to sketching, and it's gone squonky, but I quite like that. And I come up the side. Now I've got a handle, so I'm just going to look at the handle. It starts a little bit down from the top of the cup, and I'm going to come around here, and oh, I've gone off the page, but that's okay, it doesn't matter, because I'm just doing this for fun. And I can't take the pen up, so I'm taking it up. It's a challenge. So sometimes you have to go over your lines, and that's okay too. And I'm now going to do that inside line.
I've not heard of this style of sketching.
Oh, it's super fun. It's a great way to loosen up and just have a little bit of fun, because it's like a fun challenge of how can I draw this but not take my pen up?
Yeah.
What's going to be fun is when I start to draw the Hobby Maker logo, because there's text there and it starts to get a bit tricky. So what I'm also going to do is, I can't take my pen off. I have to keep reminding myself that. This is partly a reminder for myself. I'm just going to try and depict some of this shadow by scribbling back and forth with the pen. And then I can see some shadow just running up the side here. So again, I'm just going to do some shadow coming up here. It's just scribbling backwards and forwards. And then I'm going to come back round here because I can't take my pen off. And then the inside of the cup I can see is darker. And this exercise is really, really great for helping you to observe, because when we can't take the pen off the page, we can just focus on observing.
And you said to me in the last show we did at 1 o'clock that 80% of the time you should be looking at your object, not your sketch.
Absolutely, because observation is one of the biggest things in art and drawing and sketching, because we're trying to depict something. So you can't draw something if you're not looking at it.
No.
There are things that you can draw from your memory, but with this particular thing, I'm drawing this cup in front of me, so I need to look at it really. So I'm working my way back down to the bottom here, and I can see some shadows down at the bottom. So what I'm going to do again is do a little bit of scribbling, not taking my pen off the paper. Really have to concentrate here, can't do it wrong. You guys are watching. And this shadow, because there's a couple of lights here in the studio, I've got a really dark bit there and a really light bit here.
I'm very impressed you could do this and talk at the same time.
Yeah, well, I do a lot of online teaching. So on my YouTube channel and on my website, I teach a lot of sketching demonstrations, and I have to talk and sketch. So it is a specific skill set. Sometimes goes wrong though. Sometimes I forget to talk or I forget to sketch. Now the tricky bit here and the fun bit, this is all fun, is I'm going to write this Hobby Maker TV logo. And as you can see, I've got to join up my writing.
You can't
take my pen off the page. So this exercise is called continuous line drawing. So it's just one long continuous line that is going backwards and forwards with my pen.
How many of you trying this afternoon? Give it a go.
I hope some of you are trying this at home. I really hope. I'd love to see some of your sketches because it's super fun. And then we've got this little line under here, which it's coloured, so I can't really depict colour. And then I'll try and write super tiny this www.hobbymaker. in case you don't know the website, .co.uk.
You were saying earlier on that it would be lovely to do like a 30-day sketch challenge, isn't it?
I do. So every January, from the 1st till the 30th of January, I run a 30-day sketchbook challenge. I've been running it for 5 years now. And this challenge I began, I have taken my pen off, by the way, I have finished. I haven't just cheated. I run it every January, and the idea is, because it's New Year, it's a brilliant time of year to New Year's resolution, start something new. So I find that so many people want to get sketching in the new year. They might get sketchbooks, they might pick up a book called Sketchbook Challenge, 100 Prompts for Daily Drawing, for their Christmas present. It's a great gift for Christmas. And they get sketching. So every day they'll get a prompt, and there'll be the sorts of things that are in this book. It could be cups, like I've just drawn now. It could be trees, butterflies, so prompts that you can then sketch from. And that sort of continuous build-up of one sketch per day is just a really great way of boosting your creativity and also building up this habit of doing something creative and sketching every day, basically.
If you think about it, going back to when you were at school and college and that sort of thing, art was always very competitive, or it was for me, because I was always being compared to the other pupils in the class doing the same thing as I was doing, and some would be good and some wouldn't be. So you get kind of processed as being not as good as you could be. With this, it's just you. If you want to share your art and show it to us with share your makes that we do every single day here at Hobbymaker, be free to do that. But if you want to keep your art in your book, and it's like your little personal diary of the way you feel, the way you've seen the world that day, it's entirely up to you. There's no one to criticise what you do, is there? And you've got all the inspiration, all the help, all the advice, and I liken it to like a little bit of a spin of a dice. If you want to draw something or sketch something, you're not sure what, just open up the book randomly, and there we are, look. Prompt 45, float or sink as a theme, cables and wires or machines, and make that your sketch. It doesn't have to have any meaning or any relevance to your life that day or whatever, but it gives you the chance to do something. And then when you've done it and stand back and go, do you know what, that looks all right, you've then got that lovely sense of achievement. We'll take a short break at this point though, but the book is only £12.99. It really, if you are a Sanntangle fan, buy this. You're going to love this just as much, I'm sure you are. Although it's different, it's still in the same sort of genre, and the same sort of people will love doing this as do Sanntangle. £12.99, brand new today. It's QAPU 72. More demonstrations from Susan after a short break. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek. The final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Yes, we're talking about this brand new Search Press book today. Lovely Susan Yates is the person behind it. Search Press have published it, and we've got it ahead of the game. It's not going to be out until the end of July, but we've got it here today. And if you are interested in sketching or art in general, 100 Prompts for You is the book that you should go for, and we'll do more demonstrations on that in a second. Now, you think about sketching, the sketch I did was just black and white. I did it with pencil and I did it with fine lines. But if you want to bring in some colour, there's loads of ways you can do that. We've got our fantastic Kurataki pens on the show, double-ended. We've also got these wonderful acrylic acrylic paints as well. Now these are from Plaid and they are absolutely crazy prices, brilliant value for money. We've got them in sets of 4, so we've got them at the top here. We've got a blue, a green, a red and the yellow for you, which are 4 of the basics obviously to go for. And the price is ridiculous, really, really affordable. I mean, let me just ask Susan, do you use colour quite a bit in your drawing?
Yes, absolutely, I do. I do a complete mixture of black and white pen drawings, and then I'll do stuff like this, which is all just sort of pattern and colour and experimenting with different types of paint. So colour is a great thing to use in your sketchbooks.
And these acrylic paints are fantastic, great quality and a brilliant price. Look at them, they're £9.29 for all 4. £9.29, so it's less than £2.50 each. It's about £2.30 each or something like that. So great quality from Plaid. There is your green, your blue, your red and your yellow. That's the first one. The next one we've got for you are more of your pastel shades. You've got here a lovely light blue, a turquoise, a pink and a purple, all again acrylic. And again, these are a great price too. These are £9.04. Why, I'm not sure, but they are great price for all 4 of them. Stock up on your acrylic paints right now. So that's that set. Next set we've got for you is the white. These are your monochrome ones. You've got your white, you've got a light grey, you've got a dark grey, like a slate, and at the end there you've got that lovely, it's like an ivory colour. And again, £9.04 is the price for all 4 of those. And then the last set, which is the richest of the colours, you've got your burgundy, you've got your dark brown, your dark blue, and you've got your turquoise there as well. So those 4 colourways are going to come up on the screen as well. And they're just going to be, I think, £9.04 as well. Yeah, no. There we are. So they're all there. You can stock up. If you want to go for all of them, feel free. That would be 4, 8, that'd be 16 acrylic paints, and that'd be under £40. So amazing value for money. OLPQ 89. OLPQ 89. Right, Susan, back to you then.
Yeah, so I think as we've got these paints out and we've been talking about colour, I think perhaps we should do something to do with colour.
Okay, great.
And one of the warm-up exercises, one thing I recommend when you're sketching is to learn about your paints, learn about your materials and play with them before you even start approaching a prompt or a subject matter that perhaps the book generates for you. So what I'm going to do with these acrylic paints is I'm going to choose my 3 primary colours, which are this yellow, blue and red from that first set of paints that was shown to you just a moment ago. And we're going to look to just have a little play with them and also start to mix the colours so you can create more colours from just these 3 primaries. And that's the great thing about just using primary colours is that you can actually mix all the colours. So what I'm going to do is squidge out a little bit of each colour. And again, squidge is a highly technical term that we're using here today. So I've got my 3 colours. And the first thing I'm going to do is just grab a paintbrush.
I love the quality of them too. They're wonderfully rich, aren't they?
They're lovely. I love acrylic paints. They're a fabulous thing to work with. So what I've just done is I've got a paint palette here and I've just squidged out a little blob of each colour. It's quite satisfying in itself, to be honest. I'm grabbing a plain sketchbook page that's got nothing on it. And I'm just going to take a little bit of the yellow and I'm just going to do a little colour swatch. So I'm just going to paint a little square on here. Already I'm relaxed. Oh, so nice, so nice. I have got a little cup of water with me so that I can rinse out my brush. So if you're doing any paint, you just sometimes need a cup of water, a little bit of tissue paper just to dry your brush off in between. I'm then going to have a little play with this gorgeous red colour. Super, super bright red, thinking great big ladybirds here. And again, just going to do a little colour swatch of this particular colour. Doesn't that look lovely?
Beautiful.
So understanding how your paints work, how thick they are, is just a really important thing to do before you start to draw a picture.
And the quality of those paints for that price as well, maybe because the price was so low you were thinking, oh, they aren't going to be any good for that price. They're made by Plaid. It's a great brand. You can see the vibrancy of the colours there.
They're really lovely colours. Yeah, they feel lovely to work with. So that's my 3 primary colours, and I've put them in a little bit of a triangle because I'm going to have a play at like a mini colour wheel. So when you start to mix colours, you make other colours. So some of you may know lots of this, for others of you this will be new information. And in the book, this exercise is there. It's in one of the warm-up exercises, and we look at creating a colour wheel. And a colour wheel is where we start to mix from our primary colours, our secondaries. So I've just taken a little bit of the red, a little bit of the yellow, and I'm going to mix them together to create an orange colour. And again, this is just such a lovely, relaxing thing to do in itself. I'm not painting anything particular. This is a warm-up. It's a way of just experimenting in your sketchbook.
So would you recommend for a beginner to go for the primaries as their first investment into?
I certainly would say a primaries, and then it can be handy to have maybe black and white. So that sort of neutral set would be really great to complement the primary colours, because you can almost mix every single colour.
Well, if you want the primaries and you want the monochrome as well, that would be just under £20 for those, and a good place to start. So.
Absolutely, great place to start. But get the book first too. That's also
and the
good.
book.
Lovely. So what I'm also going to do now is get some of the blue and some of the yellow. And when we mix these two, it's like going back to art school now, isn't it? When we go back to the blue and the yellow mixed together, we get this lovely green. And we pop that in here. So what we're doing is creating a little mini colour wheel, and we're mixing the colours to create these secondary colours.
And do remember, if you do go for the book, Susan is on Instagram, she's on Facebook. There's lots of social ways of interacting with her and all the other artists, of course. So it's a lovely community that you can be part of. And you can obviously share what you've done online if you want to, or share it with us, and we can put it on the screen as well and put you into the draw for £100 with these share your makes.
Absolutely.
We can keep it private.
Absolutely. I've got such a lovely community of people that follow me, and I'm pretty much everywhere. I try and get on Facebook, on Instagram, all these places, because there's just so many people at home perhaps that want to have a go, and the world is so amazing nowadays that we can connect in these social ways and have this community and enjoy sketching together, even though you're in the comfort of your own home.
And just sharing your experiences, sharing your hints and tips with everybody else, and everybody's doing that with you as well.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing where somebody might be doing this and be going, oh, my purple looks a bit funny. How can I get a better purple? And it might be, oh, you need to put a little bit more of the red in or more of the blue in. And you can kind of share these fun experiments and enjoy. So we've got a little mini colour wheel there. Hopefully you can see that now on the screen. We've got the yellow, the red and the blue, which are our initial primary colours. And then we've got our secondary colours that we've mixed. And what's that taken me, sort of 5 minutes? I've had a lovely time. I've sort of understood how these paints worked, and I've learnt about mixing colours.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, remember the book talks about, well, basically 100 different prompts for you to enjoy. The first 300 will be signed. If you don't get a signed one, apologies. That means that 300 are gone, but hopefully yours will be signed. We have got more stock than that, obviously, but only 300 will be signed by Susan herself. And you get a lovely introduction and a kind of an insight into the world of an artist. Here we've got the kind of pie chart with all the different colour wheels, of course, as well there. And then we come on to the prompts. And the prompts are numbered 1 through to 100, and they go from basic things like boxes, how you start with just the square, do the second square, join them together, create the shadow, where would the light be coming in, and all that sort of thing. So it goes from the basics right the way up to more advanced. And you too, everyone who gets this book can be an artist. And it explains to you, and you hold everybody's hand every step of the way, don't you?
Absolutely, I do, yeah. I'm a big believer that everybody is creative and everyone has the chance and the opportunity to create in whatever way, shape or form. And the book gives a whole selection of different prompts. So there'll be things that are really approachable, things that you'll find in your own home, really easy things that you can do. And then I think you just flick to the mandala page, which is great. And there's a little bit of sort of geometry in there. So that is a step-by-step instruction on how to draw a mandala, which is a circular shaped motif. And you draw concentric circles, and then you can sort of play with patterns fanning out from that central point. So that is definitely for somebody who perhaps has been doing the Santangles.
Yeah, absolutely.
And because it's a very similar sort of pattern and structure.
That's what I mean. I mean, if you're a fan of Santangle, then this is going to be another direction for you to take your art in, because we're not talking tangling here, but we are talking, like with the mandalas, of sectioning off certain shapes and adding shapes into them, which is very Santangle. But then we've also got things like how to do feathers, for example, how to do like little plants, or how to do landscapes. So it's really kind of, even a peg. Who would have thought to do a picture of a peg? Why not? Sometimes
the most ordinary, simple, basic objects can make a really great subject matter for your art. So you don't need to have, I think sometimes when people think of sketching and art, you kind of think that you need to set up like a you know, you need to do life drawing or set up a great big still life that you're drawing, but you can literally grab a clothes peg and draw it. You can draw your pens and pencils. Just a moment ago, I was drawing this Hobby Maker cup, so you can draw cups. Yep. So there's some really, really simple prompts in there. But if you're one of those people that likes to do things in order and you like a structure, I'm a little bit like that, you can follow the prompts from 1 to 100. And the prompts do work as a progressive course. So you can start with 1 and progress onwards. And the ones at the end are not more challenging, but they do push you a little bit further if you're a beginner to sketching and you're looking to explore your skills.
Now, what about if you haven't got any paper or card to actually sketch onto? We've got a couple in the show today which are fantastic to use with this book. The smaller one, first of all, this is really, really affordable. How many pages are in there? 20 sheets. 20 sheets of 180 GSM. This is a watercolour paper pad. Now, we did kind of put the details up on the screen for a split second earlier on in the 1 o'clock show. The price on this is ridiculous. £1.76.
That's very cheap. That's a really good price.
Really good price. And it is really good, thick watercolour card as well. And if you've just paid your P&P already, if you've already bought something, or maybe you bought the book in the first show, add this to your order. It's a delivered price of £1.76 for 20, and it's not an intimidating size, this, is it?
No, that's a very approachable size. And the good thing with that pad that I can see from here is that it's bound at the edges, so the paper won't bend when you start to put watercolour paint on it. So it's all sort of stuck down at either end.
Yep.
So the paper will stay nice and flat, which is a really good feature of a watercolour pad.
So if you're tempted to get the book, go for the pad as well. I can't say that you can find watercolour card of this at this price anywhere else. I've never seen watercolour card at £1.76. It's usually more expensive than normal cards. So to get 20 sheets of that, £1.76 and it's yours. That's XOPQ71. And then we've got the slightly larger one. Now this is actually black watercolour mixed media paper, and this is from Sweet Dixie. So you've got 15 sheets here, 210 by 300 metres, and it's 270 GSM. So again, water-based colouring, absolutely perfect for that as well, no problem. So that is your black paper or black card, 270 GSM. There we go, that's from Sweet Dixie if you want that one. And that's CIPQ31 if you fancy that as well. And don't forget the acrylic paints, they're going very quickly as well. Under £10 for 4 colourways, and we've got what Susan recommended was the primaries would be good to go for, so the blue, the green, the red and the yellow, and she recommended going for the monochrome as well with your greys, your blacks and your whites and your creams or ivory as well. So those two together will be less than £20 and delivered of course for £3.95 cap P&P for the whole day. So brilliant.
Fantastic, that's great. And the black card is really interesting to work on because most sketchbooks have white paper, and it's kind of what we're naturally used to seeing is white pages or slightly cream pages. But working on black paper can be really fun. If you've got the white acrylic paint, for example, or some chalk or white paint, you can draw on that and it just switches things around and makes it really fun. So something that I always recommend when you're sketching is try different sketchbooks out, try different materials. And just a moment ago, we were doing our colour wheel. So we were experimenting with our acrylic paints here, and we mixed the primaries to create the secondary colours. And then you can even go a little bit further. So I did a little bit of yellow acrylic paint here. And what I could do is make some patterns over the top. And the first prompt in the book is pattern. So I just thought I'd do a little quick bit of playing with pattern here. And again, this is something that you can do when perhaps you just want to have a little play, and you can just create patterns over the top. So
Someone watching thinking, I like the idea of getting this book, but I don't know what to do as my first project. What would you say to them?
I would say start with the warm-up exercises.
Okay.
So there's a whole section in the book of special warm-up exercises which are designed to get you warmed up, to get you in the zone of sketching, and that usually should take around 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes at the most. And these are really simple exercises. We demonstrated the little mindful circles exercise in the show earlier on today at 1 o'clock. Yeah. And that, again, is a really simple thing you can do in 5 minutes. And then you'll be relaxed, you'll have forgotten your day that you've just had, and you'll be ready to tackle a prompt which might require just a little bit more thinking, maybe a little bit more time. So, for example, you could this colour wheel warm-up that we did with mixing the acrylic paints, that's the warm-up exercise. And then maybe you would tackle the pattern prompt, and you start to then use those paints that you've just got familiar with, and you can create some patterns.
Well, this is the section that Susan's talking about, all these warm-up exercises here. So the circles, the mindful circles, lots of other ideas as well. So that's the section that covers that for you. And then you gradually move on then to the prompts.
Exactly. So you can either work through the prompts in a logical order, doing one a day, so it'll keep you busy for 100 days, or you can just flick the book, allow it to fall open, and just draw whatever you're told to draw. And the thing that I like about something like this, and the thing that has really worked as I've seen people sketching and re-finding their confidence and their love of sketching again, perhaps after a long break, after not doing anything for a long time, is just that the prompts give you something to work on. It stops you from thinking. So one of the big things that I think we all need is less barriers to sketching, because sometimes it's, what materials do I need? What sketchbook do I need? What should I draw? Whereas if you've got one sketchbook, you've got your materials you want to use, and then you flick open the book and it tells you you're going to draw a cat today. You're like, right, cool, let me draw my cat, I'm off. Yeah. So it just takes that barrier, that fear of the blank page away, and you can just have a go.
Well, another thing I think is that sometimes art has got this little bit of an elitist.
Yeah, it's kind of art with a capital A. There's this, it has to be finished and it has to have meaning, like deep, deep meaning. And it's great if art has a deep meaning, but art can also be art without a capital A. It can be sketching, having fun, playing. And this is why I love sketchbooks, because there's always another page. You can do a sketch one day, you might love it. You can do the next sketch another day, and then you might not love it. But tell you what, there's another day, there's another page. You can just have a go, and
that feeling when you've done something that you're really, really proud of. I mean, when I did my sketch all those months ago now, I look back at it and I've got it hung up on the wall at home. I'm so proud of what it came out like. But you do feel great. It makes you feel, I've actually achieved, I've actually done this myself.
Yeah,
you know?
It's a really lovely thing. And I think one of the nice things about doing sketching and anything like this is we're disconnecting from technology. We're taking a moment for ourselves to explore our creativity, to play, to have fun. And when you start to do sketching on a regular basis, it triggers things in your brain that will really help you to get more creative in other things. So something I've definitely seen as a wonderful byproduct of sketching regularly is people just generally get more creative, and you come up with lots of other ideas. It might be for ways to decorate your home, it might be for other things you're going to make, but it just, because you're using those creative muscles every single day by doing a tiny little something, it might be swatching a paint, drawing a cup, you're triggering those creative muscles. And yeah.
And whether it's going to be a sketch that you're going to put in a frame on the wall, whether it's going to be a sketch you're going to keep in the book, whether it's a sketch you're going to gift to a friend, maybe put it as a topper on a card, something that you've actually hand-drawn yourself, maybe it's a flower out in the back garden or whatever it might be. You know, from pegs on a washing line through to landscapes, from people through to bars of chocolate, all of those things are in here because everything is art.
Yeah.
Everything around us is art, and it's got the potential to be art. But this is holding your hand, knocking out all of the kind of misgivings and the worry or oh, I can't do this, I'm not an artist. Everyone has got an artistic streak in them somewhere, and this book is going to help you to achieve that. And if you've got any questions for Susan, or just any comments at all, if you've gone for this in the 1 o'clock show, you're buying it right now, we'd love to hear from you. And do, of course, search out Susan on Instagram and Facebook, all those platforms, to be part of the community as well. QAPU72 is the item number. Right,
lovely.
Back to you then for more demos, if that's
so I wanted to give a quick tip or piece of advice on using the prompts, because I know there will be some of you there going, that's nice, but even if you tell me to draw an animal, which animal do I draw? There's still something to think about. It's still a bit of a challenge. So I wanted to show you a tip that I use on how to brainstorm a prompt before you then actually go and do it. So I'm going to do the random thing. I'm going to open the book at random. This is a great way to use the book. And we have got, famous landmarks. Now, this is an interesting one. So in the book, I did a drawing of one of the tripod aliens from War of the Worlds, because I live in Woking in Surrey, and we've got one of these beautiful statues there. But there are lots of famous landmarks. So you might open that page and go, oh my goodness, what do I draw? So what I'd suggest you do is get a pencil, grab a clean page in your sketchbook, And in the centre of it, write famous landmarks. So before you even, if I can spell that, apparently I can't write and talk. I can sketch and talk, I can paint and talk, but I can't write and talk. So we write the prompt in the middle, and we then start to think, okay, what could I potentially draw that is a famous landmark?
Well, in my case, it was Highclere Castle, Downton Abbey.
There we
went
go.
there on a trip, and it was on my phone.
So we could draw Highclere Castle. Immediately in my head, I thought Tower Bridge, don't know why. We could draw the Eiffel Tower. And I'm pretty sure no one can read my writing right now. It's getting worse and worse. Other famous landmarks. Statue of Liberty, yeah. And this exercise in itself is a fantastic creative exercise because my brain is having to think of all the different famous landmarks that I can think of, or maybe I've seen.
Maybe you've been to.
Yeah, maybe I've been to. And then I go, oh yeah, well I have been to Tower Bridge. I've got a photo of it on my phone from 6 months ago. Let me get that out, and then you know what to sketch. So this will help you to decide what to sketch, even if the prompt kind of leaves you a little bit flummoxed.
And like I said to you, my top tip, not as an artist, just as someone who dabbles occasionally, is if you sketch what you love, you're more likely to enjoy it and get a great reaction at the end of it too.
Yeah, exactly, because it might be that some of these famous landmarks are not particularly ones that you're inspired by, but after thinking for a few moments, and this could be just 30 seconds or a minute, you might come up with one where you're like, oh, I love that. Like I really liked the little alien statue from our local area, and I was excited to draw it. So you're right, if it's something that you love, you're going to be excited to draw it. And I've just filled a sketchbook page, so boom.
Now, we're getting lots of messages coming through as we did in the earlier show as well. Hello to Carol in County Durham. Hello, Carol. Just became a new member. Yes. And bought the Sketchbook Challenge book, trying to build up my drawing skills further, and this book seems ideal. Carol, you are not going to be disappointed. It's absolutely perfect for you and anybody else that's thinking about starting to sketch or starting to do art. And welcome. Nice to know that you're there and you're brand new to us. Linda says, an amazing book. It looks perfect for someone like me who is a beginner when it comes to sketching. Lots of great ideas to build my confidence. Linda, that's what it's all about. And rather than just being daunted by a plain sheet of watercolour card or a plain sheet in a scrapbook or whatever it might be, this is going to give you a purpose. It's going to give you a reason to sketch.
Absolutely, and I think Linda hit the nail on the head there, that it's there to help you build your confidence in sketching. My whole belief is that everyone is creative. I want everybody to fill sketchbooks and fill sketchbook pages with scribbles, with doodles, with marks. And the more you do it, the more comfortable you become, the more confident you become. And I've just seen so many people start really tentatively, just giving it a go, being very shy about it. But the more you practice, the more you just go for it. The more you just have no fear, you just, well, doesn't matter if it's not what I expected, I'm just going to give it a go. Your confidence builds, your sketching blooms, and it really is a wonderful place to be.
Provided you can hold a pen or a pencil, you can sketch. Provided you can hold a pen or a pencil, you can sandtangle as well. They're two different things, but there is a crossover very much. So
Yeah,
if you do one,
absolutely.
chances are you'll be good and you'll enjoy doing the other. Now, 180 gram GSM watercolour card, I'm afraid that's now sold out. I'm not surprised at £1 whatever it was. That's completely gone. I hope you got the last one. Congratulations. We do still have the black though. That is still available, and that's another kind of dimension. Think about using like your white gel pens, your white pencils, and of course your acrylic paints as well. We've got that for you. And that's available. And there were how many sheets in that? There was...
It's 20 odd, wasn't there?
15.
15.
Yeah, 15. And that's black watercolour card in there, which is quite unusual.
Yes, it is, and quite fun to play with.
All right, Susan, so we've got that page then of famous landmarks. I suppose then the next step is to actually go and...
Yeah, and it's quite a good one that we've used here as an example, because I want to talk about whether you have something in front of you as a subject matter, or I don't have a famous landmark in here, so I don't have a thing to use as a reference. So sometimes when you come across these prompts, there will be things that you've got to hand. So some of the prompts, for example, might be cups, and I've got a cup. They might be pencils, and I've got a pencil. And I'd always recommend is the hierarchy of where you look for subject matter for your sketching, I always recommend having something in front of you. So if you can see something and sketch it, that is the ideal. But there will be these prompts that throw you a curveball, and it's a famous landscape. And it might be, oh gosh, I don't know where to do this because I haven't got a famous landmark in my home. So perhaps you've got a photo that you can use. And using a photo is a great way of having a reference to sketch from. And then you can also have a look in books. And also you can have a look on the internet as well for a reference photo. Because within the book as well, there are my own sketches. You could even just draw one of the sketches that is here. So if you don't have a famous landmark in your head and you don't have a photo of one, you could just sketch from the book. So there are lots of ideas for you here to draw upon as well.
I love your idea of doing a sketch a day.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have to be anything massive, just something, you know, almost like a doodle, but do a sketch a day and see how your sketches improve from day 1 through to day 30 or day 100 or whatever. Yeah, you'll make mistakes, everyone does, but you know what? Your interpretation of art is probably totally different to someone else's interpretation of art. And if it actually intimidates you and worries you and you think, well, I can't do this, give it a go. I think you'll surprise yourself.
Absolutely. And I think one of my biggest tips as well is set the bar low. So what I mean by that is instead of saying, right, I'm going to spend half an hour a day sketching, maybe just set 2 minutes a day, because that's really achievable. You can, by the time you've opened your sketchbook, you've got a pencil to hand, that's 30 seconds gone already. So just spending literally 2 minutes every day, it then becomes a habit and it's easy. So you don't need to spend 4 hours sketching something, doing a really detailed, intricate interpretation of a prompt. It can simply be a doodle, a pencil sketch. So choose a small sketchbook and have your sketchbooks to hand. So I have got sketchbooks falling out of my ears at home. I've got one by my bed so that when I go to bed, if I want to do a little sketch before I go to bed, I can do it there. I've got some in my lounge by the sofa, a little sketchbook there, some in my studio at home. I've always got sketchbooks falling out of bags. So if you just make it convenient and set the bar low, just a little bit of sketching every day, and it soon becomes a really easy, wonderful, enjoyable habit. And you'll be surprised at how it just builds from there and becomes just, something you're addicted to.
And just keep your sketchbook on the coffee table where you sit next to where you have your cup of tea and that sort of thing. Even down to things like stones, rocks and pebbles. Who'd have thought of drawing those? But why not? 73 seasonal celebrations, so you can do your own Christmas images as well. Maybe you could draw maybe a three-dimensional ornament, a bauble, that sort of thing. Cafe or restaurant is prompt number 70. Street scene is prompt number 68. I love this, and I've actually got this one in front of me.
Yes.
This is fantastic. That is literally a sketch of your walk.
It is. So that's me leaving my home, and I've taken a sketchbook with me, and it's just one simple sketchbook page. And I've gone for a walk, and I've just drawn the end of the road. And it's a 5-minute sketch, and it's just taken 5 minutes to do the sketch. I've walked 5 minutes and done a little drawing of the scene for 5 minutes.
That's so cool.
And then I've walked 5 minutes more and drawn like the alleyway. Then I've walked 5 minutes more and drawn, I think it was like a gate that goes through a car park as I was walking, and then drawn another bit, and then drawn the little town that I live in. So really simple sketching. And the thing that we've done with that particular page, with that sketchbook page, is that I've done little thumbnails. So when you're sketching, you don't always have to fill the whole page with a giant, great big sketch, because that sheet you're holding up is a slightly larger sketchbook page. It's an A4 page, whereas you can just do little tiny thumbnails, and that would take you a bit less time. So it's very approachable, very doable, and super fun.
I mean, we've heard from quite a few of you today saying that this is the sort of book you've been after because you'd like to do art, but you don't think maybe you are that good, or you're a little bit worried about not being any good at it. This is going to hold your hand. Start off small, start off simple, and just see how your skills adapt as you get better, as you get more confident. And that's the thing, confidence, I think it is.
Yeah, it's all about building up your confidence and knowing that there is no way to do sketching wrong. You can do whatever you want, however you want. And the great thing with the prompts is that it's a starting point. It's there as inspiration. you're all grown-ups, or maybe your kids, I don't know, whoever's watching. You can interpret this in your own way. I might have written something like flowers in the book, but you might take it on a random journey to interpret flowers in your own way. So whatever you sketch is completely up to you, and you can interpret prompts, whatever happens to pop into your brain that day.
And we've got this as the first ever book on Hobby Maker from Search Press. We'll have lots more from them. They're a brilliant company that just do fantastic tutorial books. So if you've ever had a Search Press book before, for whatever craft or whatever art, I'm sure you'll love it. This is step by step, every step of the way. Susan is there to help you. 100 prompts in total is what you've got in there, but she also goes back to basics at the very beginning and will give you confidence. And remember, the first 300 will be signed. If yours isn't signed, sorry, but only the first 300 will be. We have got more stock than that, obviously. But it goes from portraits through to objects. We talked about pens and sketching pens earlier on. That will be a really good one to start with, because that's just straight lines, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So sketching really simple objects, I think, is such a accessible way of sketching. This prompt here, number 43, is called What's in Your Pocket? And this is a really interesting exercise to do, because you literally empty out your pockets. So it could be, you know, your jeans, it could be my apron pocket. In my apron pocket, I've got a tiny chicken. Look at this, it's ridiculous. I don't know why that's come from. Or actually, I do, my little daughter. But you can literally draw the stuff that's in your pockets. So I've drawn here, for example, I've drawn a pin, a safety pin, some coins. So you can just doodle, you know, a receipt, and I've even drawn a bit of fluff. So you'll even find a bit of fluff drawn in the book.
We've got a couple of minutes left, Susan. Then you just sketch us something else quite
Absolutely. So one of the projects in the book is to draw buttons, and I think this is a super fun, easy thing to draw. So let me find a sketchbook. I have got loads of them here. So doodling and drawing really simple objects like buttons is a great thing to do. And this one I don't really need a reference. I kind of know that a button roughly is a round shape like this. And I'm just going to draw a little rim on it, and then perhaps a couple of little buttonholes. Looks like a little face, it's cute that. And then I might do a like bigger button. And this is more of a sort of doodling approach to it, which is a great approach to sketching.
Maybe look at the buttons that are on your clothes and your wardrobe.
Exactly, yeah. Scour through your clothes and your wardrobe. And as you can see, I'm just using a fountain pen. So you could use any pen. I'm just going to create a little bit of shadow. And when you do little doodles, little tiny drawings like this, you start to sort of loosen up. Your brain relaxes. You start to exercise the creative muscles. And we start to, I think I want to do a little button that's got a little shape like this, a couple of little buttonholes. So again, I'm just doodling, but I'm coming up with, okay, what shapes could a button be? Let's do it like this, and again, little buttonholes. I might even draw the little thread perhaps that goes in between. So you can sort of have a good old play with little shapes. And this could apply to any small object as well. So it could even be coins, it could be anything else. But buttons is one of the prompts within the book. So if you happen to fall on that page, I think I even had a page of buttons over there. Yeah.
I mean, when you actually fill the page with them, they actually look really cool, don't they?
Yeah, it's a really lovely pattern. So you can just start to experiment with different shapes. And sometimes I find that when you're sketching, the first sort of minute or so, you feel a bit rusty and awkward, and you start to have all these thoughts in your head about, oh, what happens if this isn't good? Or
that could be a background for a card, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Backgrounds, how about that?
Yeah, handmade papers that you can then sort of cut up and use as a background. And I just spotted on there a little flower-shaped button. So let me get my little creative brain in play and draw a little flower button. So yeah, you can start to draw little shapes like that. So little doodles, little experiments. It's sketching. No one's judging this.
Relaxing.
Yeah.
It's enjoyable, therapeutic, all those things. And it doesn't take a long time either. If you've only got, say, 5 or 10 minutes to spare, you can do a sketch in that time.
Absolutely. And something like this is something that you can continue with tomorrow. So I could do this now and go, okay, well, I've done a couple of minutes sketching. I'm done for the day. I'll close my sketchbook, but then tomorrow, when I've got my coffee break, I'll get this out and go, right, let me draw a few more buttons. Let me think of another shape to do, and just experiment with the shapes that I can make with there. And sketching is as easy as that. It's a sketch is not a finished piece of work. It's an experiment. It's a bit of creative play. It's thinking out ideas and just experimenting with a pen. And if you've got a pen and you can hold it, then you can sketch.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. Now, this is brand new today. Remember, it's the first book from Search Press that we've actually had at Hobby Maker. Susan's book launches at the end of July. If you order it now, if you're one of the first 300, you'll have it personally signed by Susan. This isn't available until the end of July, but we've got it first, ahead of the first launch, okay? It's just £12.99. But if you've been wondering, if you've been thinking, do you know what, should I go to art classes? Should I get like a tutor or something like that? That's very time consuming and very expensive. This is very, very affordable, but it's going to give you all the inspiration and all the know-how and also the confidence to give it a go. And if you don't give it a go, you'll never know. Don't be intimidated by a plain page. Get the inspiration from the Sketchbook challenge, which loads of you have put in your basket. Susan, it's been great to meet you. Thank you
Fantastic.
so much.
It's been an honour and a pleasure to be here today. I've had a great old time sketching, and if you do buy the book, all the stuff in there will really, really, really help you to get sketching and have so much fun with it too.
And get in touch with Susan on her social media.
Please
Loads
do.
in baskets. If it is yours in the basket, please do check out and enjoy sketching with Susan. And I'll see you with Natalie, more Hunkydory coming up in a minute.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobby Maker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobby Maker show. Who the Hobby Maker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobby Maker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobby Maker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
David, wake up! What are you doing?
I'm catching some rays and having a pina colada.
There's no time to laze around. Christmas is coming to Hobby Maker.
It's June.
I know, only 6 months to go. Up you get, my friend.
There's a lot of love for Santa at Hobby Maker.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hey guys, it's Sarah Davies here. I just want to say you have got to tune in on Monday because it is going to be a big day. I'm going to be in the studios and I am taking over. I'm going to be on Sewing Street Live from 8 o'clock in the morning, Jewellery Maker from 11 o'clock and then Hobby Maker from 1 o'clock. Now, when we do one of our big takeover days, trust me, it is a day you do not want to miss. We've got goodie bags, we've got some amazing special deals, I've got a ton of demonstrations, brand new product launches, I've got the team in with me. It is going to be epic. So whatever you do not miss it. Whether you're a sewer, whether you love your jewellery making, whether you love your paper craft, we've got something for everyone. So I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on Sewing Street, from 11 o'clock on Jewellery Maker, and from 1 o'clock on Hobby Maker. We'll be there all day. I can't wait to see you there.
Afternoon all, yeah, we're here till 6 today, as we always are, 1 till 6 every single day here at Hobby Maker. And from tomorrow, of course, back to Monday morning, it is Wake Up with Hobby Maker between 6 and 8, Monday through Friday. That's you and me tomorrow.
It is, bright and early.
Bright and early. Right, now Natalie's back for the next 2 shows, actually. Was it Thursday these launched?
Yes, they launched on Thursday. It was super, super busy.
It is iris folding. We've been able to get more stock because we did have a complete sellout on Thursday. They went mad. Now, you might not realise what iris folding is, or you might do. Basically, it's paper folding to create this lovely 3-dimensional image here. Now, you're going to get brand new dies. They've only been shown once before. That was on Thursday, as I say, when everything's sold out. And you can get the paper pad as well. Half of the paper pad is plain and the other half is foiled. So you can have foiled presents into the top of the stocking, which is really cool.
You can mix and match throughout.
You've got your angel as well, which is fantastic. And basically, it's paper folding, but just following the pattern.
Yes, so as you can see there next to the lovely image, we've got on the inside of our instructions a sort of step-by-step, paint-by-numbers type of way of creating these beautiful images. So you die cut your aperture, you reverse it and lay it over the top of that guide, and then it leaves you with absolutely beautifully stunning results. I love that one with the ombre.
These are fantastic,
image
aren't they? And you're going to get your A6 folding paper pad as well. As I say, half of the papers in the front are foiled, which are beautiful, and then the other half of the plain papers there. But these are the perfect kind of GSM.
Perfect combination. It's 100 GSM, and what we've done is we've picked out some real nice festive imagery for you for the foiling, which works so well, not just within your iris folding, but to use as backgrounds as well.
True, and you can also use the dies conventionally.
Yeah,
if you don't want to do iris folding all the time, you don't have to.
Just create apertures from them and use them in that way. You can cut out the actual images and paper piece them, use them on different cards as well. We've had some lovely examples of all the different ways you can use them.
$34.95 gets you everything. All 4 dies, plus the paper pad as well. And we've got some finished cards here just to show you how good these look. Look at this.
It's really fun, isn't it? And that's just using the plain images there. Using some of those Christmas gemstones we had earlier on, and then just creating frames and borders for them. It's really, really beautiful.
And here's the angel look.
As jazzy as you want to as well with your colours. So you could have a rainbow ombre Christmas tree in sort of a red all the way through to violet. That would look super, super fun and totally different. But I just think they're very classic images.
Yes.
And the way that they've been put together really, really highlights that.
And they're that little bit different. You know, if you are thinking about what cards to make for your friends and family this Christmas time, the chances are they've probably never had an iris folded card before, and they'll be amazed. They'll look at it and say, have you done that?
Yeah, I mean, iris folding is such a timeless classic, isn't it? So it's something that's really fun that we've brought back to you, and we love it at Hunkydory.
And remember, they sold out on Thursday. We've been able to get more stock back for you today. We're having a very busy afternoon, so if you fancy going for them and fancy doing the iris folding yourself at home, it's really kind of relaxing as well, isn't it?
It's so relaxing, and it's really quite easy to do as well. You don't have to be sort of not skilled, but the guide's there for you. We've done the work. We hold your hand throughout the whole process, which is fantastic.
It's basically repetition. It's just basically cutting the papers, folding them and sticking them down. So
to start off with, we're going to cut our aperture. I've got a little slim piece of Matastic here from our selection that we've got on the show for you as well. So I'm just going to line that in place, and then I'm going to bring in my plates. We'll pop that on here, and we'll start by cutting the aperture that is going to hold all of that beautiful detail. Once this is run through, the next thing is deciding what colours you want to do your stock in. Do you want to be traditional and do red and white? Do you want to mix it up and do purples and greens? do a yellow stocking. Maybe you're going to do different stockings for all the members of your family and pop them on a card. There's so much that you can do with this. So once it's out of the way, we'll just pop this out, and that leaves you with this fantastic sort of space here. Now, when you get your dies, open them up. You've got full instructions on how to do every single step here, as well as this handy guide, which make sure you keep this super, super safe. When you then reverse this onto your image, you'll see it fits over absolutely perfectly, and you can see where we're going to start our iris folding. So let's cut down some papers. I've got a red and a green, but I want one of those fantastic holly ones as well for this. So let's just flick through
other paper
this.
when you run out of the A6?
Yeah. You can buy it individually, so maybe if you want to add another one and do that, because this is the thing that you use the most in your iris folding.
So if you want the A6 folding paper pad, that's on our website now, and there are 80 sheets in there. 40 of them are foiled, 40 of them are plain.
So inside the book it says to cut your strips to just under between 2 and 4 centimetres. I like to do 3. I think that's quite a handy size, and then let's do one of each for now. What we're going to do is just add a little bit of glue, and this is a little tip for you. You don't have to do this, but I find it really, really helpful.
Now the A6 pad on its own is only $6.99. WPHD08 is the product number. So if you went for those dies on Thursday and you've got one pad coming, you know, you are going to run out of those sheets, so add another couple maybe into your order.
Yeah, it's definitely worth getting because, like I say, this is the thing you'll use the most. But it looks absolutely fantastic using parchment. It looks brilliant using some of your Duo design paper pads, all of those fancy, funky patterns that you might have, glitter patterns. They would look really, really cool in this. So then you want to fold over your pieces, so making sure those white edges match up really, really nicely, and you've got the perfect sort of width now to make your image with. I'm just going to do one on the reverse, or have I got a white one? I've got a white one here. So then we can start off, and it's really simple when you get to this point. I'm just going to bring my scissors in so I can cut it as I go around, and then we're going to add our glue onto here. Now I'm just sticking this on first of all, so my edges can get super, super tacky, ready for the next stage. So,
and the construction glue is in stock right now if you want
it. It is in stock, so make sure you grab it before it goes out again, because
we had a big delivery. It's going fast.
It was, but it's been a while, so we don't want you to miss out on the next one. So then you just line your papers up on top of these numbers, and I'm going to just do the first half for you, and then I've got one that is fully finished. It's a craft that takes a little bit of time. It's something that if you've got a few hours in your evening, maybe you mock up a few designs and then they're ready to go for when you want to make card making in a couple of months.
How do you know what length to make them then? Does it really?
It doesn't necessarily matter. I'm just using my eye to see that that's quite a thin strip, so I don't need to do big ones there. And then I'm going to do this bottom section here. So 6 and 7 is the next one. And this is a sort of a, bear with me, this is sort of an odd size, so I'm just going to trim it down ever so slightly and lay it over, because you've just got a tiny little gap there. So 6 is going to fit there. And then I've got another smaller piece which can do my 7, so if I just trim that down ever so slightly.
Well, you can see why this proved to be so popular on Thursday. I mean, you've got hopefully enough time to get all your, you know, if you've got major cards to make for all the, you know, really important people in your life, your mum, your dad, your brother, your sister, your son, your daughter, all of that. You know, these will take a bit of time, so get them now while we've got the stock, and just enjoy the next few weeks of making them. And of course, you can sell what you make as well if you want to.
Yeah.
But it's a very traditional craft.
It is, but it's kind of, we've modernised it and made it really quite fun and fitting for any occasion by doing this.
Well, loads of you going for the extra A6 pad. I'm not at all surprised.
So you want to make sure the folds of your paper sit on those sections there. And then I'm gonna just finish this bit up and we can move on to the present. So once you've got all of that in there, then we're going to move on to this section here, which is just the larger.
And you just follow the numbers,
strips.
basically.
Literally, follow the numbers until you've finished. It's that simple. Like I say, I like to use the word sort of like paint my numbers. It's got that sort of ring to it, hasn't it?
I like crafts that take a little bit of time to do. I don't like crafts that are instant.
Super fast.
Yeah, I like to work on something, have something to do, and get a real buzz when it's done at the end of it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So let's just add 2 more on here, and then we can switch this out. So another piece. Bear with me, I've got a tickle.
Oh, we'll get you a glass of water.
It's in my throat. So once we flip this over...
So this obviously is the back of the card, isn't it?
Yeah. This is the back of the card. I'll flip it over so you can see where we're coming to now. And look how pretty that is.
Oh, wow.
We've not got the rest of the stocking done. However, you can really see how layering those up comes together. And then this is the finished article. So when you go the rest of the way round, you create that beautiful iris in there, and it looks absolutely fantastic.
So how long would that take you to do? About an hour? Or
Oh no, less than
an
that.
hour?
I reckon 20 minutes. We could have sort of finished that and made it look beautiful. But I want to show you as many different ways of using them. So we're just going to swap this one out to create our card. So I'm just layering this up. I've got some foam pads on the back.
There's so much paper on the back of it.
Yeah.
A good idea would be to use your foam pads or your double-sided foam roll.
Just to give it that depth so all of that paper is sort of hidden.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to stick this onto a piece of my actual A6 paper, the whole sheet, to give it a really nice background. We'll then add some tape to this. And like I said, we don't have sentiments within these dies. You don't get those included alongside it. But what we have done for you, because obviously this paper is Mattastic, is we have given you a Mattastic sentiments pad, which you will be able to find so many, thank you Alex, so many coordinating designs with this. So just going to stick that onto there. My card blank is just a little bit long on the bottom. So let's just trim that off to make it nice and tidy. We could add some gemstones on here. The colours that we've chosen to use work really nicely with the gemstones we had on in the earlier show actually. So you could add strips of them, sort of running down the tops of here to make that all work. But the sentiment I've chosen is in a perfect red that coordinates really nicely with the reds. And I've just gone for jingle all the way, quite simple. We'll just pop that on there. And then there you go.
Fabulous.
The results really are quite spectacular, no matter what sort of colour you're choosing to use, or whether you're using the foiling on here, whether you use it as backgrounds. It's really quite fantastic.
Well, it's all about cutting the papers into strips and then just following the numbers. Now, the sentiments that Natalie was talking about, here is the book of the sentiments. So these are all Mattastic.
Yeah, so it's a version that, like we showed you earlier on, but a Mattastic version. So if you prefer to use Mattastic, or you prefer to stamp, so you use a matte finished paper, then these are perfect for you.
Well, these are all Christmas sentiments. They're all die cut, and you get a mixture of gold and silver foiling, of course, as well. But you've actually got here, is it over 600?
640 sentiments altogether.
640 sentiments in total. And you've got some quirky little sentiments as well. Santa baby, you're on my nice list, all that sort of thing. So they're really kind of tongue-in-cheek too. But yeah, if you don't like the coated card, then this is what you should go for, because this has got foiling on Mattastic, quality cards, beautiful colours. And look at that slate. Is that chocolate brown? Yes, it's chocolate brown. Put it away for a minute. Then you've got that lovely kind of forest green. Beautiful. So yeah, you get all of these sentiments, over 600 of them, for £11.99 if you want those, and that would be a perfect one to go for with the iris folding. So this is the different pad to what we had in the last hour. We had the coated ones in the first show with Natalie at 2 o'clock this afternoon. This is the matte version, the Mattastic version, MNHD 46. Now, the main bundle, let's remind you of the main bundle. I've got the boards here for you. You've got obviously the Christmas stocking, you've got the snowflake, you've got the angel, and you've also got the tree as well. So let me just show you these on the boards.
Yeah, I think the boards are a really good representation of like step-by-steps how you come to creating your iris folding, because obviously it all starts off with that die, which cuts your aperture, and then you follow this fantastic guide, which brings you to this design. And what's really important to note, and what the designers have done, is you can see they've actually used different colours in this guide here. And that's sort of like maybe a hint, if you want to where to lay different colours to create really nice patterns and swirls in your designs.
And there's something different, aren't they? I mean, the angel is absolutely glorious. Remember, the pad you get with this is 80 sheets, 40 in the plain and 40 in the foiled. And there she's got her dress foiled beautifully. Look at the wings, aren't they just beautiful? Then we've got the Christmas tree. There's your tree. Again, the die cuts the aperture out, and you can use that die completely separately if you want to. You don't always have to use just that die for the iris folding. And then finally, you've got your snowflake as well. Remember, the stock of this did sell out on Thursday. We've been able to get from Hunkydory extra stock of this for today's show. So if you missed it then, you can get it now, but it may well go again. GHHD 73, GHHD 73, $34.95 for the dies and the iris folding paper pad. Now, the paper pad is going bonkers. Loads of you wanting an extra one of these. I mean, this is 100 GSM paper, and yeah, there are 18 in total, only £6.99, but it's the perfect thickness for your iris folding. 20% of the stock is gone. There's all of the different foiled ones at the top of the pad, and then you've got the plain papers as you go through. There we go. Perfect size. All you do is just basically cut them into strips, fold them in half, and then follow the numbers. You can use them as backgrounds, absolutely. You can use them that way as well, but for iris folding, that's the perfect size and weight of paper. Right.
We're going to do the snowflake next. I'm just looking for some of the blue paper. I think it's in here.
Now, we do have these individually available, Natalie, as well. So if you just want one, if you just want maybe the snowflake, $9.99 is your price, AIHD 34. But obviously the best value is to go for the set of 4.
If this fits on here, I might need to use that white piece, actually. What are we doing?
I've got no idea.
Me neither. I'm trying to find a piece of blue cardstock. I don't think I've got it. Let's go in with the darker one for now.
We are going to here.
We're going to switch. Yeah, the lighter blue if it's there.
The lighter blue.
I think it will be.
That one?
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
I'm going to pop this on.
I won't tell anyone.
Thank you. Jimmy will be sending me messages tomorrow, won't he? It's fine.
He will be.
So I'm going to cut this to 4x4, and again, this is perfect for maybe making your card blanks from and creating your your apertures, because it's a really strong weight to be able to do this on. I think I've got it wrong. This is it. The day's going to go downhill from here. It needs to be 5x5.
All right.
We'll do it. We'll make it a little bit bigger. We can use those pieces for other cards and for panels. So pop this now onto here, and this is really nice because it gives you an extra sort of detailing with the little holes and the other snowflakes on there as well. So we'll cut this out, as always with our die cutting machine, pop that through, and then that will give us the guide. Now, the snowflake's really, really nice because the layers are quite thin, which means you don't necessarily use as much as of the paper to create this design.
Do you always have to fold the paper over, or can you use it as a single?
You could use it as a single cut. What we would just folding the paper over just gives you that clean finish on the edge, and you're not going to see any white because it is white on the reverse.
Right.
Which means you won't be able to see it once it's folded.
So now you've got your cutaway for the iris folding.
Yeah, but you can use that.
You've
got that. You could use that as a background. Yep. You could use the smaller ones as well on your cards. But again, just pop out your guide. Mine's getting a little bit sticky now with all of the cards I've made with these. Pop this over on top, and it will take you a little bit of time just to make sure that that's on there correctly. But once you've got all of the designs in the right way, you shouldn't see any sort of that white under there.
And this is the sort of thing you can do on a lap tray. You know, you don't have to sit at a desk or anything like that. Just do it in your favourite armchair.
You can do this at home. If you've got your adorable scoreboard, you know, you can use that as your little desk
Yeah.
area on the sofa while you're watching TV, and you can just make up lots of these in time for when
I mean, I know this isn't
are
origami,
ready.
but I was always fascinated by origami and anything paper folding related. To
Yeah,
this.
this is a great one for that. So I'm going to start off with my darker colours on this one. And again, you just sort of go around. You can cut it sort of on the piece of paper, or you can cut it beforehand. Sometimes when you're starting out, it's a good thing to sort of line it over the top, and then you can get the measurement right so that you're not either wasting too little or too much.
The funny thing is, it always looks a mess on the back, doesn't it?
Oh, it always
It
looks
looks beautiful on the front.
horrendous on the back. But again, just following those patterns, and this time I'm going to go all the way around with sort of like the darker colour, and then each design is in 3 different colourways as well. So for this one in particular, with the stars and the snowflakes, you can create a really nice image, actually, like an ombre image. So I'm just going to get my second lightest colour, add a little bit of glue, and that is just a top tip to keep your paper nice and thin, actually, just to add some of that glue underneath there. And then we can go around again with the second layer of colour and just working the way around the snowflake. And it does build up really quite quick onto your cards. It doesn't take
Remember
too long to do
Thursday,
this.
we sold out of this completely. We made some frantic phone calls to Hunkydory and we're able to get more stock for today's show, which is fantastic. So if you fancy doing this as your family cards for this year, maybe?
Yes, those special ones that you know
special ones.
you deserve a little bit more time taken, but also popping these on your stalls. I know Christmas is coming around thick and fast, and everyone's going to be at Christmas fetes, Christmas fairs. You can make and sell these. You can pop them in little frames, make them as little decorations for people to have throughout the house. Whatever you want to do with them
And actually, if
is
you are
completely
going,
down to
if
you.
you are going to Christmas fairs and people are going to be buying them off you on your store, you could actually be doing this while you're sat there.
Yeah, and people can
talking
see
to
the
people.
process.
They can see the process, yeah.
Really,
see how
really
much work
nice.
goes into it.
I just think it's so nice to have personalised things, especially at Christmas. So it's really handy to do. So we're going to leave it there because we get the gist of how that works now, and we can see how those images are coming together really nicely. And I've got one that we have finished off in that way. And you can see I love the ombre effect that you get with these. It's so nice. But look at all that sort of hidden, like open spaces there that we can now go in and add even more colour to. So
I mean, it's going to take you a little bit of time to do it, but you know
yeah,
what?
but it's worth it.
If you
is
do
worth
crafts
it.
that are instant, there's no real satisfaction in that, is there? Because it's the actual process of doing the craft that you liked in the first place. So
Yeah.
invest a bit of time in it, have something beautiful to show at the end of it. And also, you know, not just for card making, they look great in little frames.
They do. So I'm just going to add little patches now of the paper onto these edges, and I can just trim them down to make sure that they're just covering those extra snowflakes on those outside sections there. So I'm going to add even more of that iris folding touch. And if you are super, super clever and you want to create your own iris folding designs, then you can sort of use this as a guide, and then you can cut and make your own designs, maybe like we have on the packaging where we've got the different colours. You could create different patterns and images. You don't necessarily have to even use the guide. You could cut sort of freehand iris fold. So we've got those little ones in now, and I'm going to pop this onto white just to bring the white out in those other pieces. So as Dave said, because you've got all that paper sort of built up in the back, the safest way to stick these down and make sure the cards don't sort of bulge in any way is to use your foam pads, and it just neatly keeps that all together at the bottom. So popping that onto here, and then I'm going to make a little fold back with this one. So I've got a 6x6, and we've got some more panels of our blue Matastic, because you do get a big bundle of this Matastic and it's our Christmas colours as well.
We are putting the details of the individual dies on the screen as well, remember. So these are dies that you can use, obviously, for iris folding, but you can use them for just general cutting and everyday card making. You don't have to do the iris folding with them, but you will have the instructions and the little guide inside each one. But they're just $9.99 each, LNHD 57, if you want that particular one. Now, Tina has got Peter, beg your pardon. Peter in South Glamorgan. Hello, Peter. Loving the demos, always looking for a new technique. Just bought the angel and the tree. Nice one, Peter. Glad to know.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Some of the designs might not be to your taste, but maybe a few are, and then you can buy them and make these beautiful cards like we've done today. I'm just going to move that out of the way because you aren't going to see that when we stick this on here. So I've kept with that theme of the white and that blue. And just keeping the foiling within the iris element, really. A little bit of foam on one side just to lift it off that front edge. Making sure that you've got a nice sort of square in the middle, and that sits really nicely on there. And then we've got the most wonderful time of the year as a sentiment, which matches really nicely because it's got little snowflake details on there as well.
Absolutely, and of course the sheets that Natalie was using is from the adorable, scoreable, the Matastic collection that we have in front of us as well. So that's going to work really, really nicely with the papers that are in the iris pad. Now let's just show you the collection as well. Here it is. This is beautiful, adorable, scoreable, but all Matastic. How many sheets have we got here? There's loads.
There is loads there actually. I'm not sure if it's 2 packs that, but I think it's 50 sheets in total.
50 sheets in total for the Matastic. Yep.
Yep. And I think you've got 25 colours, 2 of each.
Okay.
So some of them have been specially printed for this pack. So you won't get those darker greens or that really bright red in any of our normal Matastic colours. $11.99 is the price. KVHD 16. So yeah, it looks like we've got a double pack here, doesn't it? Yeah, I think we do.
Yeah.
There's definitely
more than 50 there.
2 there.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. Yes, it is. Look. Yeah. So it's basically half that. There we go. So it's 50 sheets of adorable, scoreable Matastic for £11.99. KVHD 16, perfect to use with the iris folding, perfect to use with those dies. And of course, everything is perfectly colour matched. So if you're going to go for the sentiment pad that we talked about, and again, that's full of Matastic as well, you'll find that the actual, there we are, look, you'll see that the colours match perfectly. So if you're using the white, obviously the white's not a very good one to show you, but all the colourways are going to work beautifully well. That blue is the same as that blue there, so everything's going to coordinate beautifully well if you want the sentiments and the Matastic as well. Okay, 50 sheets for that price of $11.99. We'll take a short little break and then we'll come back with more demos with the brilliant iris folding.
David, wake up! What are you doing?
I'm catching some rays and having a pina colada.
There's no time to laze around. Christmas is coming to Hobbymaker.
It's June.
I know, only 6 months to go. Up you get, my friend.
There's a lot of love for Santa at Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. It's 4:30. You're watching Hobbymaker on this Sunday. Hope you're having a lovely weekend and you're not too wet. It certainly chucked it down earlier on outside here, but yeah, not nice weather. Stay indoors, keep us company, we'll keep you company, and we're talking iris folding here at Hobbymaker today. Now, you might think to yourself, if you've just turned the TV on, iris folding, what's that all about? Well, it's basically paper engineering, but it's great fun to do, and the results, as you can see here, are just incredible. And the bundle, remember, that we got for you is the best value for money, but you can buy them on their own, $9.99 each. I know Peter emailed in to say he'd gone for, what did he go for? He went for the tree and the angel, wasn't it? Yeah, so 20 quid that would be. But if you go for all 4 of them and the paper pad, which is the perfect GSM for your paper folding, you get the whole lot for $34.95. So you're saving best part of about £12, something like that.
I think it is, yeah.
So you're going to get the angel, you're going to get the tree, you're going to get the stocking and the snowflake, and you get 80 sheets, 40 of them foiled and 40 of them plain in the paper folding pad. There we go. And loads of you are adding extra one of those into your basket because obviously that is a consumable. You will use it up eventually.
Yeah,
so.
you will. This time though, we're going to show you, if you used all your paper up and you're thinking, what am I going to do? Well, this is another really great technique. So we're going to do it with the tree this time, and I'm cutting this into an aperture. So I've also got my stitch nesting dies to do this with. So that's already laid out on my cardstock. And then I'm going to pop in my other die into the centre there. And this will cut out really, really nicely onto here. And you want to do this twice for this technique. And we're actually going to use parchment this time, which is a really nice way of doing it, of creating something different as well, and giving you a completely different look. So for this, we're not going to create a card, we're going to create sort of like an ornament, but these are things that you could make and sell. Okay. Especially around Christmas time, you could personalise them for family members or for whoever you're selling them to on the stall. So I'm just going to wiggle this out of here.
So this is kind of reversing it, isn't it? Because the aperture is what you use for the iris folding, but then you've got the positive die cut.
Yeah, and you can reuse that again on the front of a card. There's always some really nice stylized cards which just have sort of like the tree detailing on, so you could use that element to do that with. So keep all of the negatives, I would say, because you'll definitely use them time and time again. So next, you want to cut your parchment. Now what I'm going to do is, these are 3 different types of parchment, and we've got so many different selections. This is from the Brights, I think Brights Christmas, okay, and our pastel selection. So there's 3 different parchments I've used them from here, and I'm going to cut them to 1-inch strips. Okay. And we're going to do that twice, so it will give us a number of different.
Now the parchment should be on the website for you, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can select your colourways and use the parchment to do your iris folding, not just the papers that are in the pad.
So for this one, what I'm going to do is just flip one of them over, because we've got 2 of these, remember, and then I'm going to pop these into colourways. So that's my darkest pink, that's my lightest, and that's my second lightest. I'm going to get my glue and just cover the edges of my image here with this glue, and then we're going to pop these down. Now because it's parchment and we're doing it in this way, I'm just going to place my strips on top. Now they are quite chunky strips that I've gone for, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to overlay them to create more of an ombre look, because I've only got 3 different pinks in here, but when you add them on top of each other, it changes the way it looks. So for the second one, I'm actually going to fold it in half.
Now the parchment that Natalie and I had in the earlier show at 2 o'clock is on the screen there, $9.99 for 24 sheets of parchment. That's
24,
amazing.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
So then I'll pop another one over, and you can sort of give it a little bit of an overlay as well. So then I'm going to put a single piece of pink down and sort of lay that over halfway. And then I'm going to fold it again, long ways this time, making sure that there is enough space there to get that stuck down. I'm going to stick that one in place, and then I'm going to go for the darkest pink, and we'll pop that. Oh, I've cut that a bit short for that one. Put the darkest pink on there, which is kind of like more of a reddy pink hue. Mm-hmm. Pop that one on there, and then we can use this bit that we cut earlier on and place that
for the bucket
on that space, because you're not really going to see that other section. So if I just trim that, so the bucket is just the darkest bit of red, and then I'm going to wedge this in between the other selection. So go along again with your construction glue, and pop that
And don't forget the construction glue. It's been out of stock for ages, but it came back in stock last week, or the week before. And we did have a big stock, so it's going very quickly, though.
And while we do this, I'm going to just squeeze in a little loop of ribbon that you could hang this on your Christmas tree with. And I'll just secure that with a bit of tape just in that first section. And then you want to pop this the same way up. So you will have a positive and a negative. We've just cut that a little bit out from the main design, but it's going to hide it quite nicely. But that's the look that you get this time. It's like a nice ombre of colours, and obviously because it's see-through, when I hold it up, you can actually see the light through it. Yeah. So that on the Christmas tree is going to look really nice because you're going to have the fairy lights lighting that up. So just to finish it off and make it look extra special, I've used the same die, and then I've used one die smaller to create a little frame, and we'll pop these on the front and the back of our design just to give it more of a finished look. So that's one frame.
Very nice.
Here's another one, and some of the sentiments in this pad as well are quite personal for different occasions, and we've got Baby's First Christmas in there, and I think we've got it in 2 different colours as well. We've got a pink. We might have it in a few actually, because we normally have them in a few different colours. It's just a tiny little silver one
for a little sprout at Christmas.
So this would be perfect for this card as well. So Baby's First Christmas, I'm going to add to the bottom there, and then I've got a nice big pink bow to match that we can add to the very top. And then these are things that you can be making and selling, again, using your iris folding in a completely different way to create nice little ornaments that sort of...
And that could also be, if you've got like a main present for someone and it's a big box or something like that, it could be a gift tag. I love your idea of putting it on the Christmas tree with all the fairy lights twinkling and sparkling behind it. That would look amazing. Or even a little candle, like a faux candle, battery operated.
Yeah, that would look really, really cool. But you've obviously got both reverses of the parchment there because it's sort of see-through. You've got that really nice look.
So that's if you don't want to go necessarily following the iris folding pattern.
Yeah, there's so many different ways in which you can use this one especially as well. I love that card there. Can you see the very funky bright one?
Yeah.
So I've used it and created like a fringe on it.
Oh wow.
With the Duo Design paper pads.
A tropical tree or something like that, or what?
Really
like
fun.
A Jamaican sunshade or something along those lines, and the pride colours. How cool is that? So there's lots and lots of ways of using these. Following the actual step-by-step, number-by-number iris folding, the pad, remember, or the actual pattern is inside the actual box or the packaging that the dies come with, okay? So if you want the set with all the dies and, of course, the papers, you're looking at $34.95, then $9.99 each. So you've got at least £40 worth of dies in that for $34.95, and then $6.99 for your folding book. So do the maths, that's about £12 saved, roughly, bar 5 pence. So yeah, you save £12 you get one of those dies absolutely free by buying the set of 4. The set of 4 with the iris folding paper pad, and remember you could be doing things like this as well. So it's not just the iris folding papers that you can use your parchment, you can use any of your relatively thin papers.
Yeah, any of our Duo Design paper pads or any paper pads you've bought with collections will work perfectly for this.
That is cool. Really do like that. Like that a lot. And remember the book of sentiments. This is Matte-tastic, remember, the sentiments. We have sorted out our Matte-tastic cardstock as well. We've got the correct quantity there. Now the pad is only £11.99, and because it's Matte-tastic, if you wanted to add colour, you could do.
So any of your inks, you're going to be able to add little touches of colour around there, create sort of like little halos on the white ones, but it's so lovely to be able to have both options of Matte-tastic and a durable scorable, and it matching absolutely perfectly together.
And you've got silver foil and gold foil on every sheet as well. Really beautifully done, over 600 sentiments. And quickly, this is the quantity you're going to get of the Matte-tastic. Apologies, I think we had 2 sets out. This has got that lovely light blue that Natalie was using, obviously with the snowflake.
It does. It's got the pink that I just used in the last demonstration, and some of the colours that we're going to use next up as well. They're all in there.
And this is $11.99 for all 50 sheets. And remember, if you've bought anything since midnight last night and you've paid your $3.95 P&P, this is a delivered price. Otherwise, it's this $11.99 plus your $3.95 to get it home. But cracking quality. Everyone loves Adorable Scorable, but the Matte-tastic just means you can add other effects.
Yeah, you can add inks on. You can add inks onto it. You could stamp on here, so you could create your own backgrounds with stamps. You could heat emboss onto it. It's a great one for if you're wanting to add other things to your cardstock.
And remember, if you go for the sentiment pads, you're going to find that the Adorable Scorable works colour-wise as well. So all the colours of, like that green, for example, that's quite an unusual green to find.
But it matches perfectly with this one.
There you go, look, that's sage green. Be tricky to match up any other way, but when you get it from the same company, you know it's all going to work really nicely. KVHD 16. We've got loads of time.
I know we have. Should we do another one?
Yeah.
So
You're pretty
this
quick at these, aren't
time
you?
we're going to do Angel. Well, I do have to admit that we're not doing it all the way through because
No.
it does take a while, but we can get through them quite quickly, which I think is good because you get to see every single one of them done up. So next we're going to do the Angel, and this time I'm going to use a piece of my paper folding pad to actually put my design behind. So I've gone for the really dark sort of like midnight sky. Let me just lift this up. And I'm going to use, again, some dies to make this a little bit different. So I've gone with our die, which you'll be able to find on the website. This one is our vintage label. So I've gone with number 2 for this piece here, which we're going to put our Angel onto.
And you get 7 dies in that set. That'll be on the website. Remember, the website's got all the brands and the brand shops, basically. So if you have a little look under Hunkydory, you'll see everything that's in stock that's available. You can order it at any time, and all of that qualifies for the cap postage of $3.95 as well. So there it is. There's the brands. Be Creative, Burgers Brother, Creative Expressions, and you will see Hunkydory all in alphabetical order. There we go.
And at
Click on Hunkydory and everything that's available is there.
At the same time, I've got the number 1 die, and I've actually popped that on top of some of that Matte-tastic. I've scored it in half to create my fold, and then let's just double check that I'm doing this right, because I don't want to cut into this top layer. You just want to overhang your cardstock over that die, so it gives you a shaped card blank, which is a really fun thing to do with your iris folding as well, to pop it into different shapes and make it look completely different.
Now, Natalie is using our Gemporia Craft die cutting machine, which is available on the website. It's in stock. Everyone raves about it. Everybody loves it. Getting loads of great reviews, by the way, from people who've bought
We
it.
do. It's just so quick to use.
And strong and quiet.
So let's just maneuver this one out now. Because it is Matte-tastic, you do have to be a little bit careful when you're pulling it off, just because you do have that white core, which is more, because you don't have that satin sort of like over the top. It can be a little bit loose. And then again, because we've die cut this from our papers, and this is only 100 GSM, just be really careful when you're popping that out to not rip the paper, because that can happen.
Oh, by the way, if you haven't seen the new Hunkydory Christmas collection yet that launched, was it a week ago now?
It was on Tuesday.
On Tuesday. Boy, it sold out straight away. We managed to get more stock of it. It's coming up in the next show between 5 and 6. Huge. It's the one collection everybody waits for every year.
Every single year, people are patiently waiting for us to bring this out. And I didn't think I was going to do any shows with it. So, I mean, very lucky because I got to demo it on Thursday and today. And in the morning as well, we're going to take a little look at it for those early risers. So I'm just going to stick this down on my guide, and then we can get gluing with this. So my halo, I'm just going to use the darkest colour, and then let's go around this section here so we can show you what this one looks like when it's finished. So I've got a selection of different yellows. You've got 4 yellows in here actually, which is quite nice. So there's 4 different selections to use on this one. Just going to go over.
So there's 4 yellows in the pad, is there?
Yeah, there's a really nice honey tone, and then you've got like the lighter pink and the other one as well.
Actually, the front page of the book has got all the different colourways that's in there.
And all the designs as well, which I think is fun because you can see it. You don't have to spend endless time flicking through it. You can kind of just look at the cover. You know what image you want, and you can go away with it.
Pad after pad over the years, you can kind of forget what's in each one. That's an easy way to see. So
then I'm just going to move on to the lighter coloured yellow for her sort of like hair on here. So just, if you need to add more glue, just add it. It's not an issue at all. The construction glue that I'm using is a great glue to use, or you can use our purple glue sticks if you have those at home. They aren't available at the moment, but if you do have them, they're super handy to use with this as well, because they dry obviously a little bit faster.
And it's less wet.
It's true, it is. So I've got one more piece to use here. I'm just trying to see if it's, I think that's a little bit too thin. So let's cut another one using this. So I always do it to about 3 centimeters, your layers, and you can either pre-fold these and have, you could spend a day just cutting your papers, couldn't you?
You could.
And folding them and keeping them in a little storage box for when you're ready to do them.
Somewhere, yep.
Or maybe halfway through a design you think, actually I want to do this a different colour, so you've got that flexibility of either having them all ready to go or just switching them out when you need to. So 5 is up there, and then 6 is her hand up here, and then we can go start up at the top of the wing.
So if you just
and sort of work the way down.
What Natalie's doing is literally following the numbers that are printed on the angel. It is like painting by numbers, but with paper.
It
Same
is.
thing.
It's really, really fun to do as well. I'm just going to go.
And also relaxing, because you just kind of, because it is.
Yeah, you kind of get
repetitive,
into a zone, don't you, and
Yeah.
just carry on doing it. But they are really, really quick to do as well. So I'm just going to create another dark strip and try and get down this section of her wings, and then you can see what this is going to look like. But there are, it's just so fun, and it's a time-loved craft. It's kind of like one of those vintage crafts that's come back in the last couple of years, had a resurgence, and everyone's really loving these style of cards, and it's something that I think, you know, you do take a little bit longer on, so it is something that people are going to be so pleased to receive during the festive period.
The thing is, if I get given a card that's been handmade, if it's just been put together bit by bit, that's one thing. But if it's actually physically been created,
Yeah.
that's a different thing altogether. I mean, I would never ever throw a card like that away. I would always keep it maybe as for sentimental purposes. I'd even think about putting it in a little frame.
Definitely.
It warrants it.
So then let's lift this one up now, and let's bring it up. It's a little bit more flexible because we are using the paper, but you can see how she's coming together. And then let's get our blue Peter. Here's one I made earlier.
Yeah.
And you can see the finished article there.
Beautiful.
And I think using that foiling paper as a background just brings it to life, doesn't it?
And what you've done is you've made her skirts foiled, but I mean, you can use the foil papers wherever you want to.
Yeah.
Do the whole thing in foil.
So now I'm going to pop this onto here, and we've already stuck our foam pads on, so that's not an issue. We can just peel this away and stick that on there. And it's a totally different look, and I love the shape of this because it reminds me of those like stained glass church windows a little bit more. So it's really fitting in with this. And then the sentiment I've used says, "'Tis the season to sparkle and shine." And then there's another card made in that really fun
That's beautiful.
way.
Love it. Can I just show you some of the finished samples that we've got in the studio
There's
here?
so many fun ones, isn't there?
These are gorgeous. I mean, look at this one here. Brilliant kind of family tree of stockings there. Mummy, Daddy, Tyler and Charlotte. But each one of these has been really done with the iris folding. Beautiful. Again, we've got that tropical tree there that looks almost like a sunbreaker on the beach.
It's so
doesn't it,
fun.
with the tassels. Really like that. This is gorgeous. The green with a red, adorable, scoreable main focus is just really, really cool. And this is the angel at the top here that hasn't actually been iris folded at all. It's actually been very cleverly cut out of one of the sheets in the pad, but then she's just been risen with some foam pads and slid. So it's almost like a drop shadow effect, but that's really effective, isn't it, that one?
I like that one. But again, another way of using those offcuts that you've got.
Let me just grab it. I just want to... That's really cool. Yeah, really, really clever. And yeah, it didn't take long to do, but so effective having that, a little bit of gold cardstock behind, so you've got that kind of mirrored effect. But that's another way of using it, isn't it? Really lovely. We've got the snowflake up there as well. That's looking cool. Another angel down the bottom there as well in purple and yellow. So, yep, they're all gorgeous. They're absolutely fantastic. And remember, this is a time-old traditional craft that you're going to enjoy doing at home. It doesn't take long, although it takes a little bit of time.
A little bit
take
of
long
time.
to do.
No.
And it's just something you can, lose yourself in. Maybe if, you got time off work, got a holiday coming up, not anything planned to go anywhere, but you want some little hobbies to have, then this is a perfect way to
some
pass
hobbies
the time.
to do throughout the festive period. So we've got another one here that I've started and we can finish to do my card. I'm just trying to figure out, there we are, where that sits. We've got it, it's okay. And then with my paper here, we're just going to follow this the whole way around. So let's just cut these down now. And then this one's really fun because as you get further and further into it, it just sort of comes together so quickly with your different layers that you pop on here. So as you can see, I've cut this out a few more times on here as well. I've not just done those, I've done it more than once, which we're going to use those offcuts in a really fun way next.
The actual template that Natalie's following is actually, it's got like a shiny coating on it, so it should last a long time. So if you wanted to laminate it.
You could laminate it, it would be easier for cleaning if you laminated it. I'm just going to use this strip here that I've got with the paper just to quickly finish this one off. And then the larger section in the middle for this, you do need sort of like a chunkier piece of cardstock just to fill in that space. So I'm just going to do a big sort of square rectangle on there. And then what we're going to do, now you've got your image and you've got other elements as well, is I've got a piece of card that we're going to place this on top of, so it gives you that purple finish. So this I think is 5 by 7. So I've cut it once, I've cut it twice, and I've cut it off the edges as well. So I just want to make a panel which is 5 by 7 from this piece. 5 by 7. And this one I'm going to do a little bit more funky. So I'm going to stick this straight onto my image here. So add some glue around in those areas. But you don't need to have it everywhere because we are going to, again, trim it and create something really fun.
Okay.
So just laying that over onto the purple section there. So you've got those tiny bits in purple. And then I've got my offcuts that I sort of cut away. And I'm going to place them back over, but ever so slightly sort of off center, so you can see what's behind them.
So like a drop shadow again?
Yeah, but it's kind of risen off the cardstock this time to make it look a little bit more different. So
something a bit different.
Just again with this one, just moving it slightly over to give it that really different look. And then I've got a darker purple, and I've got some purple glitter card, which we've got on the website, and it's also, you could use the lighter silver that we've got in the bundle of the 50 sheets of shimmer in the Christmas colours. You could use that as well. So just offset that onto here. So you've got purple just around this edge.
Right.
And then I'm actually going to stick this sort of like at an angle. So then we'll trim it, and you'll have different sections of this. So let's pop it on with foam pads, although maybe I should draw around it first.
Now we've got the shimmer card, the Diamond Sparkle shimmer card. You've got 5 colours, 10 of each, so 50 sheets. They're the ones that, remember, are non-shed, completely non-shed. $14.99, and that's WYHD 76 for that today.
I'm just going to, I've flipped it over where I want it to sit, and I'm just going to use my trimmer because I think it'll just give me a neater finish. So just line up those lines here with these elements, and you might need to go through them a few times because obviously you'll have some paper folded in here. There'll be some foam pad that you're cutting into here. So just making sure you get that level.
You always come up with new ideas and new ways of doing things.
This one's a little bit crazy, I do have to admit.
No, that's good.
but it's going to give you a really fun look when you've stuck it on and sort of finished your card with it. So I'm just going to trim down this edge because we've got a little bit of purple overhanging that I don't
Hunkydory
really want
trimmers,
there.
by the way, will be on the website as well. All of it is under the brands.
And then this with our foam pads now, we can raise up. So now we've got the shape that we want. We can add this on. So making sure you've got lots and lots of foam pads. Popping that just over here. So it sits really nice. And then you've also got this other square one as well, which you could add as a little overlay. So let's just throw that on there. Why not? This is a bit of a crazy card.
On a Sunday afternoon and browsing our website, seeing all the brands. You don't have to wait for them to be on TV, by the way, to actually order anything. So if you want to see everything that Hunkydory's got, everything that Creative Expression's got, everything that Bert and Gert, all the brands that are here, you can shop anytime.
And then we need a sentiment pad. So I think this one's mine because I think there'll be ones missing. Let's go for a purple. We want a purple and a silver if we've got one. Or a white would work.
There's a purple.
Is it purple and silver though? Oh, here we go. Let's go with, I don't think I like those ones. Bear with me, bear with me. There has to be a purple somewhere else. No.
There's one near the top.
Oh, here we go. Festive Wishes and Snowflake Kisses is very appropriate for this card. Where should we pop that? Let's pop it. Let's pop it down here in this corner, sort of like hidden behind that snowflake. And then again, another card which is going to look really funky with some of your gemstones on it as well. So just adding that under there.
And because, of course, that encapsulated glitter card is relatively smooth. It does have a texture to it, but it's not like sandpaper, like some glitter cards. It's easy for those to stick on as well. But I think you'll agree that I love that.
It's very crazy.
But I like it.
Great one to finish the show off with.
I totally agree. $14.99 then is the price if you want your Diamond Sparkles Shimmer card. 10 sheets, remember, 5 colours, just $14.99 for that is an amazing price. Now, the bundle, remember, of the iris folding, very, very popular. This did sell out on Thursday. We've got it back for you today. Basically, at the end of the day, it's 4 dies. You've got your sock or your stocking. You've got your wonderful
Snowflake.
Thank you. Down there we've got the angel and you've also got the tree too. So there's nothing unusual about the dies. They're just ordinary everyday dies that cut out a shape. But where it does get different is the template that you get with it inside. If you open it up, there's the template. And if you basically, when you've done your die cut, put that over the top of the template and then layer the papers where you see the numbers. So start at 1 and work all the way through, and what you'll end up with is that wonderful 3-dimensional iris folded image, which is great. And you're going to get, remember, the pad as well, in which you get 80 sheets in the pad.
Yeah.
80 sheets, and half of them are foiled and half of them are just the plain paper. And that's a 100 GSM paper that we got there. 100 GSM. GHHD 73. We'll get another one of these for you. Been very, very popular this afternoon. Loads of people going for the extra
You have to, don't you? Yeah. It's that thing that you're going to use that the most in this. Your dies are going to last forever as long as you look after them.
Yeah.
But the paper pad is definitely the thing you'll use the most. So add another one in. It's £6.99.
I know. Yeah.
We'll spend more than that later on our tea.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, I will too. Now, if you want 2 of them, that would be just under £14. And remember, if you bought anything already today, you don't have to worry about any more postage. It's $3.95 for the day's orders. So if you've got 20 things that you've bought, you pay no more than $3.95 to get it home. That's the USP of shopping with us at Hobbymaker. And of course, it's a free phone number on the call centre as well. So if they're in this building, they're not in another country or anything like that. 0800 001 4433. They're there 24 hours a day to take your order. And they'll also make you a member of Hobbymaker if you've never bought anything before. So just give them a call, say hello to them, tell them your name, where you are, and they'll give you an account number and off you go. Start enjoying shopping with us and all the benefits that gets, which of course is going to continue right the way through until 6 p.m. with Hobbymaker, because we have another hour of Natalie and another hour of Hunkydory. If you haven't seen the Hunkydory 2022 Christmas collection, you are in for a treat. It did sell out on the first day that it came out, but we were able to restock it. If you have a little look over there, you can get a little hint as to what's on the way in the next hour. Just a little hint, a sneaky peek. peek, okay? So whatever you do, make sure you join us. There's an Ultimate Collection and a Blockbuster. You can buy either or both if you want to. I think we'll do that in about 3 minutes from now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, see you in a few minutes.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zs in.
David, wake up! What are you doing?
I'm catching some rays and having a pina colada.
There's no time to laze around. Christmas is coming to Hobbymaker.
It's June.
I know, only 6 months to go. Up you get, my friend.
There's a lot of love for Santa at Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hey guys, it's Sarah Davies here. I just want to say you have got to tune in on Monday because it is going to be a big day. I'm going to be in the studios and I am taking over. I'm going to be on Sewing Street Live from 8 o'clock in the morning, Jewellery Maker from 11 o'clock and then Hobby Maker from 1 o'clock. Now, when we do one of our big takeover days, trust me, it is a day you do not want to miss. We've got goodie bags, we've got some amazing special deals, I've got a ton of demonstrations, brand new product launches, I've got the team in with me. It is going to be epic. So whatever you do not miss it. Whether you're a sewer, whether you love your jewellery making, whether you love your paper craft, we've got something for everyone. So I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on Sewing Street, from 11 o'clock on Jewellery Maker, and from 1 o'clock on Hobby Maker. We'll be there all day. I can't wait to see you there.
Yeah, going. Hopping up with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Ah! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters. Hi everybody, it's our final live hour of the day on this Sunday afternoon. Hope you're having a lovely weekend. Round it off in style with us if you'd like to, because we've got for you one of the most eagerly awaited collections of the year. Hunkydory's Christmas collection is so looked forward to by thousands, tens of thousands of crafters, because it's always special. It's always, you know, making Christmas cards is probably the busiest time of the year for card making. Yes, you make birthday cards, anniversary cards, but they're kind of here and there and when they're needed. But at Christmas, especially if you sell your cards, you want to have as best a collection as possible. Enter the Hunkydory Christmas collection. You can't go wrong. And we've got two offers. We've got the Ultimate and we've also got the Blockbuster. The Blockbuster, there's a little bit less in it. The Ultimate, though, has got everything in it. And including in it, we've got 4 full card collections. I'll flick through them in just a second for you. You've got your Christmas Cuties. You've got your Christmas Traditional with the most beautiful, gorgeous Santa Claus. Isn't he wonderful? You've got your Christmas Festive Style, so this one's a little bit more contemporary. And then the other one is your Snowy Days collection as well, with a beautiful decoupaged tag of Santa Claus too. So those are the 4 collections. You've got a huge selection of inserts included in that as well. All of these inserts are included too. You've got your adorable scoreable in the colorways that work so well with all the characters and everything in the collection. You get a whole bundle of that as well. As well as that, you've got your Christmas pad. You've got your Christmas book, and you've also got the Hunkydory magazine. Now, this has got so many projects inside of it. You're looking at a total, I believe, of how many projects in the magazine?
Well, there's
84?
2 projects with every single topper set. Then we've got some little books in there. So I think there's 3 for each section in the little books, and then you've got double-sided papers in there, and we've got projects and how-tos with that. So I'd say 90 plus projects in there.
Brilliant. And they all relate to what you're getting in the Ultimate fantastic collection from Hunkydory. $67.89 is everything. Now, it is on split pay as well. So all you have to part with today is that first split pay, which is $22.63, plus your P&P of $3.95, and it'll be on its way to you as well. Shall I do a little bit of a pick and flick now?
Yeah, let's have a look at it. This is one of everyone's favourites, I think. Perfect for younger generation or children at heart. You've got speciality foiling throughout this as well. So you'll see not just gold and silver, but we've got coloured and we've got some textured foiling, like this one here with the beautiful dogs is all textured. Really nice, uplifting, warm-hearted toppers here, which are just going to make everyone's Christmas so special.
Absolutely.
With each one, you're going to get coordinated plain and coordinated foiled cardstock, which works perfectly with your designs.
Love it. Absolutely love it. All adorable, scoreable. So it's the 888 scenario, isn't it?
It is,
Eight
isn't
sheets
it?
of toppers.
8 sheets of toppers, 8 printed cardstock, 8 foil cardstock, and then it's it's just magical. I think the way we do Christmas in this way is perfect.
Yeah. Everyone looks forward to the collection so much, and everyone was saying to me on social media and messaging saying, best one yet from Hunkydory.
It is a good selection of images, definitely.
This is one of my favourite ones, the traditional Christmas. Look at that Father Christmas. That's how you want him to be. That's how the real Father Christmas is. Look at him. Isn't it brilliant? You've got at least, 3 or 4 cards on that sheet alone.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, if you're just going to make sort of A5 cards and we're going to score our card blanks in half and then add our toppers on, then you can make I think it's 64 cards with this throughout the whole selection. But I always say that I would personally make 3 from each topper by cutting into your cardstock, making different designs.
That's your 12 Days of Christmas, by the way.
Yeah, you've got that in there. Yeah. Then you've got the beautiful choir. I love the fact that in this as well you've got more traditional artwork, you've got more traditional images as well.
The kids at the Christmas fair, look.
So cute, isn't it, with the snow?
The dogs in the snow, really sweet. And then we come on to, again, 8 sheets of toppers, 8 sheets of printed cardstock and 8 sheets of printed and foiled. There's your printed and foiled that you can see. If you missed the launch earlier on this week, was it Tuesday?
It was Tuesday, yeah.
It did sell out on that first day. All the quantity that we had available went, but we were able to restock it. Obviously, Hunkydory, this is their biggest collection of the year, the most anticipated collection of the year. So they were able to restock us quite quickly, which is really good. And this is your chance to get hold of it today. Maybe you were away, maybe you've just got back from holiday or something like that, didn't realise that it was out. Here it is, your chance to enjoy the biggest, ultimate collection from Hunkydory. So that is the second card kit. Third one, this one is called...
Festive Style.
Festive Style. So this one's a little bit more up-to-date modern, isn't it?
I think so, and it's got more of a niche sort of artwork to it, like this one with the camper van, something that's a little bit particularly special to certain people, but again, you've got beautiful blue foiling in there. We've got decoupage sheets in here for you. This one is absolutely stunning with all the beautiful housings on there. Cards that you can send for maybe people who have these different types of, like people who do ballet, you could send the really nice one to those people. There's so many lovely designs.
I bet your minds are going overtime. You're planning on what cards you're going to be making. And remember, the magazine coming with it leaves you completely sorted, because you can take lots of ideas, lots of design ideas and construction ideas from the magazine, because it all relates to what you've purchased.
If you've never crafted before, you can buy this bundle and you will be able to make every single card that is in that magazine, because that's how the editor Anne has put the magazine together. She wanted us to only use one topper set. And to make 2 cards from that one topper set. So that if you get that home, you know that you're going to be able to make those cards in that magazine without any hassle, without any fuss. You've got everything that you need.
Now, the great thing is as well, you can obviously copy the actual projects in the magazine exactly if you want to, make exactly the same cards. But if you just want to take some elements and ideas...
Or layouts. I'm always switching out layouts from magazines that I've looked and taken inspiration from them, but using them with a different topper set.
Now this one is a 3-dimensional decoupage Santa tag. So here we go, you can see there's the main base, and then we've got all the other elements that you can layer up with his hand, and of course, there we are, his gloved hand as well, all 3D, so that I love that one to bits. Then you've got, the cutest donkey, how is this?
Very, very sweet, with the robin.
With the robin, absolutely best of friends.
I think you've got a couple of duplicates in there.
I think we have.
Yeah.
Now, this is one of my favourites. This, bearing in mind the year that we've had with the Jubilee celebrations, the party at the Mall and all of that. Look at this. Isn't this appropriate?
Since we launched this collection, this has been our best-selling single topper back at the office. I think everyone absolutely loves the artwork. It's so true to this year, isn't it? And what we've celebrated.
Really cool. And again, you've got the cottage that looks like from the film The Holiday. It isn't, but it looks like it.
It does. I always think it looks like the little Lilliputs.
Yes.
Lilliput cottages.
There again, Buckingham Palace, the Mall, wonderful, absolutely glorious. So this is the 4th of the collections. Look at that. Look at that image. So sweet.
So much fussy cutting potential in all of these, though, isn't there? Around that donkey, around Santa Claus there, you can be cutting into these borders, making sort of fake fronts with these.
Now remember, you can spread the cost of this if you want to, interest-free, into 3 split payments. Yeah, we've definitely got these out of order a little bit, but there we go. Doesn't matter, you get the idea. $22.63 is your first split payment of 3. And the whole collection will be on its way straight away. And remember, the whole thing will be delivered just $3.95 P&P. I think this will, if you took it to a post office to post, I reckon they'd charge you 15 quid.
And way more than that. It's quite heavy when it's all together. Yeah.
Because you've got the adorable scoreable as well. And remember, all these colours have been selected to go with the artwork, so you're not going to get any clashes. Everything's going to be perfectly in harmony. And then the inserts, they're here as well. Look, you're going to get, how many inserts is it you get? 64?
64, yes, because you get doubles of each design. So the inserts are muted down versions of the cardstock that you've seen us go through with each collection. So instantly, if you want to make a card with those dogs, you can go to those inserts, you can find the one with the dogs on and make it all coordinate. You can print on these as well. So if you're someone who likes to send inserts with verses on at Christmas, then you can do that.
Now, the little book. Everybody looks forward to the little books. Now, if you want another one of these, we've stocked up on this as well. These are potentially 144 cards, because you get 144 sheets. You've even got a Yeti in there as well, which I think is fantastic. But some of the images are the same as the toppers, but a lot of them are different as well. But you get lots and lots in there for your money.
If you like to craft with your children, then get this bundle. You can be making cards with the main collection, and then you can give the little book to the children. They can be making their Christmas cards for their friends at school, teachers at school. Yep. You've got everyone sorted, and you can craft along together.
Love it, absolutely love it. So the little book's included in the Ultimate Collection as well. And of course the magazine too that Natalie was talking about. And if I just get the magazine here and just show you quickly, if you just have a little look, the minute you open it, everything becomes obvious. You've got all of the toppers, all of these projects that you can be making because you've gone for the ultimate from Hunkydory. Remember, every year, religiously, the same people buy the collection when it comes out every single year because they only want to make Hunkydory cards and they only want to sell or send Hunkydory cards. It's always one of the highlights of the year in the crafting world, and it's still available. Removable, beautiful coated papers in the centre as well, and they've been perforated, so they just come out really easy.
Yeah, they come out really easy. Some of the designs as well work alongside the collection, so if you want to make more cards, then you can mix and match the papers in there with your adorable scoreable and use that to pop your toppers on.
Well, it's the big bundle. It's everything that you could possibly want. If you are a brand new crafter, for example, and you're thinking about card making, go in with the best. Go in with Hunkydory's Christmas collection. We've got the boards to go through as well quickly. So
we do.
Should we do that?
Yeah, because these show out every single element and how your cardstock works with the designs that you've got. So here we've got that Joy to the World, which has these beautiful borders with sort of like the twinkly stars coming down in that foiling.
You actually make these boards, don't you?
Yeah, I make them back at the office. Then we've got the Santas here, which has that traditional sort of Twas Santa Claus in there. Beautiful cardstock again that works really nicely. You could be making sort of cards here where you're cutting this down diagonally to sit across the front. Santa's on his way is the beautiful one with the sort of Santa train on there. I really like this cardstock here. This is something that I'd be creating sort of like a fold, gatefold with, because that would look really nice. And then the 12 Days of Christmas is a really fun one to have in here and completely different from anything we've had in this sort of collection before.
So I'll take him down if you put them up, all right?
I'll put the next one up. So
two-man operation, this.
This is the second four from your traditional Christmas Traditions collection. This one has the beautiful sort of like Great Gatsby Art Deco themed Christmas. It's really nice, and so much like the detailing within the foiling just follows that design through as well. This one as well you can make 2 cards from, because you can use this as a topper and then you can layer up all of your elements and pop them onto this design here.
I do love this scene of the kids just looking in awe at the
I know, all of the Christmas fair and the toys, and this one's another one that has speciality foiling, which is a little bit different. We've got the dog lovers here sorted with the little pups sat outside in the snow. Really cute.
All that flecking of the foiling as well, beautifully done.
And the angels are just absolutely stunning. They're one of my favourites of this year. And then we move on to our sort of festive style, which is your more contemporary collection. You can see here we still have religious connotations in this one, but done in a more stylized way. This one here may be perfect for any weddings you've got coming up this year throughout Christmas. We have the beautiful blue dove there. It's so pretty. Such a nice contemporary Christmas colour as well with that teal.
And where could this be? This could be the Netherlands, Amsterdam,
I think
maybe?
that, yeah, Amsterdam with all of the different funky shaped houses, but I love the foiling detail throughout here and how we've really emphasised some of the buildings, and what an amazing piece of cardstock that is that's been designed there.
Beautiful.
So fun. Then the second lot of 4 with this one has the very contemporary sort of poinsettia image here. Again, another one lovely to layer up. The camper van, obviously, for all those people who built their camper vans during lockdown, that's going to be
popular.
one that's going to be sent, isn't it? This one, I just love how fun they've made that Christmas pudding into sort of like a cocktail. It's just perfect for maybe your friends that you go out with throughout the year. They're going to love that one. And then any
beautiful dancing queen.
Any ballerinas, they're going to absolutely love that one there.
Okay, a couple more to go, or 3 more to go, I think.
We've got the snowy next up, with obviously that snowfall detailing throughout the whole of the designs. We've got the church for you in here, Santa Claus with a beautiful full edge-to-edge foiled background there. Obviously everyone's favourite, the procession there outside of the palace, and then the lovebirds again. Another one which is really nice for any anniversaries or weddings that are happening around the Christmas time.
Absolutely fantastic. That's one of my favourites, definitely. Still more to go.
We have 3 more to go. So in this one, which is your second half of the snowy, we've got the sheep, which I love if anyone lives in more of a rural area, or you're sending to someone across the world. That one's going to be great for them. Season's tweetings with a little donkey on, and then you've got the little boy there giving the snow.
Snowman,
Reminds me a little bit of Jack Frost, that one. And then obviously that beautiful image with the hidden cottage. It's so idyllic. It's somewhere that I feel like we need to find and visit.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more. Then we come on to this one, which is the cutes.
The Christmas cuties, which are absolutely adorable. Again, textured foiling on this one, which makes it really special with the pooches on. We've got holographic foiling as well, which makes the Yeates so much fun. Another absolute favourite of mine this year. We have the more of traditional Santa Claus, but done in a very cute sense there. And then a really different one is the Merry Christmas.
The Merry Christmas is so sweet.
With a little mouse sort of hanging off the berries there.
Now, we are getting loads of messages from you. We will put them up on the screen fairly soon. Loads of you loving the fact that the Hunkydory collection is now out and it's in stock, even though it did sell out on day 1. We got it back in quite quickly. The adorable polar bear pups. Look at them.
So cute, aren't they? But this one again, the Highland cows. So cute. The Mooey Christmas. This again, fussy cut this out, have it layered on a little bow on the front of your card. We've got the Picker Penguins with their cute little festive jumpers on there, looking like Christmas trees. Like you say, they're just adorable, and I absolutely love how sort of this is still cute, but more of a contemporary classic Christmas card feel.
Now, remember, there are 2 options. You can either go for the ultimate, or we do have the blockbuster. Now, the blockbuster is everything except the book,
the inserts and the adorable scorable.
The adorable scorable, yeah. You get all 4 kits and you get the magazine with the blockbuster, but the ultimate is the one that gives you everything, and that's what most of you seem to be wanting, so that's why we put that on the screen straight away. $22.63 is your first split pay of 3. Now, I've got some messages here. Stephen in Hampshire. Hello, Stephen again. He says, Hunkydory 2022 is the best ever. You seem to do better every year. Thank you, Stephen, for that.
So nice,
I agree.
isn't it? I don't know how we do it, but every single year there's images. The imagery is just better and better. It's amazing.
Now, a message from Pauline. I thought maybe it's Pauline Wheeler, but it's not.
No.
Pauline in Wiltshire says, my collection arrived yesterday and I've started crafting. Absolutely stunning collection. Pauline, great to hear from you. That's great to know. And one more from Nancy in Hertfordshire. Hi, Dave and Natalie. The ultimate collection and other items I ordered on Tuesday arrived yesterday. Yes. So no work done this weekend.
How
Thank you,
amazing
Nancy.
is that? Getting your Christmas blockbuster delivered to you on a Saturday.
I know.
Perfect timing.
Happy days. And we'll get this sent out straight away. You should get it in the next few days, okay? So remember, we've got the Ultimate Collection and we've got the Blockbuster. So if you don't want the Adorable Scoreable inserts or book, but why wouldn't you? I'm just saying. If you want the Blockbuster, there it is. WBHD 51. That will give you all 4 collections. It will give you the magazine as well, but you won't get the inserts, you won't get the Adorable Scoreable, and you won't get the book. So pay your money, takes your choice. I mean, to be honest, it's on split pay, 2 split pays instead of 3, but it's the same payment today, virtually.
Exactly.
Okay, so another payment you have to make.
It's another payment you have to make a bit further along the line, but you're getting so much more included, and so much more cards you're going to be able to make having those extra bits and pieces.
$22.49 your first split pay of 2. If you want the Blockbuster, it's just about the same payment on split pay of 3 if you want to go for the Ultimate. So we'll leave that detail on the screen for a second. That's what you get if you go for the Blockbuster, though.
Okay, so we're going to start off with Christmas traditions, and I love this cardstock because it has so much fussy cutting capability. So I'm just going to go around the edges here to remove this from our cardstock so we can lift it off and create a really nice fun card. So move the cardstock around, and I'm being a little bit cheeky with some of these demos because I'm using a bit more cardstock than I normally would because it's just so fun. I definitely think I'd be getting the Ultimate Collection, and then whichever collection was my favourite, I'd be getting doubles of, just so I could be a bit more experimental and make some more fancier cards. So let's cut this down. And I'm just going to take a tiny bit off the bottom here, and this is just because when we layer it back up we just need a bit more space. So I've got that, and then I'm going to trim this down now. I've got some mirri around for my matte and layer because I'm going to pop this onto one of our core card blanks, which I think we've got back on the show tomorrow actually.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So we're bringing those back after they sold out, which is
we're waking up
exciting.
With Hobby Maker tomorrow morning from 6 until 8 with myself and Natalie.
So I'm just going to trim this slightly smaller than my cardstock. So I'm just going to 2 notches below what my gold mirri is. And I do have some little cutouts, but we'll hide that again when we add our panel back into place. So just add in some tape onto there. Peel this bit off, and then I'm going to stick this onto here, just giving myself a nice sort of thin gold border. And I might just need to just trim off some of these bottom edges, but that's not a problem. We can just remove them because you're not going to see this. We're going to hide it anyway. Just remove that one a bit more. And then this is going to sit on this section here. So I'm going to cut it down to size. So it's going to just take off that sort of 10 element on there. So I think it was 3. Let's just take it to 2 so we can give it a little bit of a shaping on our card. So if we just maneuver this around now, you can stick this back in place, but giving it a little bit of a little bow on the front of the card there. So I'm going to use some foam pads to do that. Let me get my large strips because they're a lot easier to work with when you're creating this type of a card. So I'm going to just put 1 layer on the very edge of my card here.
Putting back the details of the Ultimate Collection, which is giving you everything. I mean, it makes sense to me to go for the Ultimate Collection because the cardstock, the Adorable Scoreable, are going to make your main kits go that much further. The inserts are like the icing on the cake for any card, aren't they? And of course the book, with 144 sheets in it, it just goes without saying, so much for your money.
So much.
Lots of you going for extra bits and pieces. So if you want an extra book, or you want an extra magazine, or you want an extra cardstock or extra topper sheets, they're all on the website for you individually. I mean, it could be that, like everyone who's messaged today, that your kit's already arrived and you're already getting through all the toppers.
You're already starting. And you're realising you need some more. So I've added my foam pads. I've got single foam pads, double foam pads, and in the middle we've gone for triple foam pads. So when I stick this down now and I lift this up ever so slightly, oops, I just caught on there a bit too quickly, it will just give me a little bit of a bow within my cardstock, and if I want to add some more, or if I need to add some more behind there, we can do. Then what I've done with the plain cardstock is I've actually fussy cut the top off here to give me another strip which I can place underneath and just dress sort of like that top area. So I can trim that again and stick that on, and then we'll get really fun with our toppers with this one. So just cutting that down to 3 below the 8, and then again with my strips, I'm just going to stick this across the top of my card.
You got a favourite image in the collection? A favourite?
All over.
All of them.
Out of all of them.
Yeah.
Probably those buildings with the really funky colours on. I really like that one. It's just so different from...
You said could be Holland or...
Yeah, it's so different from anything that we've done before.
I think my favourite one is Buckingham Palace with the soldiers. I think that's really, really lovely, but also very, very closely followed by Santa, the Santa tag.
The Santa is very, very fun. Now I'm going to just pick a couple of these, because obviously all of the designs on here we only get once. So you can utilise this and make cards in the way that I'm doing here now, where I'm just using a few of these. And obviously you've got the words for the other ones. So there is some cards where we've, obviously in the magazine as well, we've created cards with this one and just use a couple of these. I think I'm going to also go in with maybe number 6. Okay. And give us a nice little sort of group of 3 there that are gold, and then we've got the one gold one there. But you can layer these up as much as you wish to, and then I'm going to go for a partridge in a pear tree as my sort of smaller sentiment, or you can use a sentiment from your essential book of sentiments if you've added that to your basket. So pop that up here in the corner, and then I'll stick this onto my card blank. So my card blank again is an A5 card blank from the core selection. So if you got them on Tuesday when they launched as well, they were so popular. This one is the red one, and it's just going to bring this all together now when we place this on top. So you just folded that A4 sheet in half to get the... No, these are from the card blanks that you launched on Tuesday. Oh, beg your pardon, sorry, right, yeah. So yeah, they'd be on the website if we've got any left. If we do have any left, but I think they might be around in the morning. Okay, we've got them tomorrow. So the morning show might be something to watch on. So there you go, I've just stuck that back down again there. We need to add a couple more foam pads underneath there, or maybe a piece of acetate just to make that stand up fully, but there you go. Well, this is just as popular now as it was when it launched. If you have been away, if you were working during the week, didn't realise that Hunkydory had released their Christmas 2022 collection already, there are 2 options. We've got the Ultimate, which of course is the one that most of you seem to be going for at the moment, which is going to give you the adorable scoreable set. It's going to give you the little book, of course, as well, with 144 sheets and 64 sheets of the inserts, together with all 4 of these fantastic card kits that we've gone through on the boards as well. You're also going to get, remember, the crafting magazine, and the magazine as well is all about this. It's all about the Christmas card collection. So the minute that this arrives home, you've got the instant inspiration from page 1 right the way through to the last page of the magazine. And of course, if you want to instantly copy all of these designs, feel free. That's why they do them, so that you get loads of ideas. But having said that, it may well be that you want to do something completely different with the cardstock, but this is just there as a guide and a little bit of inspiration, really. And don't forget, you've got your removable, wonderful glossy pages in the middle here. These papers are great. They've got a lovely kind of shiny surface to them, and they are perforated, so you've actually got a perforation line in there, so you're not just tearing them out. You can just easily remove them one by one by one. You get, I don't know how many papers there are, actually. It's quite a few. Is there 5 or 6? More than that. 6. There's about 7 or 8, I think. Oh, yeah, about 8 pages in there, but really lovely, and they're double-sided too. They are. All right. Back then with the last part of our afternoon together then. Take the break to put this into your basket and check out. Remember, the split pays are very, very similar, whether you're going for the Ultimate or whether you're going to go for the Blockbuster. The only difference is one is 2 split pays, which is the Blockbuster, and the other one, the Ultimate, is 3 split pays. So if you fancy the Ultimate, it's on your screen now. It's NLHD13. And if you want any extra individuals, maybe an extra book or an extra set of toppers, check the website, you'll see it there.
David, wake up! What are you doing?
I'm catching some rays and having a pina colada.
There's no time to laze around. Christmas is coming to Hobbymaker.
It's June.
I know, only 6 months to go. Up you get, my friend.
There's a lot of love for Santa at Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
We've just got some finished cards to show you as well. Welcome back, by the way. Hobbymaker on a Sunday, and we've got the best time of the year coming up, haven't we? We always look forward to Hunkydory's Christmas. It is here. Loads of you are messaging us to say that you actually ordered it on Tuesday and it's arrived already, or maybe it arrived yesterday. Are you going to go for the Blockbuster, or are you going to go for the Ultimate? The difference is, Blockbuster, you get 4 of the fantastic card kits plus the magazine. The Ultimate comes with 4 of the card kits. It comes with 64 inserts, loads of sheets of adorable scoreable, and the book and the magazine. So you can see you get an awful lot more if you go for the Ultimate. I just want to show you a couple of finished cards here. I mean, this is adorable, look. This is done by Nat, that's you.
It's me, that's me. I made that.
Isn't that great? It's you. This is lovely. Is it Christmas Yeti?
I love the Yeti.
And look, this donkey is absolutely adorable. We've got the 3 wise men here as well. And a lot of these cards that we've got here will be in the magazine, so you can actually reconstruct your very own versions of these cards if you want to. Great, aren't they? And there's something instantly recognisable about a Hunkydory card.
I think so. It's the foiling, I think, you know.
Yeah. It stands out.
Stands out so much.
It really does. Where's the, I did have one that I wanted to show you that was the stately home, but I can't find it. Oh, maybe it's up there.
Oh, is at the front?
There we are, there it is. I'll put that up for you. Look at that. How very Downton.
I know it is, isn't it? It definitely has that feel.
Yeah, definitely. Right then, time for the demo.
Okay, so this time we're going to do a little bit of a diorama. So again, I'm using 2 sheets of cardstock here, but it'll be worth it because we can still use some of these other elements. So just going to trim this piece down to 5 by 9, and then you want to do the same again with another piece of cardstock. You might have this one hanging around from when you created your first card. And then my image here is just over 4. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to score it at 1.5, and then I'm going to score it at 1, and then I'm going to twist it around again and do the same. So 1.5, and then 1 up from that, and then we'll repeat the same process on this. 1.5, and then 2.5, 1.5, and 2.5.
And the Hunkydory scoreboard will be on the website if you want to treat yourself to one of those.
We can mountain and valley fold the back panel because this is going to sit on the back of our card. And then with this front panel, we want to do it in the opposite way, so you have that square image at the front. So I'm just going to finish all of those folds, and then I'm going to bring in my mats, because what we're going to do now is cut a little aperture. So I'm going to take my main design, which is going to sit on the front of my card like this, and I'm just going to fold it downwards, and just take a pen or a pencil, whatever you've got to hand, and just draw around this frame here. Now you can do this with a die, maybe if you've got a square die you'd be able to use that, but if you want to get sort of the straight image, I would always recommend drawing around the topper and then doing it in this way, it's actually a little bit easier as well. And on these sort of bends, these edges that sort of twist, we don't need to make it hard for ourselves because we're going to cover those over. Just go round those sections that you have there until it meets up. You don't want to go over that score though. Be really careful to sort of try and miss that score out. So I'm just going ever so slightly over the front of that shape there, around that line that we created to create an aperture. Now I'll stick my frame over the top. We've added this on with foam pads, which is going to give it a little bit of height as well. So just going to pop that over this space here. And then if there is any elements that sort of stand out to you that you need to sort of recut or make it look a bit more tidy, that's when you can do that. I'm going to bring in the back panel now, and I've got some acetate.
Now, snowflake acetate is still available.
It is
in stock.
It is, but you've got to be quick.
Yeah, it's going very quickly.
Because it won't be around for long, and I'm not sure how much we've got back in the office.
Just to kind of prove a point, the Snowflake Miri sold out completely. We haven't got any more of that for the time being. Don't know how long it's going to be before we can get it. We've got acetate, but not much. We've literally got a handful left. You're going to get, how many sheets was it for $14.99? Was it?
Of the acetate, 24.
24 sheets. ONHD 36 for 24 sheets of Snowflake acetate.
So then you're going to stick your acetate to the back of your design. And before I stick this together now, what I'm going to do is just make sure that that fits nicely together, because there's nothing worse than sticking it on and it not being right. But we have repeated our scores in exactly the same place, so as long as you're just removing that number from your acetate, the side panels, that is, it will fit perfectly on there. So again, just some more red tape. Definitely recommend using your red tape for this, just because we're sticking to acetate. Anything construction where you're using acetate, use, unless you're wedging it in between something, use your red tape.
The red tape, for those of you that don't know, is basically the super sticky, the extra
super strong adhesive red tape, yeah. So just pulling these off now. We're going to line them up with that base of our card that we created. Who'd have thought in July people would be all here making Christmas cards? It's crazy, isn't it? When you tell anyone else who isn't a crafter, they look at you like you're really weird.
Well, it starts even earlier for you because you've got to produce it and get it planned and everything. So it starts like probably January, February for you.
Start making the cards for, well, yeah, we start picking out the designs in January, February time. So not much time after Christmas that we get back into it. And then when it comes off the machines, it was a little bit later this year, but it's normally around April, end of May, beginning of May. So it was a little bit later, but it's still strange. You go from making Easter cards to making Christmas cards.
It's the same for you at home.
A matter of weeks.
If you've got to make the cards to sell in the Christmas fairs in October, November time, you've got to start making them now.
Yeah,
especially
you'll be making them.
Hoping to sell a lot. So yeah, everything's in advance, really, isn't it?
I wonder if anyone's watching who does sell on stalls at Christmas. I wonder how many cards you managed to make with your kits. You'll have to let us know.
And also, how many Hunkydory cards do you sell? I mean, do you find that's the brand that people love the most? Is that the one that normally sells the most? Maybe you kind of mix up and have Hunkydory on one side of the stand, and maybe you've got other cards that you've made from other brands on the other side. What goes the quickest? Is it normally Hunkydory? I know lots of people that I know actually will only send their relatives and family Hunkydory cards.
Hunkydory cards. I got my family into Christmas card making actually with Hunkydory things. Both my mother-in-law, my nana-to-be, and my mum, we were all making Christmas cards last year with Hunkydory stuff. And I think the only sentiment we can use on this one, because it's the best one, is it Christmas Yeti? So just popping that on with a few foam pads in the centre there, and then we'll leave that just underneath there. And then you've got a really nice sort of window there with the Yeti just poking out in the background. It looks like he's in a little cave.
It is, absolutely.
Having a little party.
So yeah, don't forget, of course, we always want you to share your makes with us. We do this every single month. Every month, last Saturday of the month, we give someone a £100 credit on their account. Now, if you want to send us pictures of what you've made, whether it's maybe something that you've crocheted or knitted, something that you put together like a card or whatever it might be, or you've done some mixed media or whatever it might be, just send it in, take a picture of it, send it in, and one person wins a £100 credit each and every month. So we've got a few to show you actually. Kerry Stevenson, hello Kerry. Kerry sent this in today, so this is great. Just make it part of your normal crafting routine. As soon as you finish something, take a picture of it, pop it in, email it to us, and even if we don't show you make, you'll still be in the draw to win hopefully £100. Maybe it's you, Kerry, that will win this time. Nice, thank you for showing it in. And also Maureen in Kent has just done this one.
This is very beautiful.
Beautiful, very beautiful. Gorgeous. Hello to Jen. Jen Steggles has sent this in. Oh, nice. Is that a canvas? I think it might be. These possibly were sketches. We were talking about sketches earlier on, weren't we? Of course, with Susan. I think it's probably why Susan sent these in. Really great. And if you want that book from Susan, what a great book it is as well. That is on the website now from Search Press. Take up sketching. You'll be able to do it. Everyone can if you can hold a pencil and a pen. And one more as well. Thank you, Jen. Lorna Smith as well has done this one. Really lovely. Very, very beautiful. And that side looks like it's going to be a picture for the wall rather than a card. So share your makes. You might win 100 quid at the end of July. Okay, enough time to do one more card, I think.
Yeah, we'll put one in. We're going to do the beautiful wreath now from the festive selection. We're using this piece of cardstock, and I'm going to make an 8x8 because when your cardstock is this beautiful, you just have to make larger cards. There is no stopping you. So I'm going to go 2 notches below the 8 here. And then I'm going to go 2 notches below the 8 again on this panel, just to make that square.
When you say 2 notches, what do you mean, 2 mil? Or...
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, sorry. 2/8 of an inch, to be precise. And then I'm just going to trim this down to be the right sort of level as well. Let's just take this one more down, just so they both match up perfectly when we make this card. So we've got those designs ready to go now. I'm going to pop these onto some mirri, which I've already cut down. This one's 8x8 and our panel is 4x8 of gold mirri. And this is a really good way of being able to show how you could use this design but not use all of the elements, so you've still got space with your other piece of cardstock and with your topper from this piece, that you're going to be able to make another card out of this, which when we're thinking of how we can stretch our kits as far as they can go, it's important to know that even with designs like this with decoupage, we can make what we need to from this. So popping that right up to the top. I'm going to have to trim the edge of this.
It's a lovely colour red as well.
It's so nice, the perfect colour for Christmas. So just getting rid of that card edge there. Has it come off? I think it has. We'll just go back over on that bit. Otherwise it will annoy me if it's there.
Don't forget, tomorrow morning, wake up with Hobby Maker with Natalie and myself for breakfast between 6 and 8.
We'll be here.
We'll be here.
With our breakfast.
Bright and breezy.
So pop in.
Bright as can be anyway.
Yes. I've not done too well, actually. I thought I would really struggle, but I actually like the early mornings. And then by the time I've got home, I've got pretty much the whole rest of the day then to do stuff. Yeah, because I'm home by about 11.
I hang around waiting to go to work later.
Yeah. It's quite nice. So popping this on the front panel that we created. There we go. And then I've got my artwork here. So on this sheet, you've got the Merry and Bright, which matches up with this. And then you've got 2 other elements as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave these 3 layers because I could use them on another card. I'm just going to take my sentiment and I've got this piece here, which we've got our foam pads on.
So in other words, you're getting more out of...
Yeah, I'm making more out of that topper because it's decoupage, but we don't need to use all the layers up to create still really stunningly beautiful cards. Then I'll pop my other sentiment just in this space that we've got here, this sort of white, not white, but this large area. And you could also, again, use your gemstone pill rolls. They will look really nice on here, just to give it another extra special touch. So pop in that just there off the centre, and there you go, another really fun way of making your cards. And then you can pop your insert on the back here of your fold back, and then you can write on that as well. So you've still got, with this kit, the base layer, 2 layers of your decoupage, and a full sheet of cardstock to use. So you can make another card, maybe 2 cards if you just use your decoupage, and then you keep your base layer.
Yeah, your card kit will go on for such a long time. You can make so many cards out of it. It is the highlight of the crafting year for so many people when Hunkydory's Christmas card kits come out. And remember, we're giving you 2 options today. You can either go for the Blockbuster, which is slightly smaller than the Ultimate. The Ultimate has got the inserts, the adorable scorable, and the book. The Blockbuster doesn't have those 3 things, okay? You'll still get all 4 of the kits, you'll still get the crafting magazine as well, but you just won't get the inserts, adorable scorable, or the little book. But look at this one. This is using the snowflake acetate over the top with the adorable little, are they golden retrievers? I think they might be all
I think they are.
Yeah.
They're very cute though.
Really, really sweet. Here's another one of the poinsettias that Natalie was working with a few minutes ago. Aren't they beautiful? I mean, this one, again, just having a chit-chat with a little snowman. How adorable is that? When he answers back, you've got to worry. Then you've got the Christmas market, which is lovely. I think we're, the kids are just looking in awe, open-eyed, at all the goodies that's up for being able to be bought. And we've got this wonderful little secluded cottage. Isn't that just divine? Imagine being there on Christmas Day. The 3 wise men, there we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So $44.99 then, that's the Blockbuster. So that's going to give you the 4 card kits, and it's going to give you the magazine as well. So the 4 card kits and the magazine for $44.99, but that split pay is $22.49, so it's 2 split pays for the Blockbuster. So if you're happy paying the same again over another month, then go for the Ultimate, because basically the Ultimate is $67.89, and that's on 3 split pays. So you can actually spread interest-free your payments over 3 payments for the Ultimate, which will give you 4 of the card kits, all that adorable scorable. How many sheets of adorable scorable? Is it 50?
It's 50 sheets,
50
yeah,
sheets.
25 colours, 2 of each.
And if I just show you what they do very cleverly at Hunkydory, if I just pick up at random some of the topper sheets, for example, you'll see that the colours that are on the camper van are in the adorable scorable. You've got colours that work with all of them. We've got here this beautiful blue and teal with the dove. We've got the light blue there. So this is what they do. This is what Hunkydory do so well. There's Santa and his outfit. And of course, you've got the beautiful red and black in there as well. You can maybe make a Santa's belt out of the red and the black adorable scorable. 40 adorable scorable sheets.
Oh, is it 40?
40, yeah. 40 sheets of adorable scorable, 64 sheets of inserts, with the 144 pages in the book and the magazine, together with the 4 card collection. So
everything you need, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Should we squeeze another one in?
Go on.
Let's do it. So this time, we're just going to use the cardstock, and we're using the Winter Hideaway. So I've got a piece here cut down to 8 by 8, and I'm just going to score it at 4. And we're going to create kind of like a DL easel here. So that's your first part of your card sorted. And then I've got some acetate here. This is 8 by 3, sorry, and I'm going to score it again just at 4. Like so, to create like a see-through sort of panel that we can pop on the back here. So then I've got a piece of just regular ink me that I've cut to sort of like a semicircle around my image like I did just before. And I'm going to stick that to the back of my card. Now, I have lost my red tape. In a matter of moments, I've lost it, but that's not a problem. We're going to stick that in place there, and then with our topper, we've got 3 frames with this one. So my outer frame, we've got 1 layer of foam pads. My inner frame, we're going to stick into the center, and then with the other frame, my main image, we're going to layer that up. So that's 1 layer of foam pads. This we're going to add back inside that panel. And then we can pop our topper in place. Just manoeuvre that until it's nice and straight and back in underneath your second frame there. Just because you've added that extra bit of height, it'll just need help just getting back in there. Pop our topper in place, and then I'm going to use, I do need some red tape for this. Let's get this one. I'm not sure where the other one's gone. We'll just pop.
I'm sure things disappear in it.
They do, they do. I don't know who it is, but they're magically coming in and stealing all of our bits and pieces. So I'll pop 3 layers of this tape on there just because I've not actually, with the bigger one, we could have just got away with 2. So just pulling that away, and then we're going to stick this in this space here, nice and central on the back panel. Try and get it as close as possible to the top there. So then when you fold this down, it's going to sit really nice on there. We will add, we've got a border strip in here, which border strips are perfect for being stoppers on cards like this. So just 1/3 of the way up on there.
Nice new twist on an easel card, isn't it?
I'm going to pop that. Yeah, not using the, not using all of the design or all of the cardstock, just keeping the image as sort of like the main focus. I've just cut my design ever so slightly to stretch it across that panel, and you can do this because we can hide that work in now by adding in our sentiment which says from our home to yours, and then there you go. A really sweet
with a minute and a
easel
half to
card.
spare. You can always rely on Natalie. Brilliant.
With beautiful foiling in the background.
Well, I think you'll agree, this is a collection and a half. It really, really is. I think everyone's saying on social media as well, a message is coming
Everyone
in
is
from...
loving it.
Yeah, everyone's absolutely loving the collection. I think it is the best one Hunkydory has done. I mean, every collection that Hunkydory brings out for Christmas is absolutely amazing. But, I mean, hands down, I mean, the fantastic Buckingham Palace one, I mean, how apt is that for
There's
the
just
year?
so much variety in it, and I think that's why everyone loves it, because no matter who you've got in your family, you're going to find a collection here that works for that individual person.
It's another favourite one of mine. First thing in the morning, my hair. First thing in the morning. Yeah, that'll be me tomorrow morning at 5 to 6 before we go live. Whatever you do, if you want it, get it. There will come a time where it won't be available anymore, but we have got more stock, which is great news. It's just a case of whether you want to have the blockbuster or whether you want to have the ultimate. The split pay payments are the same whether you go for either or very near the same. The only difference is one's over 3 payments, the other one's over 2. So the blockbuster's over 2, the ultimate's over 3, and the ultimate is going to give you the crafting magazine, the beautiful book, the 40 sheets of adorable scoreable, 64 sheets of inserts, and the 4 card collections. Thank you, Nat.
You're welcome. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning. Thank you for your company over the weekend. Thanks to the gang here. Lifestyle is on the way next on Gemporia.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.